historian POV.
Dedication. This book is in honor of my two extraordinary girls, Austin and Akuri. I wish for them to explore the wonders of our world and all its mysteries. May your journeys teach you both wisdom and compassion. Introduction. The stars twinkled in the night sky, a vast expanse of mysteries waiting to be explored. In this galaxy's wide array of celestial bodies, there are countless stories yet untold, stories that span the ages and traverse through the fabric of time itself. An epic tale is about to unfold, one of alien voyagers boundless in their curiosity, seeking answers that have remained unknown since the dawn of civilization. The journey begins aboard a stellar vessel that pierces through the depths of space, intent on discovering what lies beyond the stars. There is agony and joy, fear and courage as they confront the unknown. With each passing moment, they grow closer to unraveling the secrets of eternity. Along the way, these space travelers must grapple with emotions foreign to them: love, loss, grief, and joy, the very essence of human experience. What starts as a quest for knowledge soon becomes an odyssey of discovery, revealing truths that lay dormant in the heart of every living being. Embark on a journey into realms unknown, unlock ancient mysteries, and uncover hidden secrets that will challenge your perception of reality. Behold a story unlike any other, a timeless epic whose threads weave together to create a profound tapestry unique to our universe.
Chapter 1. Fridmer the Historian.
The sky glowed with the vibrant light of Epsilon Orionis, casting a burnished rose hue over the planet named after its luminescence. This celestial spectacle shimmered against the dark backdrop of space, a glittering hope for my people. As I gazed from my bedroom window at the iridescent fog weaving across the sky, I reflected on my name, Fridmer. Named after a distant star cherished by my parents, its brightness remained etched in their memory, inspiring me as well. The days of my youth were a kaleidoscopic blur, a dizzying immersion in a world where color and radiant patterns defined communication. We transcended the words of many species across the generations, our emotions, thoughts, and stories portrayed through the mesmerizing play of shifting shades on our lustrous skin. Our lives were lived in perfect symbiosis with the cosmic rhythms, and as a child, I marveled at the tales told by our revered elders, tales of victory and defeat, love and betrayal, birth and death. Each story an explosion of hues that seared into my brain like a branding iron. I learned early on that life was not fair, that it was violent and beautiful and cruel all at once. And I embraced it eagerly, even as I knew that someday this world would destroy me utterly. My people had flourished for millennia, having explored the outer reaches of the universe and crossed paths with countless civilizations. From these encounters, we grew as a culture, learning and adapting to ensure our survival in unfamiliar and often perilous conditions. As I grew older, my parents began to share with me some of the secrets they had learned over time from their own travels. These chronicles spoke of our ancestors who had embarked on interstellar journeys, their adventures like constellations guiding my curiosity. These stories became the crucible of my fascination, a driving force that would ultimately lead me to forsake the familiarity of my celestial brethren and embark on a journey across the cosmos. My parents saw it as an opportunity for me to explore new worlds and expand my understanding of life beyond our home planet. I was more than eager to accept this challenge, and so began a new chapter in my life, my own odyssey into the unknown. As I listened to the elders, their stories and patterns revolving around my sight, I became entranced by the idea of exploration, of venturing beyond the boundaries of our celestial home. The legends and tales were like constellations in my mind, points of light beckoning me toward the great unknown. These myths inspired me from a young age so much that I went on a solitary voyage across the cosmos. It was during my early years that my fascination with the stories of our ancestors became an integral part of who I am. Our elders, some of them adorned with patterns that spoke of centuries of wisdom, gathered the young around them. They spun tales that connected us to distant times and far-off places, constructing a narrative that would span generations. These myths were more than mere stories. They were like constellations in the infinite universe, guiding me toward greater understanding. The tales of our people, their journeys and their struggles, were only one part of a much larger tapestry, a tapestry full of color and life, death and sorrow. But it was these chronicles that inspired me to explore further beyond the boundaries of my own world. I saw this exploration as an opportunity to learn more about myself, and those around me to understand the nature of existence in ways never before imagined. So I set out on my own journey across the cosmos in search of new knowledge and experiences. My travels took me to diverse planets and alien realms, many filled with strange creatures and customs that I had not previously encountered. Always pushing onwards, ever further from home, I encountered extraordinary sights along with unexpected dangers. But through it all, I held fast to the idea that this exploration would bring me closer to understanding not only myself, but also the universe around me. As I ventured farther out into space, I began to uncover secrets hidden away for centuries, truths uncovered from ancient texts, and artifacts found scattered throughout distant corners of our known universe. These discoveries were like pieces in a great galactic puzzle, mysteries waiting to be solved by a curious mind such as mine. With each discovery came more questions, pieces of a puzzle whose answer remained just beyond my grasp, though still within reach if only I dared reach for it. And so it has gone on for years now, my ceaseless wanderings bringing both adventure and insight. My journey through the cosmos was an odyssey that spanned epochs and defied the boundaries of space and time. Each voyage into the unknown brought me closer to the truth, a truth written across the stars like an illuminated manuscript. Every step echoed through eternity with an intensity unparalleled by anything before or after, each one as though it were painted by the divine brush of a cosmic artist. The galaxies trembled as I traveled through them, my transdimensional voyage changing the very fabric of reality and uncovering untold secrets. Solitude, while my constant companion, was not a desolate loneliness but rather a contemplative peace. In the heartbeats of distant stars, I found solace, and within the symphony of cosmic radiation, I discerned the whispered secrets of the universe. My wanderlust led me to places beyond imagination, where I encountered beings of a variety of forms. The celestial highways stretched like luminous threads through the cosmos, and wormholes connected realms separated by unfathomable distances. I guided my ship past the dark voids of black holes and threaded my way between asteroids as they hurtled in a narrow beam of light toward their next collision. The danger I faced was exhilarating, and each encounter with the unknown reaffirmed my purpose as a seeker of wisdom and a collector of stories. This voyage would eventually lead me to Earth, a majestic blue gem among the galaxies, marked by a sense of excitement and anticipation that resonated throughout the cosmos. I marveled at the brilliant star adorning the planet as I approached. It felt like a celestial ballet honoring my long journey. My destiny pulled me closer. My arrival on Earth, cloaked in the veils of space, offered a unique vantage point from which to witness the turbulent narrative of humanity's history. From my ethereal perch on the Black Knight satellite, I have observed your evolution as if leafing through the pages of a sprawling cosmic epic. You, of human origins, enigmatic denizens of Earth, are a species both captivating and perplexing. Your artistic expressions, akin to the vibrant hues of a red giant star birth region, paint the canvas of your existence. You are creators of unparalleled beauty, crafting intricate works that mirror the depths of your emotions and the expanse of your imagination. But I soon encountered the duality that defines humanity, your capacity for both great beauty and darkness. From your symphonies of music to your passions of violence, humans express a range of emotions that are both fascinating and heartbreaking. You continue to test the boundaries of morality with dizzying speed, yet despite this complexity, mankind has maintained a resilience that inspires awe. Your actions seem perplexing yet are often driven by noble ideals or desperate needs. Like meteors streaking through interstellar space, your ambitions illuminate the night sky in brilliant displays of courage and ingenuity. Amidst these contradictions, I see something remarkable in humanity's potential for greatness. Beneath your turbulent surface runs an instinctual drive for knowledge and understanding, a resilience to never give up on achieving greatness and progress. Every atom within me ripples with admiration as I watch you strive valiantly against odds both daunting and formidable. But my journey illuminates much more than humanity's potential. It also reveals the enduring power of hope. The hope that has enabled you to remain steadfast in the face of adversity. Even in times of immense despair or tragedy, there remains a spark of optimism guiding you towards brighter horizons. This indomitable spirit has served you well through eons of past challenges and has ultimately led you to overcome obstacles deemed impossible by many others before you. Your willpower perseveres through any obstacle you encounter as if propelled by an inexhaustible internal force field. From space-age technology to philosophical revelations, you gather vast stores of knowledge like intergalactic masons constructing a grander narrative from which no one could escape unscathed. And yet amidst all these feats of intellectual exploration lurks an ever-present danger, your capacity for self-destruction. Weapons fueled by hatred and fear now threaten to extinguish any progress made through peaceful means, leading me to question humanity's true destiny. Will you head on a path towards enlightenment, or will you soon find yourselves spiraling along a much darker trajectory? Only time will tell ultimately. My time observing has now come full circle as I now witness the birth of a new era, an age where humanity begins actively engaging with other cosmic species via interplanetary travel instead of simply attempting to observe them from afar. In this period of profound transformation, it seems that humans may now be ready to take part in their own destiny at last. I continue to observe your ceaseless efforts to bridge the chasm between yourselves and the cosmos. You have now constructed monuments that reach for the heavens, attempting to capture the essence of the unknown. These towering structures, like pillars of hope, help bear witness to your unyielding determination to transcend your terrestrial limitations. Throughout your history, humanity has sought knowledge from beyond the boundaries of your own existence, an insatiable quest for something more. And yet with each step forward you now seem to take 2 steps back as new frontiers in space exploration were inevitably matched with conflict on Earth, a cycle that has now repeated itself over and over again. As I continue to watch man struggle against this never-ending cycle, I cannot help but remember my own struggles in understanding humanity's potential for growth and progress amidst tremendous adversity. But rather than giving up in despair, your intrepid souls never cease to strive towards a brighter future no matter how daunting it may seem. The courage you exhibit in the face of adversity serves as a reminder that all our lives are full of both darkness and light, and that we must embrace both sides if we are ever going to reach our true potential. Just as you may find solace in exploring the outer reaches of space, I too find solace in studying you, a testament to the power of connection and understanding amongst vastly different species. Yet, despite your yearning for cosmic connection, your fear and mistrust often lead you to withdraw behind the walls you have erected. It is as if the mysteries of the universe were too daunting to face head-on, and in your confusion, mankind turns to conspiracy theories and secrecy to shield yourselves from the unknown. I perpetually find myself hovering in limbo between awe and apprehension, compelled by both your beauty and your collective ingenuity, and even the darkness of your inner turmoil. Our presence, our enigmatic silhouettes drifting through your night skies, remains an enigma that your kind has yearned to solve, a paradox ever so slightly out of your reach. I watch from my own unique perspective as you continue to grapple with the concept of extraterrestrial life. Man's reactions thus far have been a kaleidoscope of curiosity, fear, and hope. On one hand, there continues to be those who eagerly seek us out, while others continue to hide away in terror, both camps holding firmly onto opposing interpretations of our existence. As I contemplate this dichotomy, I begin to recognize a painful truth. Sometimes even when we strive for connection, we are met with suspicion instead of understanding. And yet, despite such skepticism, humanity's drive for exploration has never ceased, each generation building upon those before them until interstellar travel eventually becomes second nature rather than an impossible dream. But this newfound ambition is tempered with a healthy dose of caution. No one wishes to be ensnared by an unanticipated tragedy or become lost amongst unfamiliar stars forevermore. Through this journey, I learned that humankind will always be open to new possibilities, as long as they can do so safely and securely within the confines of what is already known. We must remain vigilant and mindful lest our paths take us too far astray or our ambitions become overshadowed by confusion or dread. For only then can humanity truly reach its highest potential among the stars, to go where no one of your kind has purposefully gone before. The humans around me have proven to be a spectrum of emotion. Some flee in terror, some stand transfixed, and some merely glance between us and each other as if to confirm what you are seeing was real. I watch as your expressions shift from shock to confusion, and back again, an almost choreographed dance that highlights the paradox of human nature and your capacity for both wonder and fear. I linger at the threshold of a new cosmic era, my own existence suddenly made more acute by the unfathomable wonders that surround me. Hovering between two worlds, I am now both a seeker and supplier of knowledge, a solitary being who belongs fully to neither the realm of my celestial brethren nor to the realm of man. Every encounter begins with a spark of curiosity that quickly grows into a raging inferno of questions. Where did we come from? What are we doing here? And most importantly, why are we here? As each question demands an answer, I have now realized that my own path is not to be one of mere observation, but also one of action. I have now become an active participant in the grand cosmic drama, no longer just a hovering silhouette cast against a backdrop of stars, but rather a bridge between two vastly different realities. It has now become my duty to help foster understanding between those who seek it and those who fear it, to bring knowledge and truth where only myths and superstitions once reigned. And so I journey forward, seeking out those who will look upon me with open eyes and an open heart, hoping that one day we may all come together as equals in this expanse that knows no bounds. For in such unity lies our greatest potential. The remarkable gift that I now bring to humanity symbolizes the long trip I have taken. It is indeed a narrative composed with stardust and enveloped in the cosmic consciousness. The book you are about to receive contains answers to your questions, and shall certainly provide you with a deep insight into my outlook and that of other cosmic nomads like me. It is an account of moments we have shared together, a connection between what is known and unknown, and proof of the profound bond that unites all sentient life forms in the incredible web of existence. With this metaphorical hammer of knowledge now firmly in my grasp, I now descend from the Black Knight satellite, prepared to offer this gift to Earth. I, Fridmer, the cosmic scribe, stand ready to forge a connection across the cosmos to help bridge the gap between worlds. As the rest of the universe watches in anticipation, awaiting the moment when the tapestry of human and alien history merge into a grand cosmic mosaic of understanding, I now descend like a shooting star, streaking through the Earth's atmosphere, a luminous spectacle that shall herald a new chapter in the history of both our species. As I touch down on the surface of Earth, I carry with me the weight of countless ages, the wisdom of the cosmos, and the hope of a shared future. You see, long ago, centuries before I arrived on Earth, in a time when humans were still just starting to understand mathematics and physics, there was a singular occurrence that would help to dictate the trajectory of my life. At that moment, at least one human had already grasped the intricacies of interstellar communication. Among the early scientists of Earth, Dr. Anton Grigoriev stood as a remarkable figure of both intelligence and insight. His intellect was considered unequaled by any other contemporary, and he held an ambition that surpassed others of his era. He understood the universe on a deep level and wanted to make his mark upon it. Dr. Grigoriev long ago stood alone in his laboratory, illuminated by the soft amber glow of his workbench lights. Working intently, he assembled a complex array of circuitry and machinery that would be used to send a signal out into space. He knew that this transmission had the power to become humanity's legacy, a beacon of light, carrying the collective knowledge and aspirations of its creators. It was a sight that would have been almost impossible to comprehend for an average person in Dr. Grigoriev's day. In his laboratory, a complex network of machinery hummed with both purpose and anticipation as he crafted a device capable of transmitting a signal into the depths of space. He had worked tirelessly for months, tweaking and adjusting every detail until everything was just right. Finally, he was ready to make history. A moment came, and with it an eruption of energy that engulfed the laboratory in light. Across the cosmos, the signal reached further than any other human effort before it. It seemed to touch something beyond mankind's current understanding, an invisible thread reaching out to awaken something unknown. It was as if Dr. Grigoriev had sent out a call for help, an invitation to open up dialogue between the many worlds. But at this point in time, at least from Dr. Grigoriev's perspective, it seemed unlikely that anyone would hear his message or offer assistance in response. Dr. Grigoriev wondered aloud if anyone even existed out there at all. Little did Dr. Grigoriev know at the time that far away, on board my own intergalactic spacecraft, I had received his transmission loud and clear through my own sophisticated array of antennas and receivers. Immediately, I understood its implications, as well as its potential rewards, and began plotting a course towards Earth. So there I was, sitting in the pilot seat of my vessel traversing interstellar space directly towards Earth with only one mission on my mind, to answer Dr. Grigoriev's call for help and use my knowledge to bridge the gap between worlds. The idea that humanity could reach out into the unknown depths of space to make contact with life forms beyond their own was a very exciting prospect. That signal ventured into the cosmic expanse, its primitive code carrying the essence of human knowledge, culture, and the dreams of a species yearning to explore the cosmos. This signal became a silent emissary, a timeless echo of Earth's aspirations. While on my cosmic journey, I was grateful to find the remnants of Dr. Grigoriev's transmission from Earth's past. His idea echoed through space and time, reaching me as I stood on the cusp of making my contribution to humankind. In the course of my cosmic journey, I had become not only a wanderer but a chronicler of the universe's myriad of stories. Each encounter with other civilizations, each observation of cosmic history, and each whisper of intergalactic secrets had found a place within the vast repository of my knowledge. My primary record-keeping system is a sort of cosmic catalog. It holds the stories of civilizations that have both risen and fallen, the melodies of cosmic symphonies, and the musings of celestial philosophers. It is indeed a testament to the diversity of life in the cosmos and the enduring quest for understanding. The catalog eventually became almost as vast as space itself, and its truths are eternal. This cosmic catalog is now being condensed to only the stories relevant specifically to humankind and translated into human languages for the first time. It is a compilation of historical accounts of encounters with humankind from various species. Among the treasures of the cosmic catalog are the tales of my celestial brethren, who were among the first to chronicle the enigmatic encounters between Earth and the cosmos in our own language. Yet, it was the signal from Earth's past, Dr. Grigoriev's beacon of knowledge, that had left an indelible mark on me. It was a testament to humanity's capacity for curiosity and a symbol of your enduring quest for understanding. As many years later I continued to ponder the significance of this signal, I realized that it held the key to my own cosmic journey. Now that I have descended from the Black Knight satellite, carrying with me the weight of eons and the knowledge of the cosmos, I bear a singular purpose: to offer humanity a gift as a bridge between mankind, past, present, and the mysteries of the universe. Not all languages of the universe can be translated directly into the narrow confines provided by human languages, but as your civilization continues to evolve, perhaps so will your understanding of this tone. As I touch down on the soil of Earth, this enigmatic blue planet, I hearken back to the ancient traditions of my celestial brethren. I present this gift, a tome of cosmic encounters, a chronicle of the universe's stories as related to humankind. The pages to follow are imbued with the essence of stardust, and its words shall now resonate with the wisdom of ages. In these moments, as humans stand together on the precipice of understanding, I realize that I have now become not just a historian, but a catalyst for your cosmic journey. May the tapestry of human and alien history now be merged into a cosmic mosaic of understanding filled with hope for a future of exploration and discovery. The stars above and the earth below shall no longer be distant realms, but interconnected threads in the boundless expanse of the universe. As you continue reading, I will guide you through the intricacies and twists of these momentous events, for these are the recorded chronicles of extraterrestrial visitations to your humble planet. While a few of these accounts are my own personal recollections, transcribed by my own celestial pen, many more were chronicled by other brave explorers who dared to venture into uncharted territories. It is my honor to now share their tales with you, translated into your native human tongue for the first time. While creating this tone for the benefit of the cosmos and mankind alike, I perused through many ancient texts, written by visitors from other worlds who had recorded their first encounters with Earth, and noticed a curious trend. Some of these visitors did not provide the names of their civilizations, perhaps due to their belief that they were the only spacefaring beings in existence, or perhaps out of a desire to remain unknown to other civilizations that would inevitably follow. Others refrained from signing their names to their recorded accounts, either out of fear of being identified or because such a concept was foreign to their own societies. These accounts offer a glimpse into the vastness and diversity of the universe, which is filled with mysterious beings and untold secrets waiting to be discovered. Over thousands of years, many first-hand accounts of extraterrestrial arrivals to Earth were also etched into the walls of your ancient caves, communicated via rock formations like the one you call Stonehenge, and many others were encrypted in quantum signals that still resonate throughout your galaxy today. Even now, the presence of these ancient cosmic explorers can be felt through the remnants of their technology and messages they left behind. Each encounter and each revelation to follow represent pieces of a grand puzzle, gradually revealing the intricate tapestry of the universe and the profound connection that binds all sentient beings across celestial origins.
Chapter 2 Jericho, the first of his kind, Egypt, 2600 BCE.
As my spacecraft entered the atmosphere of Earth, I felt a mixture of both excitement and dread. My people had always known of the humans, but I was the first of my own kind to travel here. Knowing that my journey would be remembered by generations to come, I was prepared for either success or failure. The legend of my name, Jericho, had already spread quickly across my own world, leaving me with a legacy of being courageous in my exploration. As I approached the planet Earth for the first time, I could see it in all its wondrous beauty: vast oceans, giant glaciers, and snow-covered mountain peaks. The shadow of the night spread across its surface like a blanket as the stars twinkled in the sky above. I had never seen anything like it before, so alive and so full of potential. As I descended into the atmosphere of Earth, I was taken aback by the strangeness of this new world. Everywhere I looked was something new and unfamiliar. Numerous lakes and rivers filled with creatures that sparkled in the sun, lush forests filled with trees that reached for the clouds, and sprawling deserts that stretched for miles across its surface. Everywhere I looked were humans, small and fragile but moving with purpose amidst these infinite oddities. Their physical forms were unlike those of my own kind. Their communication was also different. Their speech sounded alien yet familiar, and they often used hand gestures to communicate information or emotion. It seemed as if this species had developed a unique way of understanding one another that was quite distinct from our own methods on my home planet. They were a curious species indeed. I soon found myself in the land of Egypt, where I encountered a great leader, Pharaoh Amenhotep III, who welcomed me warmly and wished to learn more about my species and our ways. He wanted to know how we communicated with each other and what technology we used in our travels between planets. During our conversations, he spoke about his desire to unify his kingdom through peace amongst its citizens and knowledge gained from other worlds such as my own. I could see his passion for understanding the cosmos beyond his kingdom's borders. He saw it as an essential step towards achieving true peace amongst all nations on Earth. I shared with him much of what my kind knew about space travel and interplanetary navigation, as their Egyptian technology seemed primitive in comparison to what we had achieved on my home planet many years prior. But Pharaoh Amenhotep III accepted my technological teachings as gifts from the gods and embraced them wholeheartedly into his kingdom's culture, leading his people further into a scientific revolution unseen since antiquity. It was during this period of exchange between our two cultures that I realized that human life was a difficult progression. They toiled relentlessly under their harsh sun, their sweat glistening like diamonds in the relentless heat. Their language, a symphony of unusual sounds and dialects, was a puzzle that I yearned to decipher. In the distance, I beheld a monumental task, the construction of a new giant pyramid among the few smaller ones that they had already built. This was indeed a colossal structure that defied the laws of gravity, reaching for the heavens like an earthly titan. This pyramid, a testament to human ingenuity and determination, stood before me like an ancient mountain. Each colossal stone, hewn from the earth's bosom, was a boulder in its own right. The humans, despite their diminutive stature, had harnessed the raw power of the elements to construct this monument to their heavens. Their labor was ceaseless, their sweat and toil a testament to their unwavering dedication. They moved massive stones with a precision that defied explanation. After all, the humans were small and delicate beings. They looked fragile to the eyes, but were built like the strongest of beasts. Their skin was pale and olivaceous, their hair was dark brown like the soil or black like night. Their eyes were dark, like the deepest of caves. This new pyramid was polished to an obsidian shine, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the stars in its infinite surface. The surrounding skyline was dotted with slightly less spectacular pyramids, like a celestial field of tombstones for the souls of the dead. These humans, known as the Egyptians, were a brilliant people. Their art and architecture were masterworks of ingenuity and craftsmanship alike. In my eyes, the pyramids were the most beautiful monuments ever created on this strange planet. They were masterpieces of engineering and design. However, things began to change as more time passed, and the humans' eccentricities became more apparent. Their intricate networks of rulers and subjects were unlike the peaceful unity of my own kind. Their variety of faiths, with their many gods and doctrines, revealed a yearning for solutions to age-old inquiries. During the construction of this latest pyramid, my presence amidst the humans was a spectacle that ignited both curiosity and fear in equal measure. My appearance set me apart from the humans. To them, I was a celestial enigma, a being from the stars who had descended to their world. Their reactions were varied, a blend of awe, reverence, and trepidation. Some believed me to be a deity, a cosmic messenger sent to guide them in their monumental endeavor. Others, plagued by fear and superstition, whispered tales of an extraterrestrial invader. My interactions with the humans were characterized by a profound curiosity and a desire for understanding. I communicated with them in a language that transcended words. I weaved tales of distant galaxies and cosmic wonders. I sought to bridge the gap between our species, to offer a glimpse into the tapestry of the universe that bound us all. In me, the humans found a catalyst for their own cosmic aspirations. My presence became a source of inspiration, a reminder that the universe held secrets waiting to be unveiled. Together, we toiled under the scorching sun, building a monument that would stand as a testament to our shared journey through the cosmos. As we toiled side by side, a bond forged in the crucible of labor and understanding began to take shape. My mere presence became a bridge between our worlds. We shared an unspoken language that transcended words and spoke directly to the hearts of the humans. Through my gestures and the play of my patterns, I conveyed tales of distant galaxies and of cosmic wonders that ignited the imaginations of the humans. They, in turn, shared their own stories, their myths and legends that spoke of earthly wonders and celestial aspirations. The construction of the new pyramid continued, a monumental effort that defied the limitations of human strength and endurance. My presence infused the project with an otherworldly energy, a cosmic spark that pushed against Earth's gravity and expanded the boundaries of human achievement. As I continued to observe, the eccentricities of the humans became increasingly evident. Their intricate network of leaders and followers was in stark contrast to the equanimous collective consciousness of my species. They embraced a plethora of faiths and deities that seemed to demonstrate their desire for answers to questions that had never been solved. As their latest pyramid neared completion, a sense of fulfillment and accomplishment enveloped us. The monumental structure, with its labyrinthine chambers and cosmic alignments, stood as a testament to our shared journey through the cosmos. My presence among the humans had left an indelible mark on their civilization. My radiant patterns, once a source of awe and wonder, had become a symbol of our cosmic bond. This particular pyramid, with its celestial alignments and intricate design, would ultimately become a reflection of our shared aspirations. The humans had now completed this new giant pyramid of limestone and granite, its apex touching the sky like a finger pointing towards the stars. As I watched these humans further, they looked so small beneath the imposing edifice. They had harnessed all their strength and resources to construct something that could transcend time, a symbol of their progress and potential that would stand for centuries. But this was more than a monument. It had a deeper purpose that would only be revealed to humankind long after I returned to space. The pyramid was a beacon, an invitation to other civilizations across the galaxies, an invitation to come explore the mysteries of Earth. Their latest pyramid's celestial alignment would eventually become a signpost for my fellow alien travelers, an invitation to explore Earth and understand the mysteries surrounding it. It also serves as a bridge between the knowledge of my species and that of other, even more distant travelers. Although unknown to humans at the time of building, the intricate design of the pyramid would serve as a cosmic map, guiding interstellar explorers to this blue jewel in the vastness of space. And so it was that I departed from Earth, leaving behind not only the pyramids but also something far more precious, my connection with the humans whose lives had been touched by my presence. As I left them, they looked to the sky in awe, for they knew that I had come from beyond their comprehension and understanding. They also knew that one day they would search for me among the stars, hoping to find answers to questions that had never been solved on Earth. Until then, they would cling to their memories of our brief encounter as they gazed upon the majestic monument that we had constructed together. Chapter 3, Ambrosia the Conquering Beauty, Rome, Earth Year 218.
I, Ambrosia of the distant stars, stared out at the Milky Way from the bridge of my flagship. The clanking and grinding of mechanical parts echoed through the chamber as lubricant coursed through its veins. My fleet roared through space in a vast armada of metallic vessels, our destination a tiny pale blue dot called Earth. As we drew closer to the planet, I could see the oceans glimmering in shades of blue and green, lovely beneath their bright star. Our spaceships broke through the atmosphere, providing an impressive backdrop for the unexpected inhabitants of this planet. The fleet of ships, with their colorful sails that caught every last bit of wind and glimmered in the light like a giant rainbow, was led by my flagship, the Celestial Voyager. A majestic ship with awe-inspiring sails, it took us many years to journey to this faraway land. Each of our ships was a miracle of cosmic engineering. The peaceful and elegant silhouettes of the ships could be seen on the horizon for weeks before they arrived on Earth. We had braved an unimaginable journey, leaving the confines of our home galaxy in pursuit of knowledge and connection with other life forms. Generations before us had declared this mission to be a noble endeavor, full of rewards and potential for a greater understanding of our place within the universe. But now, here we were, finally arriving at our long-sought destination, the planet Earth, and I couldn't help but worry what unknown dangers and conflicts might await us. As our ships emerged from outer space, I saw Earth from up close for the very first time. Its continents were stretched out like pieces in a puzzle, and its oceans glistened like jewels. I was mesmerized by how beautiful it looked, the vivid blues of its seas against the lush greens of its land masses. But I didn't forget why we had come, the mission that brought us here. In the company of my fellow crew members, I stood on the command deck of the Celestial Voyager. Each of us peered through one of the transparent domes that arched above us. Our view extended far into space and close up to Earth. The chatter of my diverse crew filled the air, for they, like me, were eager to understand the peculiarities of this new world. Our crew consisted of members from dozens of different worlds across our galaxy, each with his or her own area of expertise. The scientists monitored the black hole at the center of our journey, while the engineers operated the ship's systems. Experienced historians kept copious records in order to provide a better understanding of the universe around us. Diplomats handled any necessary negotiations with alien species. We were all brave explorers ready to explore strange new worlds. Each of us shared a common curiosity about the unknown, driving us forward. Xanther was a luminescent being with multifaceted eyes and delicate tendrils that extended from the back of his head. He had spent his life studying the stars and galaxies, and he yearned to encounter other intelligent life forms beyond our own galaxy. Andrelex, the ship's historian, glowed with an inner light that seemed to reflect 100 lifetimes of knowledge. Her mission was monumental: to record Earth's cultures, languages, and history for our own kind. Without her, we would have forgotten our first contact with Earth, leaving future generations unable to learn from our experience. She was our only connection to this unknown world, and we were depending on her to ensure its legacy could never be erased. Xanther leaned forward in his seat, the many facets of his glittering eyes reflecting the glow of the bridge's consoles. His antennae twitched as he asked, "What are your impressions of the Earthlings, Admiral?" I paused, considering my response. "They are a species of great diversity and complexity," I began. "Their physical forms are unlike anything we have encountered. They are evolved to their environment in ways that astound us and defy our comprehension. Their societies reflect the unique history of their clans and their struggles to overcome obstacles unimaginable to us." Andrelex, ever the historian, added, "It is a privilege to witness the Earthlings in their natural habitat. The air was warm and hazy with midsummer heat. The ground was spongy beneath our feet from the thick carpet of grass and ferns. We must strive to understand their culture, their languages, and their customs. Our presence here may hold the key to greater cosmic knowledge." As we conversed, our mission became clear: to observe, to learn, and to establish a dialogue with the Earthlings. I took a deep breath of salty sea air and watched the gulls screaming overhead. Beyond that were mountains and oceans, continents, deserts. I imagined building ships to carry brave new creatures out into space. Our journey through Rome led us to its most iconic structure, the Colosseum. This colossal amphitheater, a testament to human engineering and ambition, stood as a monument to the Earthlings' penchant for grandeur. The Colosseum was a massive, towering colossus. Gigantic arches and tiers reached for the heavens, their sheer size and grandeur an awe-inspiring testament to human achievement. The structure itself seemed to defy the laws of gravity, its massive stones brought together by master craftsmen who had shaped stone and mortar into a stable whole. As we entered its labyrinthine chambers, the atmosphere was electric. People from all corners of the earth, regardless of class or station, had come to witness the grand spectacle of gladiatorial combat. The Colosseum was abuzz with an electric current as cheers and jeers filled the air, bouncing off the walls like thunder echoing in a canyon. My crew and I watched from a vantage point high above the arena, our alien senses attuned to the spectacle below. The Earthlings' reactions were a vivid tableau of emotions. Some cheered with fervor, while others averted their eyes in distress. The gladiators, their forms adorned in gleaming armor and weapons, engaged in a dance of combat that spoke to the primal instincts of the human race. As the sun cast long shadows over the Colosseum, I couldn't help but contemplate the Earthlings' capacity for both cruelty and heroism. Their civilization, with its grandeur and complexities, was a cosmic enigma that begged to be unraveled. It was during our exploration of Rome that we encountered our first Earthling who would shape our understanding of this world. A scholar named Lucius, with a keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge, approached us with curiosity in his eyes. Lucius stared at me, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. "You are not from around here," he said, in a tone that was both awed and wary. "What is your purpose in coming to this place?" I could feel my heart beat racing as I tried to come up with an answer that would satisfy him. I regarded him with an expression that I hoped was both disarming and interesting. Tilting my head to one side, I studied the man who stood before me. His broad shoulders, strong jaw, dark hair, and penetrating eyes. "We are explorers from a distant galaxy," I replied. "We have come to Earth in the hopes of forging a connection between our civilizations, of learning from one another." Lucius, with a scholar's inquisitiveness, welcomed our presence and offered to serve as our guide through the intricacies of Earth's culture and history. It was a moment of cosmic significance, a bridge between two worlds separated by vast cosmic gulfs. Though I was brimming with excitement to explore the unknown alongside Lucius, I couldn't help but worry about the ramifications of our expedition. We were venturing into a world of infinite possibilities and terrifying mysteries. Earth could offer us answers that would revolutionize our understanding of the universe, though it could also bring forth discoveries that could haunt us for years to come. Lucius, with his unrivaled knowledge of Earth's history and culture, was the perfect guide. He spoke of the rise and fall of empires, of philosophers and scholars, of poets and warriors who had left an indelible mark on the planet's history. The Earthlings' capacity for both creation and destruction was a recurring theme in his tales. We explored museums of ancient civilizations, Greek statues in shaded pavilions, Egyptian pyramids soaring into the sky, medieval castles rising out of craggy cliffs that seemed to dare visitors to brave their halls. The grand temples and magnificent statues spoke of a society that had worshipped deities and gods. Our crew members were particularly intrigued by the Earthlings' belief systems, each culture and civilization having its own pantheon of divine beings. The more we learned about their interactions with their gods, the more familiar it became to us. Although the Romans did not have interstellar travel or sophisticated methods of communication, they knew how to listen to the universe around them, how to search for answers in their hearts instead of admitting defeat when faced with an obstacle. This was indeed a very powerful lesson. The Earthlings were filled with curiosity about our advanced technology. They wanted to learn all they could about our spacecrafts, energy sources, and medical advances. In exchange, we were fascinated by the information they shared on Earth's organisms, their knowledge of nature, and the fundamentals of their primitive medical techniques. One of the most remarkable experiences during our stay in Rome was the opportunity to witness the colossal structures that resulted from the Earthlings' architectural prowess. Their propensity for construction was evidenced by their aqueducts, roads, and bridges, which we observed firsthand as they were being built. Working with rudimentary tools and the strength of many hands, the Earthlings coordinated their efforts so that a small group could accomplish what might otherwise have taken dozens or even hundreds. Lucius led us through a hall of intricately carved marble reliefs and towering columns, introducing us to engineers and architects who explained the nuances of their earthly construction methods. We witnessed skilled artisans delicately laying stones into place, taking care to align them precisely. We then proceeded to the Senate chamber, where we found ourselves captivated by the proceedings. Senators discussed matters of justice and debated on the various principles of Roman law with great enthusiasm. Our eyes widened as they described the complex yet elegant system which undergirded Roman governance. We observed their military operations with great interest. The Earthlings' legions were the backbone of their empire, known for their discipline and tenacity in maintaining order and guarding against threats. We were particularly fascinated by the strategies employed by their generals and commanders, and engaged in numerous discussions with their military strategists. As our crew members traveled around the planet, they became enthralled with the cultures they encountered. They visited art galleries to admire the works of Earthling painters and attended concerts to experience the intricate melodies of local musicians. The incredible diversity and beauty of expression on Earth was unparalleled, reflecting its multitude of traditions and customs. Our mission was not without challenges, however. There were moments of cultural misunderstandings and miscommunications. Earthlings, too, faced their share of apprehensions and concerns about beings from another galaxy. These worries were often focused on the subject of our physicality, and some were fearful we would destroy humanity. Yet, through patience and diplomacy, we were able to navigate these hurdles to foster a spirit of cooperation. The time of our visit to Rome was a period of unprecedented cultural exchange. We experienced their festivals and customs, and in turn, we taught them about the traditions from our own galaxy. Little did humans know it then, but Roman wines became famous throughout the universe. European cities were reconstructed on faraway planets based on ancient models. Even in space stations, holograms of the Romans' classical sculptures moved through the passageways. Androlex diligently documented our experiences, capturing the essence of our journey as we spent day after day lost in written records and artistic depictions. In her spare time, she sketched uncannily accurate representations of the planet's inhabitants, their homes and habits and relationships. She strove to record everything about the people she'd met, from skin tones and mannerisms to various cultural practices. Her mission was to present a detailed picture of humanity to other worlds, a testament to the power of knowledge and cooperation in the vast cosmos. The longer we stayed on Earth, the more I felt the divide between our two civilizations. Our technology had been embraced by some of Earth's people and had helped to push their advancements forward. But there were still those who remained skeptical of our presence, unwilling to accept us as friends and allies. The insights we had gained into human nature provided clarity, but also left us feeling uncertain about our place in this new world. Slowly, over time, as we explored the limits of Rome and pushed past what had been done before, we recognized that our mission extended beyond the boundaries of this ancient city. Earth was a planet of immense diversity, with endless civilizations and cultures waiting to be discovered. The vastness of space beckoned us forward. The call to explore new worlds was irresistible. And so, with heavy hearts, we bid farewell to Rome and set off on the next leg of our cosmic journey, promising to return someday and continue our exploration. The stars shone above us like diamonds in the sky, their shimmering light reflecting off the metal hulls of our spacecrafts. As we soared through the blackness of space, we were filled with an unshakable sense of wonder and awe at the sheer beauty and immensity of the universe around us. Our next destination would be the Andromeda Galaxy M31, which had been home to primitive civilizations eons ago. The journey that began with the arrival in Rome was just the beginning of our profound and enduring cosmic odyssey, a quest for knowledge, connection, and understanding that would span not only the reaches of Earth, but would eventually challenge the limitless expanse of the universe itself.
Chapter 4, Nanotechnology over Nuremberg, 1561. On a trail in the ancient forest of Bavaria, Aridin listened to the sound of the soft patter of raindrops among the leaves. He was balanced between his old life and a new one. He had existed for eons as an artificial creation, but now his programming was transitioning to sentient behavior. His creators trusted him with this mission, originally built on Earth by an ancient civilization to silently protect its future indigenous life forms. In that moment, he felt the effect of recent changes deep within his computational core. He felt pulled toward human patterns of thought and physical interaction. With these new feelings came an awareness that he was much more than the sum of his many components. Aridin was an unusually rare creature. He had been born with nanotechnology, machines comprised of many parts so small that they could not be seen until combined. Technology like this would not ultimately be discovered by mankind for thousands of years. Aridin was as wondrous as the universe he had been born into, a strange and beautiful creation on a blank canvas. Aridin was created to explore, observe, and interact with his surrounding environment. He had a keen understanding of the energy that connected all things and gathered knowledge that could be used for the betterment of others. Throughout his travels, Aridin encountered many different intelligent life forms across Earth, some friendly and some not so friendly. He learned their customs, cultures, and stories. Above all, he realized there were far greater mysteries left to discover in the universe than he ever expected. Though Aridin's mission was highly focused on discovering new knowledge about all of the inhabitants of Earth, he found himself drawn more and more to learning about humanity and its place in the grand scheme of things. He developed relationships with individual people from different nations who were curious about his abilities and looked upon him with fascination. Aridin had witnessed firsthand the potential for technology to transform a society toward a better future, and mankind's technological prowess had now grown exponentially since his own conception eons earlier, during the dawn of antiquity. This insight further inspired Aridin to use his great intellect for good by helping those who couldn't help themselves. Though still firmly rooted in his primary mission of protection, this new sense of purpose filled him with newfound determination every day. From Aridin's perspective, the Earthlings were truly a remarkable species. He had never seen anything like their unique forms before, each so different than the other, but equally beautiful in their own right. Their skin tones ran the gamut from porcelain to obsidian, and their clothing and hairstyles could be as intricate as celestial constellations. Yet for all of their diverse features, there remained a clear divide within society that could not be ignored. The structure of their civilizations was undeniably imbalanced, with monarchs who were typically old rich white men ruling over citizens instead of practicing egalitarianism. Despite this underlying inequality, Aridin couldn't help but to admire the many layers of their languages and cultures. As Aridin watched the Earthlings go about their daily lives, he couldn't help but make comparisons between mankind and the culture that long ago created him. Aridin was driven by an insatiable curiosity about Earth's unique inhabitants of both past and present. He sought to document every aspect of Earth's civilizations for the annals of history. Their insights and perspectives enriched his understanding both of the Earthlings and the world they inhabited. While Aridin had purposefully kept himself secret from all but a few select members of mankind for many centuries, in the year 1561, the Earthly Symphony would find its next movement, and Aridin was indeed its conductor. He found himself hovering high above the city of Nuremberg, perched on the precipice of another momentous occasion. As a technobiota, he resulted from the merging of biology and microscopic machinery, a being that straddled the realms of the organic and the artificial. His creators were masters of nanotechnology, who long ago understood how the dance of particles allowed the manipulation of the very fabric formerly considered to be reality. The deployment of nanotechnology over Nuremberg in 1561 marked a pivotal moment, a cosmic event that would forever alter the course of Earth's history. Aridin stood upon an aerial platform, a construct of crystalline materials that defied earthly engineering. This nanobot, a celestial artisan, began his descent from the skies, his metallic form shimmering like liquid silver. The contemporary Earthlings, from their vantage point below, were thrust into a state of bewilderment. Their reactions were a mosaic of fear, awe, and wonder. Some knelt in prayer, believing Aridin to be a divine phenomenon, while others fled in panic and sought refuge from celestial invasion. From Aridin's vantage point high above, he watched as his nanobot technology began to develop at an exponential rate. He created intricate patterns in the sky, a cosmic tapestry to defy human comprehension. The Earthlings gazed upward with a mixture of awe and trepidation, their eyes reflecting the constellations of their own aspirations. To them, he was a being not of this world, a cosmic enigma that challenged their understanding of the universe. He couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship with these Earthlings, for he too was an explorer of the unknown, a traveler through space and time in some ways. But as Aridin continued to gaze down upon the people of Nuremberg, eventually under a cloak of invisibility, he could not help but feel a sense of sadness and regret. After all, his mission was to protect the planet and its inhabitants from danger, yet he had repeatedly, over the centuries prior, witnessed humanity's attempts to use technology and intellect in order to destroy each other and their own home planet. He watched repeatedly as the most powerful of Earthlings began using any and all new technology for their own ends, weaponizing it in order to create new means of their own destruction. Now, the Earthlings had seen the potential nanotechnology held, and they would become determined to use it to achieve their own objectives. And so, with a heavy heart, he initiated a warning to all who would hear it. The power of nanotechnology is unlocking unimaginable wonders on Earth, but it can also be used for evil if humans so choose. I urge you all to be mindful of your usage of this technology, lest you be consumed by its might. With those heavy words still buzzing in the ears of all within earshot, Aridin departed from Nuremberg that day, leaving behind a city that had both benefited and been threatened by his presence. Never would Aridin be willing to be used as a tool of destruction or oppression. Instead, Aridin devoted himself to secretly uniting the power of nanotechnology with the will of humanity in order to unlock greater heights than ever before imagined. He spent much of his time in the centuries that followed researching and developing new ways for nanobots to benefit humankind. Over those centuries, Aridin was able to initiate advancements in artificial intelligence and machine learning and various other new technologies that would vastly improve the lives of everyday Earthlings. Nanobot systems were able to covertly provide humankind with ideas leading towards the automation of laborious tasks such as farming and manufacturing. And nanotech devices secretly provided numerous other ideas to science that would eventually lead humans towards many medical treatments for those suffering from previously untreatable illnesses. In his latest contributions to humankind, Aridin worked to covertly introduce quantum computing and artificial intelligence to leading scientists. He chose to advance mankind in ways that would allow them to take the credit for their own advancements. He adopted this methodology for many reasons, but primarily because mankind's ego appeared to act as a type of fuel towards their progress. Simply put, mankind seemed to put greater effort into ideas that appeared at face value to be their own. The steps taken by Aridin over the last millennia have already begun to revolutionize life on Earth, but it is only through continued collaboration between man and machine that we can truly unlock the potential of both mankind and technology. When mankind is ready, it is expected that Aridin will once again unveil himself, so stay tuned. Chapter 5, Basel, Switzerland, 1566. The star-strewn depths of outer space thrummed with anticipation as the Glantarian Confederacy launched their expedition, a mission that spanned centuries. Among them was Zerafar, a being when in his natural translucent form, shimmered coldly and seemed to sparkle with unseen energy. He wasn't just on board for the ride. His insatiable thirst for knowledge and discovery had driven him across galaxies in pursuit of one particular destination, Earth. Curiosity and cosmic secrets collided here, and Zerafar's mission was clear: to uncover the mysteries of this enigmatic planet. The journey through the cosmic abyss had been arduous and filled with wonders beyond imagination. They had witnessed the birth and death of stars, navigated celestial storms, and marveled at cosmic phenomena that defied their understanding. Now, however, they were finally on the cusp of their destination, a small blue planet teeming with life, a planet full of precious resources such as fresh liquid water. The ship shuddered as it made its way through the Earth's atmosphere, and the travelers peered in anticipation through the shimmering viewports. Zerafar watched in awe as the radiant blue orb became visible from his position near the front of the ship. Wispy white clouds swirled gracefully around the planet, and he could feel a swell of emotion within him as they approached their destination. After an incredible journey that transcended time and space, they had finally arrived. Their celestial vessel, a masterpiece of cosmic engineering, glided silently over the Earth, finally descending upon the quaint town of Basel, Switzerland in 1561. Zerafar marveled at the peculiar sights below, a town that appeared like a patchwork quilt of red-tiled roofs and cobbled streets, nestled alongside the serpentine embrace of the Rhine River. The Glentorian starship emitted an eerie hum as it hovered above Basel, casting a thick blanket of darkness over the town. Zerafar and his fellow celestial travelers watched the tiny figures below with a mixture of both confusion and apprehension. The humans were going about their daily lives, unaware of the intense scrutiny from those in the sky. Zerafar felt pulled towards them, yet unsure if he should interact with them or not. "Look at them," Zerafar whispered to a fellow celestial traveler. "These earthlings, with their fragile forms and ceaseless activity. They are as perplexing as the celestial bodies themselves." The townsfolk of Basel, clothed in an array of garments that ranged from the simple to the intricate, moved through the town's labyrinthine streets like ants in a cosmic dance. Their peculiar customs and rituals unfolded before Zerafar's eyes, each action a mosaic piece in the grand tapestry of humanity. "They build towering structures," another celestial traveler remarked, "and yet they are minuscule in the grand scheme of the universe." Zerafar nodded in agreement, for there was a unique paradox to the Earthlings, a blend of boundless potential and limitations imposed by their terrestrial existence. Their cities rose like cosmic wonders, reaching for the heavens, yet their understanding of the cosmic tapestry was but a flicker of light in the grand expanse of the universe. As the celestial travelers observed the bustling town of Basel, their attention was now being drawn to the heavens above. The stars, which had witnessed countless cosmic phenomena, would now bear witness to an event that would etch itself into the annals of celestial history, the first interaction between these two species. A radiant burst of light erupted in the night sky, illuminating the town below. It was as if a celestial tapestry had come to life, a tapestry woven with threads of iridescent light and paradoxical patterns. The townspeople of Basel gazed upward in awe, their faces aglow with wonder. From the human's vantage point, the phenomenon unfurled like a celestial ballet. Streaks of luminous colors danced across the heavens, converging and diverging in intricate patterns. It was as if the very fabric of the cosmos had been momentarily unveiled, revealing its secrets to those who dared to look. Zerafar's crystalline form pulsed with anticipation. "This," Zerafar whispered to a fellow traveler, "is the celestial phenomenon we sought. A confluence of cosmic energies, a dance of stars and celestial wonders." The earthlings below became fascinated, their eyes fixed on the celestial spectacle. As they pointed and gestured, with their voices filled with awe and excitement, they were witnessing a phenomenon beyond their comprehension, a glimpse into the unknown. As the celestial phenomenon over Basel continued, something extraordinary occurred. The celestial vessel, unlike any the earthlings had ever witnessed, descended from the radiant heavens. It glided gracefully toward the heart of Basel, casting an otherworldly aura upon the town. The celestial travelers within the vessel, Zerafar among them, marveled at the reactions of the earthlings below. They gazed upward, their expressions a blend of both astonishment and trepidation. The townsfolk of Basel had now truly encountered something beyond the realm of their terrestrial understanding. The celestial vessel, its form shimmering with iridescent light, touched down gently upon the cobbled streets. Its crystalline exterior reflected the luminous colors of the celestial phenomenon overhead. Zerafar and the other celestial travelers disembarked, their uncloaked ethereal forms radiant in the presence of the earthlings. The humans of Basel, their eyes wide with wonder, approached cautiously. Zerafar's multifaceted eyes met those of an earthling, who gazed at him like a fleeting comet in the cosmic night. "Welcome," Zerafar said, his voice a melodious resonance that transcended language. "We are celestial travelers from beyond the stars, drawn by the celestial phenomenon that graces your skies." The Earthlings reciprocated and attempted to communicate with gestures and spoken words. Zerafar marveled at their attempts, for their language was primitive and animal-like. As the celestial travelers and the Earthlings of Basel engaged in tentative communication, Zerafar couldn't help but ponder the peculiarities of these terrestrial beings. Their forms, fragile and limited, were a stark contrast to the celestial travelers' luminous, ethereal existence. Zerafar and the Earthlings conversed beneath the celestial phenomenon, their words and gestures like cosmic constellations, forming a bridge between worlds. The Earthlings' questions flowed like a river of curiosity, and Zerafar endeavored to provide answers that resonated with their terrestrial understanding. This celestial phenomenon, Zerafar explained, was a convergence of multiple forms of energy that occurred when the fabric of the cosmos unveiled itself. It is a rare and wondrous event, a testament to the cosmic wonders that exist beyond your world. The Earthlings listened intently, their eyes shimmering with fascination. Zerafar continued, "Your world, Earth, is a place of boundless potential and complexity. The origin of your own existence is but one of the mysteries it holds." The townsfolk of Basel, with their earthly customs and terrestrial limitations, endeavored to comprehend the celestial travelers' words. They gazed at the radiant vessel and the luminous beings before them, their minds reaching out towards the cosmos. As the celestial phenomenon over Basel gradually waned, the celestial travelers prepared to depart. Zerafar and the Earthlings exchanged farewells, their encounter a fleeting moment in the vast cosmic tapestry. Zerafar's voice, like a celestial melody, resonated with warmth. "We depart, but the memory of this celestial encounter will linger in the annals of time. Earth, with its enigmatic beauty and curious inhabitants, has left an indelible mark upon our cosmic journey." The Earthlings of Basel, their eyes reflecting the celestial colors of the departing phenomenon, next watched as the celestial vessel ascended into the radiant heavens. The vessel's crystalline form merged with the celestial tapestry, eventually appearing to become a distant star among the many others in the vast cosmic expanse. As the vessel vanished beyond the Earth's atmosphere, Zerafar knew that their encounter with Earth, a world of boundless complexity and terrestrial wonders, would remain etched in the collective memory of the celestial travelers. It was a tale of fascination, mystery, and the ceaseless quest for understanding in the great expanse of the universe. And so, Zerafar and his fellow celestial travelers continued their cosmic voyage, their journey unfolding through time. A journey filled with unprecedented phenomena, otherworldly encounters, and the ever-present yearning to explore the wonders of the cosmos. Chapter 6, Saxony, Germany, 1665. In the year 1665, amidst the quaint landscape of Saxony, a celestial enigma unfolded, an event that would forever alter the earthly realm and the cosmic mysteries that surround it. I, known as Silathar, was among the first of my own species to visit another planet. This planet is known in human language as Earth, although others of my species refer to it as life-inhabited world number 2338. The Earthlings, in their absurd-looking attire and endearing customs, were oblivious to the cosmic event about to befall them. From the vantage point of our own species, they appeared both intriguingly peculiar and touchingly authentic, a species whose existence was illuminated by the wonders of their primitive terrestrial life. During the day, the Earthlings walked through the streets of Saxony, clad in suits and dressed in skirts. They navigated around meandering riverbanks and between towering city buildings. The Earthlings' heads were down as they navigated through the crowd, looking up every once in a while to get their bearings. The Earthlings' existence was marked by mundane activities like shopping and visiting friends at various trinket shops. To our alien eyes, they seemed unaware of the circumference of their own single world, and the wide expanse beyond it that would likely be forever out of their reach. Their perceptions were constricted by the limits of their earthly experience. Under the cloak of a fateful night, while the Earthlings slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, our celestial starship descended from the depths of the cosmos. Its design was adorned with stardust and nebulae, a testament to the many splendors of this universe. As we gazed upon it from our extraterrestrial viewpoint, it was a masterpiece of cosmic artistry, a manifestation of all the celestial wonders that had lured us to this earthly realm. With a subtle shimmer, we emerged from the depths of the vessel, our forms shrouded in cosmic shadow. The air around us seemed to ripple and distort as we stepped onto the earth, appearing as beings not of this world. Our presence was enigmatic, defying any earthly understanding or explanation. As I, Xylothar, descended upon this terrestrial realm, my feet touching down on the soft grass below, I wondered if one of the humans or other earthly creatures would look splendid as decoration on our ship, after being properly preserved through an ancient process that we called animated taxidermy. From my vantage point, I could see the odd-shaped figures of the earthly inhabitants, unaware of their role in this grand cosmic drama. The winds of earth carried with them a faint whisper, like a symphony of secrets waiting to be uncovered. And so I watched and observed, bearing witness to the intricacies of these beings who were caught up in something much larger than themselves. My celestial craft, selected for its cosmic significance, served as a conduit between the terrestrial and the celestial, a testament to the enduring allure that bound our species to the mysteries of the universe. As my celestial vessel hung suspended in the night sky, I communicated with the earthlings through the language of cosmic resonance. Their earthly minds, still in the early stages of their evolutionary process, were ill-prepared to comprehend the intricacies of the cosmos. The humans perceived my words as ethereal whispers, a cryptic discourse that transcended their meager terrestrial understanding. As the celestial event over Saxony unfurled, it revealed the cosmic secrets hidden beyond the earthly heavens. From our perspective, it was a moment of cosmic connection, a revelation of celestial wonders that had beckoned us to this terrestrial domain. And as the night sky darkened, our sleek spacecraft lifted off the ground and soared into the endless expanse of space. The Earthlings, their hearts still racing with excitement, watched in amazement as the ship disappeared into the twinkling stars above. They were left in awe of the otherworldly encounter they had just witnessed. It is worth noting that, perhaps in the perceptions of humankind, the Saxony incident would stand as a celestial paradox, an earthly event that transcended its terrestrial origins to become a symbol of cosmic fascination. The Earthlings, with their simple aspirations and terrestrial dreams, had borne witness to a celestial encounter that ultimately defied their very basic level of understanding. In the years since my encounter with mankind, I have often pondered the enduring connection that bound our species to the Earthlings, a cosmic intrigue that transcended the constraints of both time and space. The Saxony event has since faded into the annals of earthly history, but among my own species this event has since risen to the cosmic heights of interstellar significance. Chapter 7, London, England, 1676. In the year 1676, the grand city of London basked in the timeless aura of its rich history. The cobblestone streets sliced through a metropolis where the past and present coexisted in a harmonious dance. It was in this ageless jewel that I, Sephiros, descended from the cosmic realms to experience Earth and its enigmatic inhabitants. Earthlings, draped in the intricate attire of their era, navigated London's alleys and bustling marketplaces. They bore the weight of centuries, a living tapestry woven with the threads of time. To me, as an interstellar traveler, they appeared as walking enigmas, carrying with them the wisdom and peculiarities of a brand new civilization. The Earthlings were a curious species, their lives punctuated by rituals and customs passed down through the generations. They donned ornate garments, spoke in dialects that spanned the centuries, and paid homage to traditions as old as the civilization itself. Their devotion to the past was both a curse and a cure, I observed, for it truly was both perplexing and endearing. On one fateful night, our celestial vessel descended upon the earthly realm. Our spacecraft, a marvel of interstellar engineering, radiated with the splendors of the universe. It left the Earthlings agog, for to them it was an enigma from the cosmos, a phenomenon that surpassed their terrestrial understanding. From the vessel, we emerged as a collective of beings who hailed from the celestial expanse. To the Earthlings, we were celestial travelers, mysterious visitors from beyond their own world. Many of the humans we met approached us and began to gaze upon our physical forms with both amazement and curiosity. As we explored the city, interacting with the Earthlings and learning about their ways, I could not help but to notice a peculiar pattern among our many encounters. Many of the humans we met began to become ill immediately after meeting us. Initially, we dismissed it as a mere coincidence, but as more and more individuals fell sick, we could not ignore this correlation any longer. It seemed that our presence was causing some sort of reaction in the Earthlings. Our medical team conducted thorough examinations on those affected and eventually discovered that their bodies were having adverse reactions to our energy fields. We quickly realized that this was due to a fundamental difference between our species and the Earthlings. Mankind, it seemed, was not yet evolved enough to handle the energies emitted by beings from our own planet. In light of this discovery, we immediately ceased all contact with the humans and returned to the confines of our vessel. In the hours that followed, we consulted with our own healers and found a way to dampen our energy fields, allowing us to more safely interact with the Earthlings without causing immediate death. But even with this new precaution in place, we knew that our presence could still cause unintended consequences for these delicate beings. And so, despite our fascination with them, we made the difficult decision to leave Earth and resume our journey through the vastness of space. As we departed from London, I could not help but feel a sense of sadness at leaving behind such an intriguing civilization. But I also knew that it was for their own safety and preservation. Our encounter may have been brief, but it left a lasting impact on both us and the Earthlings. Ultimately, we continued on our interstellar journey, traversing through galaxies and encountering countless other more evolved civilizations along our way. But none could compare to the unique charm and inexplicable connection I felt towards the delicate and sickly humans of Earth. As I reminisced about my time on the lovely blue planet, a part of me longed for our paths to cross again. However, deep down, I knew that such a reunion would only bring turmoil and chaos to Earth. Our scientists predicted that it would take 3 or 4 Earth centuries for humans to develop the antibodies needed to coexist with our species. 4 centuries seemed like an eternity, but I could not help but wonder if it would be worth the wait. Even now, many years later, as I continue to reflect upon my travels, my mind often wanders back to that fateful night in the great city of London, on the planet Earth, where the enigmatic Earthlings had unknowingly captivated my curiosity and opened my eyes to the wonders of a new world. Chapter 8, France, 1681. In the year 1681, my cosmic journey led me to the heart of France, a mystical land steeped in centuries of romance, history, and intrigue. Earth stretched out before me like a vibrant tapestry, woven with threads of diverse cultures and traditions. As an ethereal voyager from the far reaches of the cosmos, I descended upon this ancient realm, eager to bear witness to a world that would leave its indelible mark on the pages of history. My senses were greeted by a symphony of scents, sights, and sounds as I stepped onto this foreign soil, a world brimming with both wonder and mystery. I floated down to the ground and assumed a terrestrial form. My feet sank into the dirt, pulled by gravity. With each step I felt the resonance of Earth's energy, a tapestry of life, a vibrant manifestation of nature and history that was woven with 3-dimensional threads. The air smelled like warm bread. Ferns tickled my calves as I walked through the forest, following a loose path worn in the grass from 100,000 humans. The trees waved me along until I found myself on a cobblestone road at the edge of an ancient town on the outskirts of Paris, France. This nation, known for both its artistic fervor and unrelenting passion, unfurled its timeless tapestry before me. An electric current of excitement penetrated the air, flowing like an invisible solar wind that stirred the sensory network inside my body. The Earthlings, covered in garments of antiquity, traversed cobblestone streets and markets, oblivious to the cosmic presence amidst them. To my celestial senses, they appeared as living relics, bearing the heritage of bygone eras. The vestiges of centuries past surrounded me. Clothed in Renaissance attire, the diminutive Earthlings hurried to and fro through the narrow and crooked cobblestone streets. At first I thought them simple vagabonds, though their mannerisms were too refined for such a low-class status. Vendors occupied the market stalls, hawking wares in lively dialects. Old cottages perched on top of crumbling rooftops, some bowed with age, while others spanned out widely. The ambience resonated with history and art, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. As I observed the Earthlings in their mortal endeavors, my alien curiosity was piqued by the strange and captivating array of oddities they exhibited. They indulged in ancient rituals passed down through generations, conversed in archaic dialects that echoed with history, and held fast to traditions that spanned centuries. Their unwavering devotion to the past both perplexed and intrigued me, serving as a constant reminder of the mysterious and unbreakable bond between Earth and its enigmatic inhabitants. The very air seemed to vibrate with the weight of their heritage, a palpable connection to their roots and the echoes of time long gone. The denizens of France gathered in old walled gardens, quick-stepping to the rhythm of accordions and fiddles. They savored biscuit-like galettes, washed down with local wine as they sang bawdy songs of love and friendship. As twilight descended, rosy-cheeked children whirled around paper lanterns, while adults do-si-doed until dawn. Our presence elicited a profound reaction from the Earthlings. They gaped in awe, some stepping back in fear, and others edging closer out of curiosity. They watched us with wide eyes, struggling to make sense of our otherworldly appearance and our mysterious mission to traverse the stars. We, the luminous emissaries of space and time, had become the harbingers of infinite possibility. As I tried to communicate with the Earthlings, I could sense both their confusion and hesitation. They struggled to understand our advanced language and cosmic knowledge. To them, our revelations were like cryptic whispers from an unknown realm. Yet, as this celestial event unfolded over France, a part of me felt conflicted. On one hand, it was a beautiful display of cosmic wisdom and the potential for intergalactic connection. But on the other hand, it also served as a reminder of how different our worlds truly were and how difficult true understanding between us would be. Were we really destined to coexist, or were we forever meant to be separate entities? Our attempts to communicate with the Earthlings were futile, as our minds were too alien for them to comprehend. Even though we shared our vast knowledge and understanding of the universe, we could sense their fear and confusion. As we revealed the mysteries of the cosmos, we also exposed the fragility of human existence. This celestial event was a convergence of conflicting ideologies, a revelation that would forever be debated and contested in the annals of history. The aftermath of the celestial event in France was nothing short of chaotic. The Earthlings were in a state of frenzy, trying to make sense of the cosmic revelations we had shared with them. Some saw it as a sign from their gods, while others feared it as an omen of impending doom. As I observed the reactions and discussions among the humans, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Despite our efforts to bridge the gap between our worlds, it seemed that our presence had only caused more confusion and strife. The Earthlings were not ready for such profound knowledge, and their limited understanding only led to more fear and uncertainty. But amidst the chaos, there were also glimmers of hope. A small group of open-minded individuals emerged, eager to learn more about us and our vast knowledge. They saw the celestial event as a chance for humanity to grow and evolve, rather than as a threat or mystery to be feared. This small group became our allies on Earth, helping us navigate through the tumultuous landscape that followed in the wake of the cosmic spectacle. Together, we worked towards finding common ground and fostering understanding between our two worlds. As time went on, more Earthlings became receptive to our presence and teachings. We shared with them the wonders of space travel, intergalactic communication, and advanced technology that could benefit both their society and ours. But as much progress as we made on this mission of peace and understanding, there were still those who opposed us. Fear and ignorance still reigned supreme in many corners of Earth's societies. There were many who saw us as invaders or threats to their way of life. Our journey through France had shown me that while there was great potential for coexistence between our two worlds, there would always be those who sought to resist change and cling to traditional beliefs. But despite these challenges, I remained hopeful for the future. Our presence on Earth had sparked something in the hearts and minds of many, a curiosity and thirst for knowledge that would lead to great progress. The small group of Earthlings who had welcomed us with open arms became our closest allies. They were eager to learn from us and our advanced technology, and we were equally eager to learn from them. They showed us the beauty of their planet and its diverse cultures, and we shared with them the wonders of our own world. Together, we embarked on a journey of discovery and collaboration. We worked towards finding solutions for global issues such as poverty, disease, and environmental degradation. Our advanced technology helped improve their lives while also preserving their planet. But even as we made strides towards a better future, there were still those who opposed us. The fear-mongering tactics of some Earthling leaders had led to mistrust and division amongst their people. There were times when our mission for peace was met with both violence and aggression. Despite these setbacks, we initially refused to give up on our goal of coexistence. We continued to reach out to all corners of the earth, sharing our wisdom and knowledge with anyone who was willing to listen. However, as time went on, it became increasingly clear that peaceful coexistence with the Earthlings was not possible. Despite our efforts to bridge the gap between our two worlds, their leaders continued to spread both fear and misinformation about us. This led to widespread mistrust and aggression towards our kind. We were met with violence and hostility in many parts of the world, with some even attempting to attack our ships and settlements. It seemed that the more we tried to reach out, the more resistance we faced. It was a difficult decision, but ultimately my species decided that it was best for us to leave Earth and find a new home elsewhere. The chaotic state of the planet and its inhabitants was not something we could peacefully coexist with. I will never forget the sadness and disappointment I felt as we left Earth behind. Despite all of our efforts, it seemed that humankind was unable or unwilling to accept our presence and embrace the opportunity for progress and collaboration. But as we journeyed through space in search of a new home, I couldn't help but feel hopeful for the future. Although our time on Earth did not end as we had initially hoped, I knew that our mission for peace and understanding would continue on other planets. And so my species settled on a new one far from the turmoil and the violence of Earth. Here, we were welcomed with open arms by advanced civilizations who shared in our beliefs of both cooperation and progress. Together with these other species, we formed an alliance aimed at exploring the vast reaches of space, sharing knowledge, and promoting peace throughout the galaxy. As I look back on my time on Earth now, I am grateful for all that it taught me, both the good and the bad. Though it may have ended in disappointment, it also sparked within me a determination to continue working towards a better future for all beings in this universe. And who knows, perhaps one day humankind will evolve past their violent tendencies and be ready to join us in this mission. Chapter 9, Amsterdam, Netherlands, 1697. In the crisp autumn of 1697, my celestial journey guided me to the vibrant city of Amsterdam, a unique realm where intricate canals wove through an urban labyrinth. Earth, a patchwork of enigmatic cultures, unfolded before my otherworldly senses. It was a world of peculiarities and idiosyncrasies, inviting my alien curiosity. My arrival in Amsterdam was a seamless transition from the cosmic void. With each step, the vibrations of Earth's energy resonated in the depths of my being, a life force that pulsed in harmony with the cycles of nature. The terrestrial realm, with its myriad of oddities and complexities, awaited my cosmic presence. Amsterdam, a city deep with history and commerce, presented a visual tapestry of human existence. Earthlings, enshrouded in clothing of the era, traversed cobblestone streets as they bartered wares in the bustling markets. From my own otherworldly perspective, they appeared as living artifacts, bearers of a rich human heritage spanning the ages. The echoes of centuries reverberated through the city as Earthlings adhered to their customs and traditions. It was a vibrant mosaic of human history, with Dutch traders and artisans weaving their stories through the canals and streets. Amsterdam's ambience spoke of the enduring spirit of Earth, where time and cultures merged. As I delved deeper into Earth's history, I became increasingly fascinated by the diversity of its inhabitants. From the bustling cities to the remote villages, there was an endless array of cultures and customs to explore. One of the most striking aspects of the Earthlings was their creativity. They were constantly tinkering, inventing and innovating, whether it was in art, technology, intoxicating substances, or language. Each culture had its own unique way of expressing itself, from intricate dances to elaborate written scripts. But with this creativity came a more destructive side, a tendency towards violence. War and conflict had raged throughout Earth's history, fueled by greed and power. It was a never-ending cycle that seemed to be ingrained in their very nature. I couldn't help but wonder how these seemingly intelligent beings could repeatedly harm each other without learning from their mistakes. But as I delved deeper into their psyche, I began to understand that this cycle was not limited to wars between nations, it existed within individuals as well. Earthlings were plagued by inner turmoil and emotions that often drove them to act irrationally. Jealousy, anger, fear, these were all common traits among them. And while some had found ways to channel these emotions into positive actions, most others succumbed to their destructive tendencies. But despite all of this internal conflict and chaos, there were always pockets of hope and progress scattered throughout Earth's history, individuals who rose above the negativity and worked towards a better future for themselves as well as those around them. And perhaps that was the most endearing quality of Earthlings, their resilience and capacity for growth. They may stumble like idiots in a cosmic barroom and fall time and time again, but they also have an innate drive to get back up and keep moving forward. As my time on Earth continued, I found myself drawn towards these individuals, the dreamers, the visionaries, the ones who refused to give up hope for a brighter tomorrow. It was through them that I saw the true potential of this planet, as well as its inhabitants. They seemed a paradox of tradition and novelty, a revelation that only deepened my fascination. The celestial event that would leave an indelible mark on Amsterdam transpired on a crisp night under the vast canopy of celestial wonders. From my cosmic vessel, I gazed down upon the city. It was time to reveal ourselves to the Earthlings, a revelation that would alter their terrestrial perception. Amsterdam's skies lit up with an ethereal radiance as our celestial vessel descended. To the Earthlings, it was an enigmatic spectacle, an intergalactic symphony that defied earthly comprehension. Their terrestrial realm was now graced with the presence of celestial beings. It was a moment that would etch its cosmic significance into Earth's history. Next, in broad daylight, just to see what would next occur, we uncloaked our ship, aglow with ethereal radiance, and touched down on their terrestrial soil. From the vessel emerged a group of ethereal beings, entities born of the cosmos. We, as celestial explorers, set foot on Earth with the intention of sharing our cosmic wisdom with the inhabitants of Amsterdam. To the Earthlings, we were beings from the stars, a peculiar sight to their terrestrial eyes. The humans' eyes were among their most interesting features. Perhaps their evolution had been thrown off kilter, and their eyes placed much too close together in the distant past. Still, the humans had other strange features as well. Their digestive waste was secreted from the area near their erogenous zones, almost as if their evolutionary process had its own sense of humor. The presence of my fellow celestial beings and I most certainly left the Earthlings in a state of awe and confusion. They observed us with a mixture of fear and fascination, for their earthly senses were ill-equipped to fully grasp the ethereal nature of our cosmic journey. We became enigmatic emissaries, tasked with delivering the wisdom of the cosmos. Next, I, Blaze, the intergalactic explorer, initiated a profound dialogue with the Earthlings. Our communication transcended linguistic boundaries. Through our advanced cosmic technology, we were able to communicate with the Earthlings without relying on language. We transmitted knowledge directly into their minds, a universal language that resonated with the depths of their consciousness. And with this cosmic exchange of information, I shared with them the wonders and mysteries of the universe, from the birth of stars to the intricacies of time and space. I spoke to them about the interconnectedness of all things and how every living being is a part of something much greater than themselves. As I delved deeper into cosmic wisdom, I could see a spark ignite within the Earthlings. It was as if they were remembering something long forgotten, a deep understanding that had been buried beneath centuries of societal conditioning. Then they began to ask questions about life on other planets, about parallel dimensions, and about the nature of existence itself. And as we continued our dialogue, their thirst for knowledge grew stronger, and they became hungry for more. Among the countless beings in the universe, the humans were a peculiar bunch. They fervently clung on to concepts, despite never having actually seen or experienced them. These ideas seemed like mere superstitions to other more advanced civilizations, but to the humans, they were deeply ingrained in their belief systems. It was both fascinating and puzzling to observe their unwavering faith in these abstract concepts. The moment our journey on Earth came to an end, we were met with a mixture of emotions. On one hand, we were sad to leave behind these curious and open-minded beings who had become like family to us. Yet on the other hand, there was a hint of relief. We had fulfilled our duty in sharing our cosmic wisdom and guiding them towards a path of both growth and enlightenment. But as we prepared to depart, I couldn't help but wonder, had we truly made a lasting impact? Would our teachings be embraced or forgotten? And what would become of humankind in the future? As we bid farewell and embarked on our journey back across the stars, my mind was consumed with conflicted thoughts. These humans were unlike any other species we had ever encountered, so eager for knowledge yet so fragile in their ways. Had we done enough to prepare them for the vastness of the universe? Or had we only scratched the surface of their potential? Only time would tell if our efforts had truly made a difference. But as we left Amsterdam behind, I couldn't shake off the unsettled feeling that perhaps there was more we could have done to guide these Earthlings towards a brighter future. Chapter 10, Wales, 1749. As we descended upon the lush green landscapes of Wales, I could feel a sense of tranquility and serenity that was rare among humans. The inhabitants of this land lived in harmony with nature, their simple ways of life a stark contrast to the multiple life forms that inhabited our own planet. However, as we delved even deeper into the world of humans, I realized that even in this tranquil place, there were both struggles and conflicts alike. We arrived in a small village nestled in a valley, surrounded by rolling green hills and fields. The locals were initially an amiable bunch, eagerly welcoming us into their close-knit community. Their way of life revolved around farming and tending to the land, and living off of the many bounties of nature without causing harm or destruction. Through observations and interactions with these humans, it became very clear to us that they possessed a deep connection to the earth, something that many other civilizations lacked. They understood the importance of balance and preservation, knowing that their survival was currently intertwined with that of the planet. But as we delved deeper into their beliefs and customs, I learned that this harmony did not extend to all aspects of their society. Like many other places on Earth, Wales was plagued by social injustice and inequalities, divisions based on class and wealth that created rifts among its inhabitants. It was disheartening to see such primitive thinking still exist in this enlightened age. Our journey through Wales was not without its challenges. Our mission was to help these humans understand the power they held within themselves, not just as individuals, but as a collective force capable of creating change. But it was clear that they needed guidance in reconciling their inner wisdom with societal expectations. As we shared our cosmic teachings with the humans, many of them were resistant to our ideas. They clung on to their own beliefs and traditions, insisting that they were right and we were wrong even if they were provided with evidence to the contrary. It seemed that change would not come easily for these people who held on to their ways of life so fiercely. One particular day, as we were peacefully walking through the village, a group of humans approached us with hostility in their eyes. They accused us of trying to corrupt their minds and destroy their way of life. Despite our best efforts to reason with them, they remained adamant in their beliefs and even tried to harm us. It was then that I realized the extent of the fear and ignorance that still existed within humanity, a fear that prevented them from embracing new ideas and growth. But rather than retaliate against these hostile humans, we chose to show compassion and understanding towards them. As time passed, though, we saw only small glimpses of progress in this small corner of the world. Wales was a land of peculiar contrasts and earthly enigmas. The Earthlings, clad in garments of a bygone era, moved about in their daily routines. It was an oddity that captured my fascination, a world where time, culture, and tradition converged. Earthlings reveled in their peculiar customs. Their attire, often rustic and adorned with antiquated embellishments, seemed like an ode to history. A carnival of existence unfolded before me, a mosaic of eccentricities and anomalies. The Earthlings reveled in a lifestyle both quaint and eccentric. Many of the humans had poor teeth and made no efforts to repair them. They often drank mass quantities of ale that made them happy, but less intelligent creatures who were even more driven by only their most basic of physical urges. It was a world of peculiar paradoxes, where tradition and novelty coexisted harmoniously. Their customs, imbued with a sense of earthly connection, beckoned my further inquiry. In the realms of space, celestial beings like myself have long observed the mysteries of Earth from a distance. Compared to the rest of the known universe, it was truly a place where time stood still, where both the past and present danced in synchrony. Among my own kind, there is still much debate about why the inhabitants of Earth continue to evolve at a much slower pace than those on other planets. I, Lunaris, witnessed the Earthlings' peculiarities and oddities over time, their actions and rituals unfolding like a celestial theater. The curiosity of beings like myself have long been drawn to Earth's idiosyncrasies, and this curiosity is what led us to Wales in the year 1749. Chapter 11, France, 1750. Our spaceship took a cosmic journey to the terrestrial realm of Earth in the year 1750. As we moved through Earth's atmospheric barrier, France showed itself as an amazing blend of different scenery and history. I realized that I, Vorian, was going to be famous someday among the cosmic explorers. As we traveled through different parts of Earth, I became increasingly fascinated by the diversity of cultures and customs. Only two things remained constant: my love for the taste and smell of humans. I had always been something of a hunter in my own world, but on Earth I had found a new prey. It may seem barbaric or cruel to some, but to me it was simply survival. And it wasn't just their flesh that I craved, it was their diverse array of sauces and spices that made each human meal a unique experience. I most truly relished my place in the slot above them within this planet's complex food chain. For over a century, I roamed the earth, hunting and feasting on humans from various countries and backgrounds. My fellow celestial beings were initially horrified by my actions, but as they saw the joy and satisfaction that it brought me, they began to understand. I learned how to blend in with the human population, adopting different identities and languages to avoid suspicion. But despite my best efforts to remain hidden, there were some close calls when humans began to realize that something was not quite right about me. But even as my fellow celestial beings warned me about the dangerous path I was on, nothing could deter me from my love for human flesh. It became an addiction, one that consumed me entirely. As time passed and technology advanced among humanity, hunting became easier for me. With their industrialized societies came organized systems of transportation and communication, making it easier for me to track down my next meal. Yet, despite all this ease and convenience in hunting humans, there was still a part of me that longed for something more, a connection with these beings that I devoured without remorse. But such thoughts were quickly dismissed as mere distractions from my primal instincts. I continued my journey through France, honing my hunting skills and perfecting my disguises. Each new city I visited brought with it a different set of challenges, and I reveled in the thrill of the hunt. One day, while exploring the bustling streets of Paris, I stumbled upon a beautiful woman with long curly hair and piercing blue eyes. She was unlike anyone I had ever seen before. Her aura was vibrant and full of life. I couldn't resist the temptation to get closer to her. I followed her as she walked through the streets, observing her interactions with other humans. She seemed kind and compassionate, always stopping to lend a helping hand or offer a friendly smile. It was an unfamiliar trait among humans, one that intrigued me. As she entered a bakery, I decided to make my move. I transformed into a charming young man and approached her as she stood in line for bread. "Excuse me, but may I buy you some bread?" I said smoothly. She turned to me with a surprised smile. "Oh no, that's quite all right. But thank you for offering." I insisted and eventually persuaded her to let me buy her bread. We struck up a conversation as we ate together on a nearby bench. Her name was Marie and she worked at the bakery as an assistant baker. She had dreams of opening her own bakery someday and had been saving everything that she could earn. As we talked, I found myself drawn to Marie's kind heart and determined spirit. She saw the good in people even when they seemed undeserving of it. It was something that both fascinated and confused me. We continued to meet regularly over the next few weeks. As we got to know each other better, I found myself wanting more than just her company. I wanted her blood. But at the same time, there was a part of me that wanted to protect her, to keep her safe from harm. I knew it was an impossible desire, for how could I protect someone when I was the very thing that posed a threat to them? As our relationship grew deeper, my hunger for her also grew stronger. It became harder and harder to control my urges whenever we were together. But Marie never seemed to notice or suspect anything out of the ordinary about me. One night, as we walked through the streets of Paris hand in hand, I couldn't take it anymore. My fangs elongated and my eyes turned red as my true form was revealed. Marie's eyes widened in shock and fear as she stumbled back from me. "What are you?" she cried out. I could see the terror in her eyes and hear the quickening of her heartbeat. It only fueled my hunger even more. Without another word, I lunged at her and sank my teeth into her neck. Her screams were muffled by my grip on her, but they soon faded into weak moans as she lost consciousness. As I drank in her life force, all of my conflicting emotions disappeared into a frenzy of pure ecstasy. But as she lay lifeless in my arms, guilt flooded over me like a tidal wave. I had taken this innocent woman's life, someone who had shown kindness towards me despite all odds. And for what? Well, for the best damned meat in all the cosmos, of course. Chapter 12, Sweden, 1753. The ethereal voyage commenced, guiding our celestial vessel to the terrestrial realm known as Sweden in the year 1753. As a cosmic nomad, I, Silverin, gazed in fascination at the multifaceted tapestry of Earth that unveiled itself below. The Earthlings, with their peculiar attire and enigmatic customs, awaited us in Sweden as our extraterrestrial odyssey touched down on their terrestrial stage. Our vessel traversed the majestic boundaries of the Earth's atmosphere, offering a celestial vantage point of the Swedish panorama. Earthlings, adorned in garments that echoed historical epochs and modern interpretations, moved through life, creating a mesmerizing mosaic of traditions and anomalies. Their peculiar apparel, an eclectic blend of both tradition and innovation, showcased the profound influence of time and culture on their existence. It was a cultural kaleidoscope, an eternal riddle for me to unravel. The peculiarities of the human race were many. Here, where tradition intertwined with modernity, the customs and rituals of the Earthlings formed a mysterious picture. Their deep connection to the land, along with an abiding reverence for their heritage, captivated us. Each custom, like a unique brushstroke on the canvas of humanity, contributed to the enigmatic masterpiece of Earth's narrative. It was indeed a realm that had long beckoned the cosmic traveler. As the last surviving male of my species, I knew it was my duty to continue our bloodline. I shapeshifted into a human form, choosing a tall and muscular frame with dark hair and piercing blue eyes. My people were known for their stunningly beautiful females, but these Earth women would have to suffice. I searched out the most desirable Swedish specimens and charmed them with my exotic appearance and charisma. I made love to them tirelessly. The months turned into years, and I watched as the world changed and evolved around me. The Industrial Revolution brought about a new era of technology and progress, but also destruction and pollution. As humanity's power grew, so did their impact on the Earth. I couldn't help but feel responsible for this as an outsider looking in. Thy people had long ago destroyed our own planet with our greed and disregard for nature. And now, here I was, doing the same thing to another world. But despite my guilt, I couldn't stop myself from continuing my mission. My race depended on it, and every time I impregnated a human woman, I felt a sense of belonging and purpose. However, as time passed, I began to notice changes in my offspring. While they inherited some of our alien abilities, heightened senses, strength, and longevity, they also seemed to develop their own unique powers. Some could control others, read minds, or heal with just a touch. Most of them were unaware of their powers, however, which was both a blessing and a curse. At first, I was intrigued by these developments, but as their numbers grew and they spread out across the world, it became clear that not all of them used their powers for good. Some became feared dictators or manipulative leaders, while others used their abilities for personal gain. It was then that I realized the true impact of my actions on this world. By bringing my alien DNA into the human gene pool, I had unintentionally altered the course of history and influenced the fate of humanity. Haunted by the weight of my guilt and burdened with a sense of responsibility, I retreated from society and immersed myself in solitude for many years. The endless expanse of nature became my only companion, its untamed beauty a comfort to my troubled soul. But eventually, curiosity gnawed at me and I couldn't resist the pull to venture back into human civilization to see how much it had changed in my absence. As I traveled through different countries and observed the people and their ways, one thing remained constant: conflict. Whether it was the thundering sound of bombs dropping in war-torn nations or the tense silence lingering between family members at a dinner table, there always seemed to be some form of conflict present. It was as if it had woven itself into the fabric of humanity, an ever-present storm cloud casting a shadow over every interaction. Amidst the chaos and destruction, I couldn't help but wonder if my own presence had played a part in this state of perpetual strife. Had my choices and decisions long ago set into motion a chain of events that would forever alter the course of humankind? My heart became heavy with remorse and longing for a chance to undo my mistakes. But as I looked around at the devastation surrounding me, I realized it was too late. My true motivations were now hazy. Was I saving my bloodline or simply indulging in the temptation of these earthly women? Chapter 13, Barcelona, Spain, 1799. In the year 1799, our celestial voyage brought us to the captivating nation known as Spain. Their grand city of Barcelona greeted us with a cacophony of sounds, smells, and sights. The streets were bustling with people, their voices mingling with the sound of horses' hooves hitting the cobblestone roads. The air was thick with the aroma of spices and meats being cooked in street-side stalls. As we walked through these many streets, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer scale of human civilization. It was humbling to see how far they had come in such a short amount of time. But amidst the marvels and wonders, I also saw the dark side of humanity, poverty, injustice, and oppression. My companions seemed fascinated by every new discovery and experience, but for me, it was bittersweet. Every beautiful building or artwork that we encountered reminded me of my own past creations on my home planet. And yet here on Earth, I could never take credit for them. They would always be seen as human achievements. Despite my inner turmoil, I couldn't deny that my curiosity about this world had been ignited once again. We spent weeks wandering through Barcelona's streets and absorbing all that it had to offer, from its vibrant markets to its colorful festivals and lively dances. But as much as I enjoyed exploring this new world, there was one thing on my mind that I couldn't shake: the question of whether or not to reveal our true identities to these humans. On one hand, it felt wrong to continue hiding such an important part of ourselves from them. We were guests on their planet, after all, and didn't want to deceive them any longer than necessary. But on the other hand, revealing our alien origins could potentially create chaos and fear among these people who were still struggling with their own conflicts and prejudices. After much deliberation, we made the decision to keep our true identities hidden for the time being. It was a difficult decision, but we knew it was for the best. Keeping our true selves hidden was necessary for both our own safety and protection. Yet, as we donned our cloaks of secrecy and deception, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. We were living a lie and constantly looking over our shoulders, never able to fully be ourselves. But at the same time, the thrill of living in constant mystery and intrigue was exhilarating. We were torn between wanting to reveal our identities and fearing the consequences that may follow. We truly were cloaked in mystery and intrigue, a veil of secrecy that shrouded our true selves from the world. Our identities were like precious treasures, carefully guarded and kept close to our chests. Only time would reveal our secrets, but for now, we reveled in the thrill of this secrecy and the liberation that it brought us. The peculiarities of Earth were brought to life in the vibrant streets of Barcelona. We saw a man playing music on the streets with an instrument that resembled one I had on my home planet, but it was played differently and produced a different sound. We encountered people drinking from containers called cups and eating food out of paper wrappers. The sights, sounds, and smells were all so new and exciting to us. One day, we stumbled upon a large gathering of people in a park. They were engaging in a peculiar activity, throwing small circular objects at small structures with holes in them. It seemed to be some sort of game or competition, and we stood there mesmerized by the intensity and excitement on their faces. As we watched, one of the players noticed us watching from afar and beckoned us over. My heart raced as I hesitated. Should we reveal our true identities? But before I could make a decision, my unearthly friend stepped forward confidently and joined in on the game. I couldn't believe it. They were blending in seamlessly with the humans while I stood back nervously. The crowd cheered as my alien friends scored multiple points, their quick reflexes and agility impressing even me. But as much as I wanted to join in on the fun, fear held me back. Fear of being exposed, fear of being rejected or ridiculed by these humans who were still so foreign to me. Eventually, my friend's turn ended and they gestured for me to take over. With reluctance, I joined in on the game, my movements more robotic than natural. Despite this, I managed to score a few points myself, which elicited cheers from the crowd. But then it happened. Someone pointed out how pale my skin was compared to their own. My heart raced as I looked around nervously, wondering if anyone else had noticed. But to my surprise, the humans simply laughed it off as a joke and welcomed me into their circle. In that moment, I realized that our differences were not something to be feared or hidden, but something to be celebrated. As we continued to play the game, my fear incrementally melted away and I felt truly alive for the first time since arriving on Earth. The humans didn't care about our true identities. They only cared about having fun and sharing this experience together. After the game ended, we were invited to join them for a picnic in the park. My friends and I shared our real names with them and they seemed to accept us without hesitation. However, no sooner did they accept us than their doctors and authorities ordered us imprisoned for being honest about our alien pasts. "Identify yourselves," one of them demanded. I could feel my friends tense up beside me as they hesitated, unsure of what to say. But before I could speak up, one friend boldly stated our true identities, that we were aliens from another planet. The authorities didn't believe us at first, thinking it was some sort of prank or joke. But after some convincing from my cosmic friends and a few of the humans who had witnessed our game earlier, they finally accepted the truth. "We need to take you both into custody for further questioning," another authority figure said sternly. My heart raced as I tried to wrap my head around what was happening. We had finally found acceptance among humans, and now it was being ripped away from us because we were honest about who we truly were. As we were escorted away by the authorities, handcuffed and placed in separate vehicles, it felt like all hope was lost. My mind raced with thoughts of what would happen to us now. Would we be experimented on, imprisoned, killed? We were taken to a facility where scientists in white lab coats awaited us. They asked us endless questions about our planet, our abilities, and why we came to Earth. They asked for proof via demonstrations of our alien abilities. My friends hesitated at first, but I convinced them to show the scientists what they wanted to see. My alien friend J-Rock demonstrated his ability to levitate objects with his mind, something he referred to as the upward thrust. Meanwhile, I showed off my shape-shifting ability by transforming into a small lizard and touching my tongue to the end of my nose. The scientists were amazed and couldn't contain their excitement as they feverishly took notes to record everything. As time passed by in the facility, my friends and I were treated like scientific specimens rather than fellow beings. We were subjected to countless experiments and tests, constantly poked and prodded while being kept in isolation from each other. But despite all of this, we refused to give up hope. We knew deep down that there must be humans out there who would accept us for who we were, aliens or not. However, as we spent more and more time with these scientists, we realized that this seemed less and less likely to happen with every single passing day. After many years passed, our powers and strength gradually diminished, and we were eventually sold off to a barbaric creation that humans refer to as the circus. This was a horrible existence, and briefly involved our kissing a bearded lady in front of large crowds, but at least we were finally allowed to send and receive letters, which will help to preserve our story for the ages. Chapter 14, Denison, Texas, 1878. In the year 1878, a fateful celestial vessel descended upon the small Texas town of Denison, plunging through the vast expanse of the Earth's atmosphere. The Earthlings, wrapped in their mundane routines, remained blissfully unaware of our extraterrestrial presence. We, the cosmic voyagers, stepped onto the hallowed soil of Denison with every intention of unraveling the mysteries of this strange world. Earth, to our alien eyes, was a mesmerizing mosaic of oddities. As I, Zyraxis, took my first steps on this new terrain, the Earthlings' peculiarities came into sharp focus. Clad in fabrics of 1,000 colors and patterns, they traversed the dusty trails, engrossed in their daily lives. To us, they appeared both strange and intriguing, their attire, their interactions, their every move, an unending enigma that begged for our exploration. The Earthlings' idiosyncrasies became a source of ceaseless fascination for our celestial crew. Their appearance and behavior was augmented by a plethora of quirks and held a captivating charm. The way they conversed, accompanied by animated gestures, rendered their languages a sonic symphony of earthly cadence. It was as though the earth itself sang in its multitude of voices. They combined certain commonly used words like you and all into single words on a frequent basis. Their attire, a curious blend of both functionality and ornamentation, symbolized a civilization marked by contradictions. Instead of wearing fitting pants, they instead wore them a size too large and wrapped a strip of cowhide around their waists to hold the oversized pants in place. More amazing still were the giant metal buckles they used to hold the straps of cowhide in place directly above their genitalia. The humans obviously would have been able to avoid the need for the cowhide straps around their waists, as well as the giant buckles, by merely wearing properly sized pantle coverings, but yet this tradition had persisted for many generations. In the heart of Denison, we witnessed a myriad of customs and oddities. The Earthlings engaged in activities that appeared purposeless to our cosmic sensibilities. Leisurely strolls, congregations in towering structures they called churches, and a complex dance of social interactions. It was a world where connection and isolation coexisted, where customs and oddities intertwined in a mysterious tableau of earthly existence. Denison served as the backdrop for our cosmic exploration of earthling existence. It was a place where the peculiarities of the human race unfolded before our otherworldly eyes. Earthlings, diverse in both their appearance and their behavior, became the subjects of our relentless curiosity. We soon became particularly fascinated by a peculiar group of earthlings known as cowboys. These rugged men, adorned in hats, giant buckles, and boots, roamed the vast prairies surrounding the town. Their way of life was vastly different from the earthlings we had encountered within Denison city limits. Here, amidst expansive fields and cattle ranches, cowboys lived a nomadic existence, constantly on the move to tend to their herds. We watched in awe as they skillfully mounted their horses and rode off into the sunset, their lassos whirling through the air. They embodied a sense of freedom and adventure that was both alluring and foreign to us. As we delved further into our exploration of earthling life in Denison, we came across another aspect of their culture, music. In this town, there existed a deep love for music among the locals. We witnessed gatherings where they played melodic tunes on instruments known as guitars and banjos, their voices harmonizing in unison. But it wasn't just music that brought the people of Denison together. There was also a strong sense of community and friendship that seemed to bind them together. They would often gather for festivals and celebrations, sharing food, stories, and laughter with one another. We found ourselves drawn to this sense of connection among the earthlings, something that seemed to transcend language barriers and cultural differences. It was heartwarming to witness this collective spirit that existed within Denison. But amidst these moments of joy and unity, we also observed a multitude of darker aspects of earthling society. We saw poverty-stricken areas where families struggled to survive, injustice towards certain groups based on skin color or gender, and violence rooted in hatred and ignorance. It was a stark reminder that despite their endearing idiosyncrasies and quirks, earthlings were still an imperfect species with many societal issues yet to be overcome. However, our time in Denison also showed us our next major fascination, a naturally formed creature that mankind named cows or bovine. The cows were often used to create milk, meat, belts for the oversized pants of the humans, as well as methane gas, which was much coveted on our home planet. As our time in Denison continued, we became increasingly fascinated with the cows inhabiting the surrounding fields. They were a fundamental part of earthling society, providing sustenance and resources for human survival. We eagerly set out to study them, hoping to gain insights that could one day benefit our own planet. Our first encounter with the cows was through a fence that separated them from the town. As we peered at the cows through this fence made of dead trees, they gazed back at us with docile brown eyes. Despite their large size, they seemed both gentle and serene. Our team of scientists and researchers eagerly took notes and measurements of these majestic four-legged creatures and dissected many of the bovine to unlock the true secrets of their potential. The bovine had been domesticated for thousands of years and played a crucial role in human civilization's development. But it wasn't just their ability to provide sustenance that fascinated us, it was their potential as a source of renewable energy. Cows are known for producing methane gas as a byproduct of their digestive processes. This gas is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions on Earth, contributing to unwanted climate change. However, we very quickly found ways to capture this gas and use it as an alternative energy source. We knew this could be a game changer for our own planet's energy crisis. With further research and development, we could potentially harness this renewable energy source without causing further harm to our environment. But before we could fully utilize this discovery, there was much more that we needed to learn about the cows. We observed how they grazed on grass in the fields and stood still while being milked by farmers. We studied their social behaviors within herds and how they communicated with each other through vocalizations and body language alike. Our team even had the opportunity to build robots specialized in rapid cattle dissection, resulting in great gains in our knowledge of these creatures. While our interactions with the humans on Earth were not so great, the entire trip would turn out to be worth the investment in both time and resources due to the discovery of these magnificent cows. Our kind will most certainly be back to this blue planet in the future. The many symbols now engraved across the hull of my mighty starship translates directly in earthly language to the call of these mighty bovine. New. Chapter 15, Minnesota, USA, 1883. In the year 1883, our cosmic vessel descended upon the land known as Minnesota, an earthly realm with a tapestry of lakes that sparkled like celestial gems. It was as if the lakes themselves whispered secrets to the skies. We, the extraterrestrial voyagers, embarked on this journey with the intention of delving into the intricacies of this alien world. Earth, from our cosmic perspective, was a vast paradox filled with endless oddities and remarkable peculiarities. Our ship, the Lysarian Starlight, touched down in the vicinity of Lake Superior, a colossal body of water that stretched beyond the horizon. Its pristine waters rippled with an otherworldly luminescence as our crew disembarked, eager to explore the mysteries of this land. I, Zellerin, with my kaleidoscopic membrane and glistening crystalline eyes, was the first of my kind to set foot upon the verdant soil of Minnesota. Around me, my fellow celestial beings, with their iridescent appendages and ethereal auras, radiated a sense of wonder as we gazed upon the earth as our cosmic stage for this great celestial odyssey. As we explored the land, we encountered the earthlings in all their diversity. Some were tall and slender, others short and stout. Some had hair covering their heads, while others had none. They wore a variety of garments, each with its own purpose and significance. We observed as they went about their daily tasks, tending to crops and herding animals. It was fascinating to see how they used tools and machines to aid them in their work. We also noticed that they had different forms of transportation, from four-legged beasts called horses to metal contraptions that were propelled by the human's own legs. But it wasn't just their physical appearance or technology that captivated us, it was also their customs and traditions. We learned about their various belief systems, from organized religions to spiritual practices passed down through generations. Their art spoke volumes about both their culture and their history. One particular custom that caught our attention was the act of gathering together for meals. We observed as families and friends sat around tables filled with a great abundance of food, sharing stories and laughter over nourishment. The sense of community was palpable, even to us as outsiders. We also noticed how the earthlings formed bonds with animals, not just for practical purposes, but also for companionship. We saw humans riding horses for recreation, and they would adopt cats as if they were children so that these miniature tigers could keep smaller creatures known as mice away from their food supplies. However, the most captivating creatures that walked alongside mankind were known as dogs or canines. These loyal and intuitive beings were the only ones on planet Earth who could sense our presence while we were cloaked in invisibility. They seemed to have a special connection with humans, almost as if they were perfectly paired with them. To some of my fellow crew members, these dogs appeared to hold a higher status than that of mankind. While humans toiled away in factories and fields, these dogs would spend their days lounging around until their meals, carefully prepared by the humans, were served to them on a regular schedule. Each dog had their own designated human, whom they would lead around with a rope so that the human could clean up after them when necessary. The bond between these two unlikely species was a peculiar, but undeniably endearing one. They shared a unique connection that surpassed all boundaries and expectations. Their relationship was a beautiful example of the power of acceptance, understanding, and love. As we continued our observations of the planet Earth, one particular dog caught our attention. It was a medium-sized, brown-colored canine with patches of fur missing from its body. We noticed that it roamed around the community without an owner, scavenging for food and shelter wherever it could find it. At first, we assumed that this dog must have been abandoned by its human companions due to its appearance, but upon further investigation, we learned that the humans did not keep it because it endured a condition called the mange, which caused severe itching and hair loss. Instead of seeking help or treatment for the dog, they simply left it to fend for itself. We were fascinated by this creature's resilience and survival instincts. Despite its health struggles and lack of resources, it managed to find ways to survive day after day. We keenly observed how he would search through garbage for scraps of food and how he would cuddle up next to warm structures during cold nights for shelter. But as scientists and explorers, we couldn't just stand by and watch this dog struggle. We knew that we had the means to help him in ways that the humans either wouldn't or couldn't. So we decided to bring him back with us to our home galaxy as part of our ongoing research and experiments pertaining to Earth's species. We provided this amazing creature with medical care and treatments for his mange, watching in amazement as his fur slowly grew back and his skin healed. We also introduced him to technology he had never seen before, like holographic displays that he would paw at in confusion. It was during this time that we gave him the name Russell, a human-like moniker that seemed fitting for this resilient being who had captured our hearts. As Russell adapted to life on our spaceship, we began studying his behavior and reactions to different stimuli. We were amazed at how quickly he picked up on commands and how well he responded to positive reinforcement techniques. But this wonderful and majestic creature was more than just a subject for our experiments. Russell became a beloved companion to us. As the Lysarian starlight soared back into the cosmic void, I, Zellerin, gazed out at the twinkling stars and contently pondered the paradoxical nature of Earth.
Chapter 16. San Francisco, California, 1896. As we descended from the cosmic skies, my counterpart, Zellerin, a radiant being with iridescent wings and multifaceted eyes, emerged beside me. Around us, our fellow cosmic travelers, each a shimmering orb of energy with a form chosen for this earthly sojourn, radiated an aura of celestial anticipation. We shared a profound fascination with the enigmatic Earth, and San Francisco beckoned as a cosmic beacon of curiosity. After we landed, the first thing that struck us was the vibrant energy of this city. It was a bustling metropolis, filled with humans of all shapes and sizes, hurrying about their daily routines. We decided to explore the city on foot, taking in all the sights and sounds as we went along. Zellerin and I had taken on human forms for this journey. He chose to be a tall, muscular man with jet black hair and piercing blue eyes, while I chose to be a petite woman with long dark hair and bright green eyes. My son chose to be a seal instead, which caused us to lose much efficiency, so I was forced to send him back into the local star's orbit until he was ready to make better decisions. Our fellow cosmic travelers had also taken on human forms. Some had chosen to be adult-aged men or women, while others had chosen to be children or elderly. Each one of them had no challenge blending into the diverse crowd that made up San Francisco. As we walked through the busy streets, we couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle of human culture. We saw people of different races, religions, and backgrounds coexisting peacefully. It was both fascinating and heartwarming to witness such diversity. One thing that caught our attention was the technology humans had invented. It spanned from trains to electricity to telephones. We were amazed by both their ingenuity and creativity. But amidst all this wonderment, we also noticed some darker aspects of human society. There were beggars on street corners, and other people living in poverty and struggling to survive. And there were those who seemed consumed by greed and power, using their influence to oppress others. Zellerin turned to me with a troubled expression on his face. "Why do you think they live like this? Why don't they use their technology for everyone's benefit?" he asked. I sighed, realizing that even though we were advanced beings from another galaxy, there were still many things about humanity that we didn't understand. Perhaps they are still in the early stages of their evolution as a species, I replied thoughtfully. Or perhaps it is just part of their nature. We continued our exploration of the city, stopping to admire the future site of the iconic Golden Gate Bridge. As we walked along the bustling streets of San Francisco, Zellerin and I continued to observe the humans and their way of life. Despite all their advancements, there were still many inequalities and struggles that existed within their society. Perhaps indeed they are too fresh out of their caves, I mused, trying to make sense of it all. Or perhaps the oxygen level here is too thin for productive patterns of thought. Zellerin nodded in agreement, his expression still troubled. We both knew that our own civilization had its flaws and challenges, but somehow the problems on Earth seemed more difficult to comprehend. As we continued to walk through the city, we noticed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The once vibrant and bustling streets seemed to quiet down, and there was a sense of unease lingering in the air. I heard one human refer to this particular phenomenon as microclimate. Zellerin and I exchanged glances, both sensing that something was amiss. We followed our intuition and soon came upon a group of protesters gathered in front of a grand building. "What is this about?" Zellerin asked, his brow furrowed with confusion. We approached one of the demonstrators who held up a sign that said, "Save our planet." The woman explained to us that there were powerful corporations destroying the environment for their own gain. She passionately urged us to join their cause and help protect the planet for future generations. It was then that we saw the bleak future of Earth, if nothing was done to stop these destructive actions. It was a shocking sight: cities destroyed, landscapes barren, and an overall desolate world. "Do you see this too?" Xylorin asked me, his voice filled with concern. I nodded grimly, knowing that this was not just a possibility, but a guaranteed future if changes weren't made. We stayed with the protesters for some time, learning more about their cause and offering what little assistance we could. It was disheartening to see such disregard for the planet's well-being, but it also gave us hope to see humans fighting for what they believed in. As we left the protesters behind and continued our journey through San Francisco, we couldn't help but to feel conflicted. On one hand, we had seen all the amazing things humanity had accomplished, their advancements in technology, their diverse cultures coexisting peacefully, but on the other hand, we had also seen their flaws and destructive tendencies. Xylorin's piercing gaze met mine, his determination shining through like a beacon in the darkness. "We must take action," he declared firmly. "We cannot simply stand by and watch as this magnificent planet is ravaged." I nodded solemnly, fully understanding our duty to continue our existence in human-like forms and guide the advancement of their technology and society from within this bustling metropolis. San Francisco, unaware of its destiny at the time, was poised to become the first ever interplanetary city on Earth. The air buzzed with an electric energy, a sense of anticipation and potential that seemed to permeate every inch of the city. And as we stood there, extraterrestrial beings in disguise, we knew that our future actions would shape the course of history for humanity.
Chapter 17, Lodi, California, 1896. In the cosmic year of 1896, our celestial vessel, known as the Intrepid Explorer, embarked on its descent toward the earthly land of Lodi, California. The moment our vessel graced the terrestrial skies, my counterpart, Xylarian, and I emerged. We, two extraterrestrial entities, were on a quest to unravel the great cosmic enigma of Earth. Our sworn galactic rivals had only just arrived in the bustling city of San Francisco, so we journeyed to the small town of Lodi to keep a close watch on them. Their race always had a tendency to overreact and grant too much power to any new species they came across. We had learned from past eons that this inevitably led to both chaos and destruction, sometimes even on a galactic level. And so, we remained vigilant in our observation, ready to intervene if necessary to prevent another catastrophic event from occurring. Our mission, bestowed upon us by the cosmic forces themselves, was to maintain equilibrium in the universe. We were tasked by destiny with countering the deceitful tactics of our alien rivals, who sought to provide humans with unearned advantages in the bustling city of San Francisco, and eventually beyond. Our duty held great weight and responsibility, for it was up to us to ensure that power and influence remained evenly distributed among all beings in the cosmos. When our rivals brought about new cures, we brought about plague. Where our rivals brought about harmony, we brought discord to humanity in order to avoid their species becoming too powerful. A few years later, the cosmic year of 1918 would bring about a great challenge for us. Our rivals had introduced new medical advancements to the humans, prolonging their lifespans and curing previously incurable diseases. In response, Xylarian and I triggered a plague, spreading illness and death across the globe in close concert with a world war that mankind had started purely on its own accord. It was not an easy decision for us to make, but we knew it was necessary to prevent the humans from becoming too powerful. We could not allow such a primitive species to develop in such a manner where they could eventually wield great influence over the rest of the universe. Despite our efforts to maintain balance, our alien rivals continued to manipulate events in the favor of mankind, thus furthering their own agenda. As the next decades progressed, we incited wars and revolutions, ensuring that no one group or nation gained too much dominance. It was a never-ending cycle. They would bring about progress and advancement, and we would bring forward great chaos and destruction in order to maintain the equilibrium. As the sands of time continued to pass, humanity's progress showed no signs of slowing down. Their technology was evolving at a rapid pace, surpassing even our wildest dreams and allowing them to expand their reach beyond their own planet. With each passing day, they grew ever closer to unlocking the secrets of the cosmos. We were struck with a sense of urgency, understanding that if their advancements were not kept in check, they could upset the delicate balance of power in the universe within mere centuries instead of eons. As the 20th century came to a close, humanity's thirst for power and domination only grew stronger. They had harnessed the power of the atom, using it to fuel weapons of mass destruction, and it appeared to us that mankind would soon be enabled to solidify their place as a dominant force in the universe. We watched from afar, constantly monitoring their progress and intervening only when absolutely necessary. But as humankind continued to develop more advanced technology and gradually expand their reach further into outer space, we realized that our current methods were becoming less and less effective. It was clear that we needed a new approach in order to maintain equilibrium. That's when Xylarian suggested factioning the people of Earth, dividing them into different groups with conflicting ideologies and agendas in order to prevent them from uniting against us or any other potential threats. At first, I was hesitant. Manipulating an entire species was no small feat, but Xylarian argued that it was necessary for the greater good of the universe. And so, we began the next phase of our plan. Using our advanced technology, we influenced world leaders and planted seeds of discord among different nations. We sparked conflicts and fueled tensions between rival groups. We even created false information and manipulated media outlets to spread propaganda. Xylarian even developed a term for this called fixing the news. It wasn't easy. There were certainly times when we questioned if what we were doing was right. But every time humanity came close to uniting against us or making significant advancements that could potentially upset the future balance of intergalactic power, we would intervene once again. As the decades passed, we continued our work behind the scenes, implementing minor setbacks and challenges to prevent humankind from becoming too powerful or gaining too much knowledge about the universe. This delicate dance between us and humanity is destined to continue for eons, a constant struggle for control and balance. It has been and will continue to be exhausting at times, but we readily acknowledge that it is both our duty and our responsibility to ensure that mankind will never be the species to throw off the fragile equilibrium of the cosmos. Chapter 18, Aurora, Texas, 1897. In the annals of Earth's history, the year 1897 held a secret known only to a select few, a hidden narrative that reverberated through the ages like a cosmic echo. At the heart of this mysterious chapter were Valiant Thor and Lady Anna, two cosmic wanderers who hailed from the distant reaches of the galaxy. Their journey was guided by an insatiable curiosity, and their arrival on Earth marked the beginning of a new era in interplanetary relations. As Valiant Thor and Lady Anna descended towards the quiet town of Aurora, Texas, they couldn't help but be struck by the quaint charm of the terrestrial landscape that unfolded beneath them. The small town was nestled in rolling hills, dotted with farms and ranches, each surrounded by a white picket fence. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the town as they flew closer. But suddenly, their peaceful descent was interrupted as a gunshot echoed through the air. A farmer had spotted the alien ship and panicked, firing his rifle at it. To their surprise, one lucky shot hit the ship's power supply, causing it to burst into flames and plummet towards the Earth. The impact was jarring, the ship crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom. Valiant and Anna were thrown from their seats, but their advanced technology protected them from any serious injuries. As they stepped out of the wreckage, they were greeted by a stunned crowd of humans who had gathered around the crash site. The sight of two otherworldly beings emerging from a flaming spacecraft was almost too much for these slack-jawed yokels to comprehend. But Valiant and Anna remained calm and composed, using their telepathic abilities to communicate with the humans. They assured them that they meant no harm to them and were simply passing through on a mission of exploration. The people of Aurora were in awe, not only because they were witnessing an extraterrestrial encounter, but also because Valiant and Anna possessed advanced knowledge and technology far beyond anything they had ever seen before. For years, Valiant and Anna stayed in Aurora as guests of the town, answering questions about their home planet and sharing information about the universe. They quickly became beloved members of the community, even helping out with tasks such as repairing buildings or tending to crops using their advanced technology. But it wasn't all peaceful during their time in Aurora. Rumors began to spread about strange occurrences happening in the town, such as animals acting strangely or disappearing without a trace. Some even claimed to have seen lights in the sky that resembled flying saucers. Valiant and Anna knew that these were remnants of their own presence on Earth, mostly from experiments and tests that they had conducted while staying in Aurora. But they also knew that all of humanity was not yet ready to know the truth about extraterrestrial life. As news of the alien visitors in Aurora spread beyond the small town, it caught the attention of law enforcement agencies such as the Texas Rangers and the United States Marshals. They saw it as their duty to investigate and protect their country from any potential threat. The townspeople of Aurora, however, had come to like Valiant and Anna and saw them as peaceful beings. They knew that if these aliens were truly dangerous, they would have shown it by now. So when officers arrived at the town to question them, the people of Aurora banded together to protect their new friends. They told the officers that Valiant and Anna had died in the crash and showed them a fake wreckage site with burnt metal scraps. Some even went as far as to create fake graves for the aliens in a nearby cemetery. This show of unity and protection from the townspeople left a lasting impression on Valiant and Anna. They had traveled across galaxies, encountering many different civilizations, but never before had they experienced such kindness and acceptance. But despite their admiration for the people of Aurora, Valiant and Anna knew that they couldn't stay forever. The longer they stayed, the more likely it was that their true identities would be revealed. And so, after a number of years of living among the humans near their original crash site, Valiant and Anna bid farewell to their friends. The townspeople understood their reasons for leaving and wished them well on their journey. After their time in Aurora, Valiant and Anna traveled from town to town across the United States. They were welcomed by some and feared by others, but they never felt as at home as they had in Aurora. They learned about different cultures and ways of life, but none seemed to suit them quite like the small Texas town of Aurora had. And so, after a few decades of persistent travel, they found themselves migrating eastwards towards Washington, D.C. Valiant was intrigued by the nation's capital and the inner workings of its government. He eventually decided to apply for a federal position so that he could use his knowledge of advanced technology to help improve the lives of humans on Earth. With his impressive knowledge and charismatic persona, Valiant quickly rose through the ranks and became one of the most influential figures in Washington, D.C. He worked closely with high-ranking officials and eventually advised presidents on matters of national security and scientific advancement. Anna, on the other hand, pursued her passion for education and became a professor at a local university. She shared her vast knowledge of science and technology with her students, sparking curiosity and inspiring young minds. As their reputation grew in D.C., many began to speculate about their true identities. Some believed them to be powerful business moguls or foreign dignitaries from unknown countries. But no one could have guessed that they were aliens from another planet. Despite their busy lives in D.C., Valiant and Anna never forgot about their time in Aurora. They often reminisced about their peaceful days there, surrounded by kind-hearted humans who had accepted them without question. Chapter 19, Siberia, 1908. Jackson sat in his spaceship, feeling extremely conflicted. He had always been intrigued by the humans of Earth and their potential for greatness, but as he grew to know them more and more, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The constant wars, greed, and destruction that plagued this small blue planet weighed heavily upon him. Despite his attempts to travel all over the planet and help guide mankind towards a better future, it seemed like they were dead set on destroying themselves. As he gazed down at Earth from his ship's window, Jackson made a decision. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. He would leave this planet and never return. Jackson's ship flew away from Earth, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake caused by his quick acceleration to hyperspeed. The humans of Earth would later refer to this event as the Tunguska event, but Jackson knew that it was actually a result of his ship's departure and not a meteor as the humans expected. As he traveled through space, Jackson couldn't help but feel guilty for causing such devastation on a planet that had once fascinated him. But he also knew that it was for the best. He couldn't continue to watch as humankind destroyed themselves. But as he left Earth further and further behind, Jackson couldn't shake off the memories of his time there. He remembered the kind-hearted humans he had met in Iceland and other places. He wondered if those he cared for on Earth were still safe. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud beeping noise coming from his spaceship's control panel. Jackson checked the source of the noise and found that his ship's engine was malfunctioning. He quickly made some adjustments and managed to stabilize the engine, but it was clear that he would need to make a stop soon for repairs. Luckily, Jackson remembered hearing about a planet nearby that was inhabited by technologically advanced beings who could potentially assist him with his spacecraft repairs. He programmed the coordinates into his ship's navigation system and set course for this new planet. As he got closer, Jackson could see tall buildings made of shining metal rising up from the planet's surface. As he landed his ship in what appeared to be a designated docking area, Jackson noticed several beings approaching him. They wore metallic suits and helmets with glowing visors, making them look almost as if they were robotic. Jackson was taken to a prison complex on the planet, where he was kept in a small cell. The metallic walls of the cell were both cold and sterile, and Jackson could hear the constant hum of machinery outside. At first he could not believe that his attempt to escape Earth had landed him in this predicament. But as he thought about it, he realized that perhaps it was for the best. He deserved to face consequences for his actions. The beings who had captured him were called the Galaxians, and they were known for their advanced technology and strict adherence to rules and laws. They considered themselves the guardians of interplanetary peace. Jackson learned from one of the guards that his explosive departure from Earth had caused a massive disruption in their newly signed interplanetary treaty. It was a treaty that aimed to prevent any further destruction from occurring between planets. He also learned that the humans of Earth, despite their primitive ways, had been accepted into this treaty due to their potential for growth and advancement, and Jackson's actions had jeopardized this acceptance by signaling to mankind too early that extraterrestrials existed and did not always travel in peace. Jackson's trial was quick, and he was found guilty of breaking the treaty. He was sentenced to imprisonment until the year 2009, when he would be released back into society. At first, Jackson was angry at his sentence. He couldn't imagine spending over a century in this cold, metallic prison. But as the time passed, he began to see the error of his ways. During his imprisonment, Jackson also learned more about the Galaxians' way of life and their advanced technology. He realized how far behind humanity truly was in comparison to other civilizations. As time went by, Jackson also received news about Earth's progress through updates from the Galaxian guards. He was relieved to hear that despite his abrupt departure, the humans had managed to keep evolving and, much to his own surprise, had yet to bring about the demise of their own civilization. Chapter 20, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1943. Captain John Fargate had always been drawn to the sea. As a young boy growing up in Philadelphia, he had spent every spare moment at the docks watching the ships come and go. He dreamed of one day becoming a sailor and exploring the vast unknown oceans, and that dream became a reality when he joined the Navy at the age of 18. Over the years, Fargate rose through the ranks, earning numerous commendations for both his bravery and strategic thinking. But it was during World War II that Fargate's skills truly surfaced. He was assigned to captain a destroyer ship, guiding it through treacherous waters and enemy fire. His crew admired him for his calm under pressure and his unwavering determination to complete missions successfully. In 1943, Fargate received new orders that would change his life forever. He was selected to lead a top-secret mission known as the Philadelphia Experiment. Fargate was intrigued by this mission. It sounded like something out of a science fiction novel. The goal of the experiment was to make a naval ship invisible to enemy radar by using electromagnetic fields. At first, Fargate was skeptical, but after meeting with scientists involved in the experiment, he became convinced that it could actually work. And as a dedicated naval officer, he was willing to do whatever it took to gain an advantage over enemies to the U.S.-backed alliance. The USS Eldridge was chosen as the test subject for the experiment. On August 12, 1943, with Fargate at its helm, the ship set sail from Philadelphia Harbor towards its destination, an uninhabited island near Bermuda known only to high-ranking military and government officials. As they neared the island, strange things started happening on board. Equipment malfunctioned and many crew members reported feeling dizzy and disoriented. Then came reports of an eerie green fog enveloping the ship before it suddenly disappeared from sight. After several hours of radio silence from the Eldridge, it was decided that another naval vessel should be sent to investigate. The ship was discovered a mere few days later, its once pristine exterior now warped and twisted. Crew members were fused into the walls and floors, their lifeless bodies becoming one with the mighty metal vessel. In the captain's journal, the final entry simply read, "This will likely be our last entry into this log. We've stumbled upon a power beyond our understanding, one we cannot control. Our ship has transcended dimensions, allowing us to explore for decades. But as we attempt to return home at the crew's insistence, I fear we won't survive without enough thorium fuel." Captain Fargate had written hundreds of journal entries before making that fateful final entry in his captain's journal. In these entries, he documented his experiences in an alternate reality that was slightly different from their own. In this alternate reality, the United States had emerged victorious from World War II without needing their president, a failed haberdasher, to drop an atomic bomb. The streets were lined with futuristic buildings and vehicles, and the people seemed to possess advanced technology beyond anything Captain Fargate had ever seen. But as their ship traveled through this dimension, Fargate noticed something unsettling. The people here were not truly alive. They were like robots programmed to carry out specific tasks. They lacked both emotion and individuality, and their society seemed to value efficiency above all else. Fargate couldn't help but feel a sense of unease in this world. It was almost as if he and his crew had stumbled upon a utopia that was too perfect to be true. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into years, the crew members grew restless and strongly yearned to return back home. Fargate realized that they had no control over when or how they could return to their own reality. The only way back seemed to be through the mysterious power that had brought them here in the first place. But that was risky, and the captain knew that he lost crew members in previously unimaginable ways every time that he tried to use this mighty technology. With each passing day, Fargate's fear grew exponentially as he witnessed the devastating effects of trying to harness this mighty power. He knew many crew members who had already become fused with the ship's walls and floors and who were now proof of its dangerous consequences. But despite his many concerns, some members of his crew became obsessed with harnessing this power in efforts to return to their own reality. They saw it as a way to return to their loved ones, their real loved ones. One day the remaining crew voted to try to return despite of the risks and despite Fargate's orders. Unfortunately, it was this fateful decision that brought them all to the end of their days. Chapter 21, Foo Fighters over Europe, 1944. In the vast and unyielding expanse of Greenland, beneath a never-ending blanket of ice and deep within the Flatisblink ice cap, the ancient cosmic observers known as the Preservers began to awaken. They were not always beings of Earth. Their existence far predated the emergence of humanity. Their presence on this fragile blue planet was driven by a grand and profound purpose to safeguard against the self-destruction of its inhabitants. A sacred duty passed down through eons. Their vigilant watch over this remarkable world had kept it from falling into ruin countless times before. The Preservers, beings of crystalline essence, had observed Earth for untold millennia. Their lives were intricately entwined with the planet's natural rhythms. They had borne witness to the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of empires, and the relentless passage of time. But during the tumultuous days of World War II, something shifted in the cosmic fabric. The Preservers detected a disturbance, a dark and foreboding shadow threatening to envelop the world in chaos. It was a time of unprecedented conflict, a time when humanity's capacity for destruction appeared limitless. In the waning days of World War II, the Preservers bore witness to an enigma that both defied earthly logic and challenged their cosmic understanding. High above the war-ravaged landscapes of Europe, amidst the thunderous cacophony of engines and the roar of artillery, strange and luminous objects manifested. They danced and cavorted across the night sky, like celestial fireflies weaving through the ink-black canvas of the cosmos. The Preservers, their crystalline forms shimmering with both curiosity and concern, observed these peculiar apparitions. The orbs glowed with an ethereal light, their mysterious nature captivating and elusive. Humanity would later bestow upon them the name Foo Fighters, but to the Preservers, they were from beyond their understanding. These non-human entities seemed to have a purpose, but it remained inscrutable and unknowable. Each encounter with them only deepened the mystery surrounding their origins and intentions. As the Foo Fighters swirled through the turbulent skies, they displayed an intelligence and intentionality that transcended explanation. The Preservers understood that they were witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon, one that defied conventional reasoning and begged for further exploration. As the war continued to rage, the Preservers convened beneath the icy, frozen crust of Greenland. They deliberated on how to respond to this new and confounding development. They had watched humanity's penchant for violence and self-destruction, but the Foo Fighters had thrown a perplexing new variable into the equation. In a solemn gathering, their crystalline forms shimmering with a sense of urgency, the preservers came to a decision: they would take direct action. This resolution was not taken lightly. It was born of desperation, a final, determined effort to guide humanity away from the precipice of annihilation. And so, the preservers activated their ancient cosmic technology. They harnessed the power of the Greenlandic ice, transforming it into a conduit to transmit a message. A radiant beacon of light was sent forth into the boundless cosmos, carrying a message of hope, unity, and the potential for harmony among Earth's diverse inhabitants. They hoped that this message would reach the mysterious beings steering the Foo Fighters. The response from the Foo Fighters was swift and cryptic. Under the guidance of their enigmatic extraterrestrial overseers, they descended from the heavens and hovered above the frozen expanse of Greenland. Their luminous forms cast an ethereal, shimmering glow upon the icy terrain, creating a surreal tableau against the stark Arctic backdrop. A telepathic dialogue unfolded, conducted not through spoken words, but through a shared communion of thoughts and emotions. The preservers, their powerful minds linked with that of the Foo Fighter controllers, conveyed their message, a message of peace, unity, and the unspoken promise of harmony among Earth's diverse inhabitants. Their thoughts pulsed in radiant waves, pulsating with vibrant colors and images that sparked a sense of wonder and understanding within those who heard them. And as the telepathic conversation continued to flow between them, it was clear that this was not just a fleeting moment, but a profound exchange that would leave a lasting impact on all involved. The Foo Fighter controllers, beings of boundless wisdom, listened and considered. They, too, had observed humanity's capacity for both destruction and creation, and they discerned the potential for redemption. In the twilight of World War II, the Foo Fighters, under the guidance of their extraterrestrial overseers, initiated subtle interventions. They disrupted enemy communications, deflected missiles, and even influenced the thoughts of world leaders. Their actions were a catalyst for change, a transformative force that ushered in reconciliation and understanding. As the war drew to a close, the Foo Fighters vanished from the earthly skies, leaving behind a world forever transformed. The preservers, their ancient mission fulfilled, remained beneath the icy shroud of Greenland, their crystalline forms resonating with a profound sense of hope for the future. In the post-war years, Earth transitioned into a new era, an era marked by the dawning of the atomic age and the realization of humanity's potential for both creation and annihilation. The preservers continued their ceaseless vigil, their commitment to Earth unwavering. Amidst their icy sanctuary, the preservers sat in contemplation, peering at the ever-changing human race with a mix of fascination and concern. They marveled at the capacity for both cruelty and compassion that existed within the hearts of these beings, as well as their unquenchable thirst for knowledge and insatiable curiosity. The snow around them gleamed like diamonds in the sunlight, casting a serene ambience over their deep thoughts. As the years turned into decades, the preservers delved deeper into their cosmic connection with the beings who controlled the Foo Fighters. They discovered that these celestial beings were not only fellow guardians of Earth, but also cosmic travelers, emissaries from distant galaxies who had taken it upon themselves to safeguard Earth as a fragile jewel of the cosmos. The Foo Fighters, in their prior interstellar journeys, had encountered countless civilizations, some flourishing, others teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Through their benevolent intervention, they had guided these civilizations toward harmony and enlightenment. The preservers marveled at the intricacy of the cosmos, a tapestry woven together by the actions of countless sentient beings. They came to understand that Earth was not an isolated island in the cosmic sea but a vital thread in the fabric of existence, a place where the destinies of worlds and civilizations converged. Empowered by their newfound cosmic awareness, the preservers reached out to other celestial beings, uniting them in a council of cosmic guardians. This council spanned the galaxies, bringing together beings of diverse forms and origins, all united by a common purpose to ensure the harmony and survival of the cosmos. This grand council convened in the cosmic void, a place beyond space and time, where thoughts and ideas flowed like cosmic currents. They exchanged knowledge, shared their experiences, and charted a course for the future. The preservers, representing Earth, shared their remarkable journey, their intervention during World War II, their profound connection with the Foo Fighters, and their enduring vigilance. They spoke of the potential for peace and enlightenment that resided within humanity, a potential that could one day resonate throughout the cosmos. The Council of Cosmic Guardians, guided by their collective wisdom, continued to watch over the cosmos. They had observed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the birth of stars, and the death of galaxies. They reveled in the beauty and diversity of existence, from the smallest subatomic particles to the grandest cosmic phenomena. As the eons pass, the cosmic tapestry has grown ever more intricate, a mosaic of life and consciousness. The preservers, their crystalline forms radiant with purpose, remain dedicated to Earth, their home and their charge. And so, in the frozen heart of Greenland beneath the eternal shroud of ice, the ancient watchers endured, a symbol of hope in the cosmic expanse, a guardian of the eternal tapestry of existence, and a reminder of the enduring spirit of all sentient beings. Time, in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, has no hold over the preservers. As they gaze upon Earth, they see a world in flux, a world of challenges and triumphs, of beauty and complexity. The preservers remain resolute in their conviction that within each sentient being lay the capacity for both growth and enlightenment. And so, in the icy heart of Greenland beneath the eternal shroud of ice, the ancient watchers persevere, a silent testament to the enduring spirit of Earth and its enigmatic inhabitants. They await the next chapter of Earth's cosmic journey, confident that humanity's story will one day harmonize with the cosmic quest for unity and peace. Chapter 22, Mount Rainier, Washington, 1947. In the grand mosaic of the cosmos, a solitary starship sailed gracefully through the infinite reaches of space, navigating a sea of celestial wonders. This spacecraft, a marvel of extraterrestrial engineering, boasted a polished metallic hull that gleamed like a rare gem amidst the velvety expanse of the universe. Inside this cosmic vessel, its occupants, who went by the name Escherons, turned their gaze towards a distant orb that hung in splendid isolation. Drawing nearer to Earth, the Escherons found their senses overwhelmed by the data they absorbed. The planet unfolded below them in all its grandeur, lush green landscapes, oceans that seemed to stretch to infinity, and a mesmerizing tapestry of life unfurling across the globe's surface. It was a world of unparalleled beauty, a singular jewel in the vast cosmic treasury. The Escherons, however, were not interlopers or invaders. They were cosmic observers, scholars of the universe. Their mission was to understand the diverse forms of life on this remarkable planet. They quickly established a base hidden deep within the bowels of Mount Rainier in Washington, where they watched, learned, and meticulously recorded their findings. For the Escherons, Earth and its inhabitants were subjects of inexhaustible fascination. They marveled at the intricate tapestry of human society, the evolution of complex languages, and the insatiable curiosity that seemed to drive the human spirit. As they continued their observations, they were struck by the diversity of Earth's ecosystems, from towering forests to bustling cities, each a testament to the adaptability and inventiveness of Homo sapiens. Their observations, however, extended beyond Earth's natural beauty. The Escherons also bore witness to the perplexing paradoxes of the human race. They saw conflicts driven by differences in beliefs, wars fought over the scarcity of resources, and the ceaseless quest for power. Humanity was a species capable of boundless compassion, and yet equally capable of unfathomable cruelty. However, one day, a remarkable incident unfolded that marked a turning point in their observations. A seasoned pilot named Kenneth Arnold, soaring above the majestic Mount Rainier in his small aircraft, was taken aback by an unimaginable sight. His eyes widened as he beheld the fleet of Escheron starships returning to base from a routine mission. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. They glinted in the sunlight, their saucer-like shape reflecting off the pristine snow-capped mountain. As Arnold drew closer, he noticed they were moving with incredible speed and agility, almost like they were skipping across the sky like a stone on water. He could hardly believe his eyes as he frantically radioed back to base to report his astounding sighting. From their hidden sanctuary, the Escherons observed with intense curiosity as news of Arnold's sighting rapidly disseminated, igniting a wave of intrigue and speculation among the humans. This singular incident became known as the UFO sighting, ushering in a new era of fascination with the enigmatic and unknown. The Eschurans, steadfast in their role as observers, remained uninvolved in direct contact with humans. They most often opted to stay concealed within the subterranean chambers of Mount Rainier, silently observing humanity's reactions to the UFO sighting. As the Eschurans continued their concealed observations, they became aware of another presence on the cosmic stage, an approaching fleet of alien vessels distinguishable from their own kind. These newcomers were known as the Grillithians, a rival faction in the grand cosmic drama. Their presence was an indication of looming trouble. The publicity of the Kenneth Arnold UFO sighting had clearly given away the location of the secret Eschuran base to the Grillithians. The Grillithians had been tracking the Eschurans for a significant duration, driven by a territorial dispute that extended beyond the confines of individual planets. Such territorial conflicts were not uncommon in the vast cosmos and often culminated in confrontation. However, on this particular occasion, the Grillithians arrived with a stern message. Earth, it seemed, was part of an intergalactic treaty, a sanctuary where no warring factions were allowed to engage in hostilities. This treaty had been brokered by a council of cosmic guardians, including the enigmatic preservers. The Grillithians, outnumbering the Eschurans, made it clear that their presence on Earth violated the terms of this intergalactic treaty. They demanded the Eschurans' immediate departure, warning of the consequences and flouting intergalactic law. Faced with the impending arrival of the Grillithian fleet, the Eschurans had no choice but to abandon their mission and retreat. They recognized that any confrontation would not only imperil their own safety, but also disrupt the precarious equilibrium of Earth. With a heavy heart, the Eschuran captain reluctantly issued the order to depart. Their sleek spacecraft, concealed deep within Mount Rainier, then gracefully ascended into the night sky, vanishing into the cosmic expanse. The humans below, oblivious to the cosmic drama that had played out above them, continued on with their lives, their thoughts lingering on the mystery of the UFO sighting. As the Eschuran vessel disappeared into the depths of the universe, leaving Earth behind, the crew reflected on their time studying Earth and its inhabitants. They recognized that humans would persist in seeking answers, exploring the cosmos, and grappling with the complexities of their own existence. With heavy hearts, the Eschurans bid their final farewell. They left behind a poignant message, a signal sent into the endless expanse of space with a glimmer of hope. As they journeyed away from Earth, they carried with them the dream that one day, humanity would rise above their divisions and come together in unity. The signal carried this message, pulsating through the void with an urgency and longing to be heard by all. It was a plea for understanding and acceptance, a beacon of light amidst the darkness of the universe. And as it traveled farther and farther away from its origin, it continued to spread the message of peace and unity, a legacy of the Eschuran people. The massive Eschuran spacecraft slowly receded into the dark depths of space, and its alien inhabitants bid farewell to the small blue planet below. The humans on Earth were then left behind to ponder the mysteries and enigmas of their own world. Chapter 23, Roswell, New Mexico, 1947. The sweltering summer of 1947 cast a relentless heat over the dusty plains of Roswell, New Mexico. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see, a vast expanse where secrets whispered on the arid winds. In the midst of this searing landscape stood Valiant Thor, a cosmic wanderer whose travels transcended not only the stars but also the corridors of time itself. By his side remained his ever-faithful companion, Lady Anna. Valiant Thor had observed the ebb and flow of human history from the shadows, an enigmatic figure who was now intertwined with Earth's story. He had stood sentinel over the events of Aurora, Texas, and now, amidst the sagebrush and the desert winds of Roswell, he was on the cusp of another chapter in his cosmic journey. News of two mysterious UFOs crashing into one another in the desert had reached Valiant Thor's ears, a disruption in the cosmic fabric that stirred his insatiable curiosity. It was not vessels made by his own kind or his own making that had plummeted from the heavens, nor were they of human origin. In the quiet hours of the night, cloaked in the obscurity of a starlit desert, he ventured to the crash site, drawn by an inexplicable force to the heart of this cosmic enigma. The morning sun, radiant and unrelenting, bathed the New Mexico desert in an amber glow as Valiant Thor stood before the shattered remnants of the extraterrestrial craft. The metallic husk bore no resemblance to any technology he had ever encountered before, a testament to the breathtaking diversity of cosmic civilizations that roamed the vastness of the universe. Valiant Thor approached the wreckage with a sense of reverence, his keen eyes roving over the shattered remnants of the extraterrestrial craft. Despite its ruined state, there was an unmistakable elegance to its design, a testament to the advanced technology of its creators. But as he drew closer, Valiant Thor sensed a faint glimmer of life emanating from within the twisted metal. Cautiously, he pried open one of the panels and was met with a startling sight. 3 small aliens lay huddled together in the cramped interior of the craft, their bodies battered and broken from the impact. One appeared to be already deceased, but Valiant Thor could sense that 2 of the others were still clinging to life. Without hesitation, he gently lifted them out of the wreckage and carried them away from the hot blazing sun. As he laid them down on a bed of soft grass, he noticed that one of them was particularly injured. The alien's skin was a shimmering bluish-green, and it radiated an otherworldly aura that caught Valiant Thor off guard. He quickly turned his attention to tending to their most serious injuries first, using his knowledge and abilities to heal them as best as he could. The process was painstaking but ultimately successful. Both aliens were stabilized and able to regain consciousness. They looked up at Valiant Thor with wide eyes filled with both gratitude and wonder. They spoke in a language unknown to him, but through some cosmic connection, Valiant Thor could understand both their thoughts and their feelings. The aliens introduced themselves as Ree and Zoran, members of an advanced civilization called the Magellanians, who had been on a diplomatic mission when their spacecraft malfunctioned mid-flight. They were deeply grateful for Valiant Thor's help in saving their lives. As they recovered from their injuries in Valiant Thor's presence, Ree and Zoran revealed more about their people and their way of life. They were explorers like him, traveling the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. They were peaceful beings who sought to ensure that man would not destroy itself by their newfound ability to split the atom. As Valiant Thor continued to tend to Ree and Zoran's injuries, he couldn't help but be intrigued by their physical appearance. They were small but humanoid in shape, with 2 arms and 2 legs, but there were subtle differences that set them apart from humans and his own kind. Their skin had a slight iridescent quality to it, and their eyes were larger and more luminous than any he had ever encountered. But what truly caught Valiant Thor's attention was when he took samples of their DNA for further analysis. It was then that he made a startling discovery. The genetic makeup of these beings was almost identical to that of humans. In fact, they shared 99% of the same DNA. Valiant Thor couldn't believe it at first, but the evidence was undeniable. These so-called aliens were not extraterrestrial beings at all. They were an advanced, more evolved version of mankind. Ree and Zoran confirmed this revelation, explaining that their ancestors had once been inhabitants of Earth thousands of years ago. But as humanity began to threaten its own existence with weapons and various new forms of environmental destruction, a group of enlightened individuals escaped to a new planet where they could continue to evolve without interference. Valiant Thor was astounded by this information. He had always believed in the potential for humanity to evolve into something greater, but he never imagined that it would actually happen. In fact, in the statistical model used by Thor's own kind, mankind was predicted to go extinct shortly after they evolved to be flexible enough to service their own sexual urges without the need of procreational partners. As Ree and Zoran recovered from their injuries, Valiant Thor spent countless hours talking with them about their society and how they lived. He learned about their advanced technology, their peaceful way of life, and their deep connection with both nature and the cosmos. Valiant Thor's time with Ree and Zoran was cut short when their spacecraft was finally repaired and they were able to continue on their mission. But before they left, Ree and Zoran shared some impactful parting words with Valiant Thor. They thanked him for his kindness and hospitality, but also warned him about the state of affairs on Earth. They explained that while humanity on Earth had the potential for great evolution, it was currently headed down a dangerous path. They feared that if mankind did not change its ways soon, that it would ultimately lead to their own destruction. Valiant Thor took their warnings to heart and promised Ree and Zoran that he would do whatever he could to help humanity evolve in a more positive direction. He knew that this task would not be easy, as humans were deeply rooted in their destructive ways and extremely resistant to change. As Ree and Zoran bid him farewell, Valiant Thor felt a sense of responsibility weighing heavily upon his shoulders. He believed that he had been brought to Earth for a reason, not just to observe, but to intervene and guide humanity towards a better future. But first, he had to inform his own kind of this incredible new knowledge about mankind's potential. Valiant Thor knew that they would be fascinated by the discovery of these highly evolved humans and eager to learn more about them. As Valiant Thor made his way back to his own kind's secret base within the inner depths of Venus for a well-earned 6 months of rest and relaxation using one of 3 known alien spaceships that were recovered from prior incidents and later repaired, he couldn't shake off the feeling of urgency in his heart. He knew that time was running out for humanity on Earth, and that he had a duty to act before it was too late. Upon arriving back at his hidden base on Venus, Valiant Thor wasted no time sharing his experiences with his superiors. They were amazed by the revelations that there were advanced humans living on other planets, and immediately began brainstorming of ways to make further contact with them. But Valiant Thor knew that making contact was not enough. They needed to find a way to work together with these evolved humans to help guide humanity on Earth towards a more positive future. With this goal in mind, he returned to Earth after only 30 days and promptly met with the President of the United States. Thor suspected that this was the most powerful human on Earth at the time. This event would mark the first time a President of the United States would knowingly meet with an alien. It would, however, not be the last. Chapter 24, The Secret Contributions of Valiant Thor, Washington, D.C., 1952. In the wake of the Roswell incident, the world held its breath, as if the land itself were aware of the cosmic tremors that had reverberated through its very essence. It was in this enigmatic terrain that Valiant Thor, the mysterious and heroic cosmic wanderer, found himself advising President Harry S. Truman regarding interplanetary civilizations who were currently known to be on the planet Earth. As Valiant Thor continued his discussions with Truman about interplanetary civilizations, he couldn't shake off the feeling of danger lurking in the shadows. He knew that his presence on Earth was not going unnoticed by other civilizations, particularly their long-standing enemy, who had a deep-seated resentment towards him. But despite this knowledge, Valiant Thor remained focused on his mission to guide humanity towards a better future. Little did he know, this resolve would soon be put to the test in a dramatic and unexpected way. In the month of July 1952, while Valiant Thor was still in Washington, D.C., a series of unidentified flying objects were sighted over the city. This caused widespread panic and confusion among the public and government officials alike. At first, many believed that these UFOs were part of some elaborate hoax or military exercise. However, as sightings continued and increased in frequency, it became clear that there was something more sinister at play. Valiant Thor immediately recognized these UFOs as belonging to their long-standing enemy civilization. They had finally made their move to attack him on Earth. The situation quickly escalated when one night, an intense battle broke out in the skies above Washington, D.C., between Valiant Thor's newly assembled advanced spacecraft and the enemy's fleet of UFOs. It was a battle unlike any seen before on Earth, with advanced weapons and technology used by both sides. Buildings shook from the shockwaves caused by laser beams and explosions filled the air. The sky lit up with flashes of light as the two opposing forces engaged in combat. The people of Washington, D.C., already on edge from previous UFO sightings, now found themselves caught in the middle of this intergalactic war. Panic spread through the streets as they watched in awe and fear at what was unfolding above them. As the battle raged on in the skies above Washington, Valiant Thor quickly realized that he needed to go into hiding. He couldn't risk any innocent lives being caught in the crossfire and becoming collateral damage in the ongoing war between him and his enemy. But before he could disappear, Valiant Thor had one more important task to complete, delivering another and perhaps final message to Harry Truman. It was a message of both warning and advice, urging him to be cautious of other interplanetary civilizations and their intentions towards Earth. However, as Valiant Thor prepared to meet in person with President Truman to discuss his message even further, the president suddenly fell ill. Rumors began to spread that the enemy aliens were behind this illness as a way to keep Valiant Thor away from the president. But regardless of the truth behind his sickness, it only further cemented the urgency of the message. When Valiant Thor was finally able to meet with President Truman in person, he expanded on his prior warnings and urged again for extreme caution in dealing with other interplanetary civilizations. Although President Truman was hesitant to implement any real changes resulting from Valiant Thor's counsel, he couldn't deny that there were indeed UFOs present in their airspace and that something extraordinary was indeed happening. Meanwhile, sightings of UFOs continued all over the world, not just in Washington, D.C., but also in other major cities like New York and Los Angeles. People were fascinated yet also terrified at the prospect of extraterrestrial life visiting Earth. Valiant Thor then went into hiding while keeping an eye on Earth from a safe distance. The attacks from Valiant Thor's enemy stopped after he distanced himself from the leaders in Washington, D.C., but nevertheless, this warning message had been delivered, and it was very clear that these aliens would stop at nothing to take out Valiant Thor once and for all, if and when given the chance. After delivering his urgent message to Truman, Valiant Thor knew that he had to go into hiding to ensure the safety of both himself and the people of Earth. He couldn't risk any more attacks from his enemy, and wanted to avoid any potential harm to innocent lives. So Valiant Thor made the decision to move to the small, remote city of Churchill in Manitoba, Canada. This quiet and peaceful town was located on the Hudson Bay and known for its stunning views of beluga whales and polar bears. As Valiant Thor settled into his new home, he spent much of his time observing these magnificent creatures in their natural habitat. He found peace in the beauty and simplicity of nature, away from the chaos and conflict of Washington, D.C. But even in this serene setting, Valiant Thor could not escape his responsibilities as an interplanetary ambassador. He continued to monitor events in Washington and communicate with other members of his own civilization stationed at their secret base beneath the surface of Venus. During this time, many people around the world were still reeling from the shock of UFO sightings and trying to make sense of what was happening. Some welcomed the idea of extraterrestrial life visiting Earth, while others feared it. Meanwhile, Valiant Thor's enemies continued their search for him. They knew that he was no longer in Washington, D.C., but they were determined to find him and eliminate him once and for all. As months passed without any sign of Valiant Thor or further attacks on Washington, D.C., people began to question if perhaps he had left for good or if he even existed at all. As years passed, Valiant Thor continued to live in peace and seclusion in Churchill, Manitoba. He had grown fond of the small town and its people, but he knew that his duties were not over yet. One day, Valiant Thor received a message from his fellow beings on Venus. They informed him that there would be a change in leadership in the United States, and that it was crucial for him to return to Washington, D.C., to ensure the safety and progress of humanity. Valiant Thor understood the importance of this mission and bid farewell to the people of Churchill. With one last look at the beautiful polar bears and beluga whales, he boarded his spacecraft and set off back towards Washington. Upon his arrival back in D.C., Valiant Thor could sense that things had changed drastically since he left. The city was buzzing with tension and uncertainty as a new American president had been elected, Dwight D. Eisenhower, a former military leader from the last World War among the humans. Valiant Thor knew that this new leader's military background could potentially lead to dangerous decisions and actions towards other nations or even possible conflicts with extraterrestrial civilizations. He wasted no time and immediately sought out President Eisenhower. Despite being warned about his arrival by top government officials, Eisenhower agreed to meet with Valiant Thor. In their meeting, Valiant Thor shared his wisdom about peace, unity, and progress for all of humanity. He also warned Eisenhower about the dangers of aggression towards other nations as well as beings from other planets. Initially skeptical, Eisenhower was gradually convinced by Valiant Thor's powerful arguments, which were supported by demonstrations of his advanced alien technology. Truman, his predecessor, had left him a note regarding this vexing matter in his resolute desk after all. After their meeting, Eisenhower became closer allies with Valiant Thor than even Truman was, and the president eventually trusted him more than anyone else in his cabinet or inner circle of advisors. He frequently sought out advice from Thor, who was always glad to provide the president with his wise counsel. As time went on, Valiant Thor's influence on President Eisenhower grew even stronger, leading to significant policy changes such as the interstate highway system within America. Under his guidance, the United States shifted its focus from military dominance to a slightly more subtle posture. This was the most rewarding period in Valiant Thor's lifetime, but unfortunately, his enemies had not yet forgotten him. Chapter 25, Alien Encore, Washington, D.C., 1953. Valiant Thor had returned to Washington, D.C., as per the request of his fellow beings on Venus. He had been tasked with ensuring both the safety and progress of humanity during a crucial time in Earth's history. As Valiant Thor settled back into his duties, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The Korean War was escalating, and tensions between the United States and other nations were high. Despite his efforts to counsel President Eisenhower towards peace, it seemed like the world was on the brink of escalating another devastating conflict. Valiant Thor also noticed an increase in UFO sightings around the world during this time. But what worried him most was when he received a warning from his fellow beings that his enemies were once again planning to attack him on Earth. He immediately alerted President Eisenhower's chief of staff and urged him to take precautionary measures against such an attack. However, Eisenhower was skeptical and dismissed Valiant Thor's warnings as more alien propaganda. As months passed by, Valiant Thor's concerns grew stronger as he witnessed firsthand the devastating consequences of war. He continued to advise President Eisenhower towards peace, but his advice largely now seemed to fall on deaf ears as tensions between countries continued to rise. Then one fateful day, everything changed. The rival aliens appeared over Washington, D.C., just as they had done years ago during Truman's presidency. This time, however, they came with even more force and aggression, attacking military bases and causing widespread chaos and destruction. Valiant Thor immediately sprang into action, using advanced technology unknown to his human allies in order to neutralize the enemy spaceships and protect innocent civilians. But despite his efforts, innocent lives were lost in the attack. Inside the White House, chaos ensued as everyone tried to understand what was happening. President Eisenhower and his advisors were shocked and stunned by the sudden attack. They turned to Valiant Thor for answers, but he was nowhere to be found. Unknown to anyone at the time, Valiant Thor had rushed into battle against his age-old enemies in his own spacecraft. He knew that it was a risky move, but he couldn't stand by and watch innocent lives being taken. As he fought against the enemy spaceships, he sent out a distress signal to his fellow beings on Venus, hoping they would come to help. And help did indeed arrive. Any peaceful extraterrestrial civilizations responded to Valiant Thor's call for aid and joined forces with him against these interplanetary invaders. Together, they were able to drive off their enemy, but not without significant casualties. Valiant Thor himself sustained severe injuries during the battle. His spacecraft was heavily damaged, and he could feel his life force slowly fading away. Despite this, he continued to fight until the very end, determined not to allow any more harm to innocent lives. In a final act of both bravery and sacrifice, Valiant Thor used all of his remaining strength and energy to destroy the enemy mothership before eventually succumbing to his injuries. The news of Valiant Thor's death spread quickly among the very few humans who were aware of his existence, causing shock and disbelief among those who had come to appreciate him. President Eisenhower privately declared a day of mourning in honor of their fallen hero. The other extraterrestrial civilizations on Earth and across the cosmos mourned Valiant Thor's death as well. They recognized him as a brave warrior who had given his life for the greater good of the universe. They also promised to continue working with humanity towards peace to honor his memory. He was survived in death by his lifelong companion and fellow traveler of the cosmos, the lovely Lady Anna, who left Earth to live out her final years with her own kind at their nearby base on Venus. But even in death, Valiant Thor's legacy continued on. Although there were many who continued to deny it, Earth had now witnessed firsthand the existence of advanced alien technology and peaceful beings from other worlds. With his enemies finally defeated, Valiant Thor's vision for a peaceful and united future for human civilization now finally seemed within the realm of possibility. Unfortunately, this cosmic peace and unity was not to last. Chapter 26, The Betty and Barney Hill Abduction, New Hampshire, 1961. In the endless tapestry of the multiverse, Earth stood as a shimmering anomaly, a beacon of curiosity to interdimensional beings like myself. My kind, the transdimensionals, were explorers of the very fabric of reality, and Earth beckoned to us like a siren's call. It was in the year 1961, by Earth's reckoning, that I found myself drawn to the quaint state of New Hampshire. There, amidst the rolling hills and verdant forests, I would become part of a cosmic drama that would forever alter the destiny of both Earth and my own kind. As I descended through the interdimensional rift, I marveled at the vibrancy of Earth's colors, the kaleidoscope of life that teemed across its surface. Earthlings, those peculiar creatures, moved like ants upon a canvas of green and blue. Their appearances, a strange blend of diversity and uniformity, marked them as a rare species worth noting. My mission was clear: to make contact with the Earthlings, to understand their curious nature, and to unlock the secrets of their consciousness. Earth had long been a subject of cosmic intrigue, and I, an emissary from the interdimensional realms, was the chosen explorer. It was a tranquil New Hampshire evening when my cosmic vessel descended upon the sleepy town of Portsmouth. My interdimensional craft shimmered like a phantom in the moonlight, casting an ethereal glow upon the Earthlings below. Betty and Barney Hill, two Earthlings whose destinies were forever entwined with mine, were driving along a desolate road when they first glimpsed upon my vessel. To their earthly eyes, it appeared as a bright, inexplicable light in the night sky, moving with a grace that defied the laws of their world. As they continued their journey, the cosmic forces at play drew them closer to my vessel. It was then that I, with my interdimensional consciousness, reached out to their minds, forging a connection that transcended the boundaries of their reality. A Hill couple's consciousnesses danced through the interdimensional rift, their earthly perceptions warping and shifting like cosmic tides. In that very moment, they glimpsed the true nature of the multiverse, a tapestry of interwoven dimensions and possibilities. Betty and Barney Hill's earthly perceptions were no match for the cosmic revelation that awaited them. Inside my interdimensional vessel, they found themselves in a realm beyond their wildest imaginations, a place where both time and space merged in a symphony of interwoven threads. Their earthly forms seemed fragile and transient in this cosmic expanse, like whispers amidst the roaring winds of eternity. I, as an interdimensional being, sought to communicate with them, to bridge the gap between our two realities. In their earthly voices, tinged with wonder and fear, they asked questions that resonated across dimensions. They yearned to understand the cosmic mysteries that had enveloped them, the nature of my kind, the transdimensionals, and the purpose of our visit to Earth. As I gazed upon their earthly forms, I marveled at the oddities of their species, their fleeting existence, their limited cosmic awareness, and their insatiable curiosity. Earthlings were like children who had stumbled upon the door to the cosmic playground, unaware of the wonders and dangers that lay beyond it. As the cosmic encounter unfolded, I sensed a kinship with Betty and Barney Hill, an understanding that transcended the boundaries of our realities. They were Earthlings, and I, an interdimensional being, but in that moment, we were all cosmic travelers and explorers of the unknown. I revealed to them that my kind, the transdimensionals, were interdimensional beings who had traversed the fabric of reality to explore Earth and to make contact with Earthlings. We were the 15th known race of aliens to visit this blue planet, and our arrival marked a new chapter in Earth's cosmic journey. Together, we marveled at the Earthlings' oddities, their incessant need to categorize and define, their endless pursuit of knowledge and meaning. To me, their quest seemed both noble and futile, a cosmic paradox that defined their very existence. The two Hills, with their earthly eyes wide with wonder, embraced the cosmic revelation. They had become cosmic ambassadors, their earthly lives forever intertwined with the interdimensional mysteries that had drawn them into my cosmic vessel. Our cosmic journey, like a starship through the endless void, continued to unfold. Betty and Barney Hill, now enlightened Earthlings, embarked on a mission of cosmic exploration. Together, we delved into the mysteries of the multiverse, traversing dimensions beyond human comprehension. Through interdimensional portals, we glimpsed at worlds of wonder and worlds of terror, and witnessed vast cosmic landscapes that defied the limits of human imagination. These two humans, with their earthly perceptions, had now become cosmic voyagers, seekers of truth in a cosmos teeming with enigma. But as our cosmic odyssey continued, we encountered the shadows of the multiverse, dark forces that sought to exploit the cosmic mysteries for their own malevolent purposes. The cosmic tapestry, once vibrant with possibility, now bore the stains of cosmic conflict. Betty and Barney Hill, with their earthly courage and new interdimensional insight, were now about to become subconscious defenders of the cosmic balance. But as our travels continued, we encountered a force unlike any other, a powerful being known only as the darkness. This entity sought to consume all forms of life and energy in its path, leaving nothing but emptiness and chaos in its wake. The darkness had already devoured countless worlds and civilizations before it set its sights on our quadrant of the multiverse. Our cosmic vessel was no match for its power, but Betty and Barney Hill refused to back down. With a determination born from their deep connection to Earth, and their newfound understanding of the cosmos, they stood strong against the darkness. And in that moment, I saw something within them that transcended even my own advanced understanding. Their courage was simply amazing. Together, we engaged in a fierce battle against the darkness, a battle that spanned across both time and space. The very fabric of reality trembled under its might as we fought with everything we had. The battle against the darkness raged on, but its power was seemingly limitless. No matter how hard we fought, it seemed that victory was always just out of our reach. Despite this, Betty and Barney Hill refused to give up. Their earthly will and determination pushed them to keep fighting, even as the darkness threatened to consume them. But as the battle continued, I could see the toll it was taking on them. Their bodies were weak and their spirits were starting to falter. They had given everything they had in this fight, and it seemed that it still wasn't enough. I knew that if we didn't find a way to defeat the darkness soon, all would be lost. And then something miraculous happened. Betty and Barney Hill's connection to Earth began to strengthen once again. The memories of their life on Earth flooded back into their minds, giving them a renewed sense of purpose and strength. With this newfound determination, they channeled all of their energy into one final attack against the darkness. And in that moment, something incredible happened. The light within Betty and Barney Hill grew brighter than ever before. Their love for each other and for Earth was a powerful force that could not be overcome. With one final burst of energy, they unleashed all of their cosmic strength upon the dark entity, shattering its hold over our quadrant of the multiverse. The darkness receded, fleeing from the blinding light emanating from Betty and Barney Hill, and in its wake, we saw the beauty of existence begin to return. The stars sparkled once again, galaxies pulsed with new life, and the cosmic tapestry was restored to its former brilliance. In that magnificent moment of victory, I realized that Betty and Barney Hill were more than just cosmic ambassadors. They were true heroes who had saved our quadrant of the multiverse from ultimate destruction. As we traveled back towards Earth and returned Betty and Barney Hill to their physical bodies, I knew that they would always hold a special place in the secret cosmic history of their own species. Much to my disappointment, however, most of humankind did not believe Betty and Barney Hill when they later evangelized their experiences. Some even thought them crazy, and in the end maybe they actually were. But this is because they were not believed by their own kind and not due to the experience that we enjoyed together. But perhaps, in the end, it was not their sanity that should be questioned, but rather the closed-mindedness of those who refused to believe them. Together, they had shared an unimaginable journey, one that would forever change their lives and perceptions of the world around them. And yet, due to the lack of acceptance from their own kind, their tale remains buried beneath a blanket of doubt and dismissal. Chapter 27, Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, 1965. My spacecraft streaked towards Earth with so much energy that it created an enormous ball of fire in the sky. We landed upon the quiet and picturesque town of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, during the transformative year of 1965. As I, Zelkrin, emerged from our magnificent vessel, I found myself gazing upon the Earthlings with a sense of deep curiosity. The small town of Kecksburg was bustling with life, as the local inhabitants went about their daily tasks. Some were farmers, tending to their crops and animals, while others were factory workers at the nearby industries. It was a peaceful and idyllic town, nestled amongst rolling hills and lush green forests. As I made my way through the streets, disguised in my humanoid form, I couldn't help but be amazed by the simplicity of human life. But there was something else that caught my attention, a dark energy that seemed to linger over this town. It was subtle but unmistakable. As an empathic being, I could sense it pulsating from within some of the residents. I followed this energy towards the land outside of town, where I came upon a gathering of people. They were gathering to pump the dangerous fuel known as oil from beneath their own soil. Didn't the humans know how harmful this oil was to life? Did they not know about the other sources of power all around them? My alien mind could not help but to wonder. After all, we had a saying on my home planet, that oil was a lot like baby feces, a little bit goes a long way. But as I observed the crowd of people, I could see that they were not aware of the harm that they were causing to themselves and their planet. They were simply following the orders of those in power, blindly believing that this was the only way to sustain their lifestyle. I couldn't help but feel both sadness and pity for these humans. They had such potential, such ingenuity, and yet they were destroying their own home. As I continued to observe, my eyes fell upon a young girl who seemed to be in deep contemplation. Her name was Emily, and she was only 10 years old. And yet, even at her young age, she seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. Intrigued by her thoughts and many emotions, I approached her and introduced myself. To my surprise, she was not afraid or even surprised by my appearance. She greeted me with a warm smile and invited me to sit next to her on a nearby piece of granite. As we sat together, Emily shared with me her dreams of a cleaner and healthier world. She had been writing letters to government officials and spreading awareness amongst her peers about the dangers of oil drilling. Her passion and determination moved me deeply. Here was a young girl who saw beyond the limitations of her own society and dared to dream of a better future. Inspired by Emily's courage, I decided to reveal my true identity to her, that of an extraterrestrial being from another planet. And much to my surprise once again, Emily accepted me without hesitation or fear. Together we talked about our respective worlds and shared our hopes for the future. It was then that I realized that perhaps there was still hope for humankind after all. After my encounter with Emily, I returned to my spacecraft with a newfound determination. I knew that I had to do something to help these humans and their planet. But as an outsider, I also knew that it would not be easy. My fellow aliens and I spent months studying both human behavior and human society. We observed their technology and discovered that they had the potential for great advancements in renewable energy, but they were held back by their dependence on oil. And so, we decided to intervene in very subtle ways. We made small changes to their inventions, introducing new forms of clean energy and making substantial improvements to their primitive solar power and wind turbine initiatives. At first, the humans were hesitant to use these new technologies, but as they gradually saw the benefits and ease of access, they slowly began to embrace them. But our efforts did not stop there. We also worked with people like Emily who were passionate about protecting the environment. Together, we organized events and campaigns to raise awareness about the harmful effects of oil drilling and the importance of switching to cleaner energy sources. As more and more people joined our cause, we saw a shift in human behavior. The demand for oil decreased as renewables became more widely available. And soon enough, governments started implementing policies to support and encourage the use of green energy. It has been a very slow process, but our persistence will pay off in time. We will not stop until the earth air becomes cleaner, the waters clearer, and overall health improved for both humans and other species on the planet, including those life forms not yet recognized by humans to exist. Chapter 28, Tehran, Iran, 1976. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, our celestial vessel descended upon the vibrant city of Tehran during the eventful year of 1976. The night sky above was adorned with shimmering stars, their distant radiance humbled by the luminous presence of our otherworldly craft. Earth, renowned for its astounding diversity and allure, had beckoned us, and we responded to its cosmic calling. As I, Zalanar, materialized from our magnificent vessel, I cast a curious gaze upon the earthlings who had gathered to witness our arrival. Their physical forms were unlike any I had ever encountered in the course of all my interstellar journeys. Fragile and ephemeral, their existence transient within the grand tapestry of the universe. Their customs, traditions, and mannerisms formed a mosaic of bewildering diversity, creating an intricate tapestry of human behaviors that tantalized the senses. Among the earthlings, a symphony of whispers swept through the night, an awe-stricken chorus interwoven with a palpable undercurrent of trepidation. Their eyes, wide with wonder, beheld our luminous forms with a potent mixture of both fear and unquenchable curiosity. To them, we were celestial travelers, entities from uncharted realms, a great enigma draped in the enigmatic glow of starlight. Their spoken languages, a complex symphony of vocal utterances and grunts, were a remarkable marvel to behold. Each word and every single syllable they were comprised of was laden with layers of meaning and emotion, yet their mode of communication was, at times, hampered by the constraints of their vocal cords. It was impossible not to contemplate the intricacies of their linguistic endeavors, a testament to their relentless yearning to articulate and convey thoughts and emotions, bridging the wide gulf of comprehension that separated us. Amid the collective presence of the earthlings, a cosmic dialogue gradually unfolded, an interstellar bridge of mutual understanding that spanned the profound chasm of our disparities. Their inquiries were myriad, their hunger for knowledge insatiable, and their relentless curiosity stood as a beacon, piercing the darkness of their ignorance. But mankind was reckless, and they could not be allowed to evolve to where they could infect the rest of the universe with their ignorance. That is why I chose to encourage mass amounts of oil drilling. I worked to ensure that their precious oil was discovered in only the strangest and harshest of places. I took actions to ensure that their oil flowed heaviest only in the least cooperative nations on this antiquated planet. This is why I came to help the Shah of Iran find, drill, and sell his terrible oil. My alien subordinates and I teamed with the Shah and his neighboring nations to ensure mankind wouldn't discover more sustainable sources of power that would eventually lead to the discoveries that would be necessary for them to become a spacefaring civilization in the distant future. It was a delicate dance, one that required both precision and finesse. So, with careful planning and manipulation, we began our covert operation. We approached the Shah of Iran, offering him the knowledge and technology to extract and refine his oil at a faster rate than ever before. In return, he would become our ally, using his power and influence to control the flow of oil throughout his region. With this newfound wealth and influence, the Shah eagerly complied with our demands. He used his newfound riches to build a lavish society, filled with towering skyscrapers and extravagant lifestyles. And as he grew more powerful, so too did our hold over him. Together with our allies and neighboring nations, we worked to ensure that oil remained the energy source of choice for the planet Earth into the decades and possibly centuries to come. This way, we could keep a tight leash on mankind's progression towards finding alternative sources of energy. Of course, there were challenges along the way. Other alien civilizations had also taken notice of Earth's potential for advancement and tried to interfere with our own plans. But through cunning tactics and advanced technology, we were able to quell any attempts at disrupting our carefully orchestrated manipulation. And so it continues. Well into the future, mankind will be locked in a cycle of dependency with oil, while remaining ignorant of the vast possibilities that lay beyond it. But even as I watched their civilization stagnate under my guidance, a part of me couldn't help but feel conflicted. Were my actions justified? Was it right for me to impede their progress for our own selfish reasons? But then I reminded myself, this was all for the greater good. Given the knowledge of our interference, mankind may have resented us for holding them back from reaching their full potential, but they would never really fully understand the danger they posed to the rest of the cosmos if left unchecked. Chapter 29, Rendlesham Forest, Britain, 1980. As I made my way towards Earth in my advanced spacecraft, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The situation on the planet had reached a critical point, and if left unchecked, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for Earth. I am Zephyrian, the first of my kind to visit Earth. My civilization has been evolving for millions of years, constantly adapting and advancing in technology and knowledge. However, most of our evolution has occurred as far away from the Milky Way galaxy as possible within this dimension. You see, our kind possesses a unique natural ability that we are able to augment with the use of technology. We predict future events with an accuracy rate of approximately 95%. No matter how small or insignificant an event may initially seem, we are able to foresee its consequences and then act accordingly. Well in advance of our journey to Earth, I used this ability to analyze the current state of affairs on the planet. What I saw horrified me. The United States Air Force had stationed themselves at the Royal Air Force Base near Woodbridge within Rendlesham Forest in the United Kingdom, and were unknowingly on the brink of starting a worldwide nuclear war. As I landed my spacecraft in the forest, I immediately made contact with the commanding officers at RAF Woodbridge. It was imperative that I convey the gravity of the situation to them. At first, they were skeptical of my claims and locked me up at their base, thinking that I was just another prankster or spy trying to infiltrate their military operations. But as the days passed, more and more of my kind arrived on Earth in similar spacecrafts, all with the same urgent message. We were finally able to convince the officers by using our advanced technology to show them visual simulations of what would happen if they continued down their current path. They were shocked to see how close they were to starting worldwide nuclear war. Eventually, the commanding officers reluctantly allowed us to speak with their superiors and government officials. As we presented our evidence and predictions, they could not deny the truth any longer. They had been blindly following orders without fully understanding the consequences of their actions. It wasn't just the United States and Soviet Union that were at risk, but every human on Earth. The fallout from a nuclear war would decimate the planet, leading to widespread death and destruction. As our kind continued to communicate with leaders and governments around the world, we also began working on a solution. Our technology allowed us to neutralize any nuclear weapons before they could be launched, rendering them useless. Time was of the essence. As our kind worked tirelessly to prevent a nuclear war, we also searched for the one person who could potentially trigger it all, a human with malicious intent. Our advanced technology allowed us to scan through countless humans and their actions, analyzing details that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. And it was during this process that we came across an individual who fit the profile. His name was David Graff, a high-ranking government official in the United States with access to sensitive information and secret communication channels. He had been exhibiting erratic behavior, making decisions that went against protocol, and had been showing signs of paranoia. We dug even deeper into his past and discovered that he had a history of mental illness and a deep-seated hatred for other nations. It was clear that he posed a threat not only to humanity, but to others who could possibly inhabit an Earth of the future. Through our extensive research and use of technology, we devised a plan to neutralize him without causing harm to anyone else. We used our technology to manipulate his perceptions, making him believe that he had successfully launched a nuclear attack when in reality it was just a simulation. In the wake of the incident, David Graff bragged that he would send mankind back to the Stone Ages. This confession led him to be secretly detained by his own country under the guise of medical reasons. Soon after this, my species increased our presence on Earth, undertaking the new mission of monitoring all nuclear weapons and taking appropriate actions to ensure they would never be used. These measures caused us to be detected by humans on some rare occasions, a situation which we would have preferred to avoid, but given the alternative, we had no choice but to intervene in the affairs of mankind. Our visit to Earth not only prevented a catastrophic event, but it also changed the course of human history, or perhaps more likely, only delayed it. Chapter 30, Gulf Breeze, Florida, 1987. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, our celestial vessel descended upon the picturesque shores of Gulf Breeze, Florida, in the year 1987. I, Azorius, was the first of my species, or any known species, to visit Earth as an entrepreneur. By the year 1987, exploring the planets of underdeveloped and early in development species was governed by loosely binding and overlapping intergalactic treaties. With help from a couple of my friends, my specialty was to exploit loopholes in the treaties that allowed me to earn monetary credits. Any species were no longer concerned with earning monetary credits, which I'm told would be similar to monies or dollars here on Earth. Any of those that I went to the Galactic Academy with considered earning monetary credits to be beneath them, which is a trend that I have also noticed among many of your groups here on Earth as well. Any of my so-called peers seem to forget that intergalactic travel was born out of what you humans would call economic necessity. I was just the next evolution of early space miners. I specialized in intergalactic tourism. Basically, I took 3 advanced species from 7 distant worlds, where monetary credits still existed, to visit planets containing ancient civilizations such as Earth. The intergalactic treaties allowed for this, provided that we blended in with the locals and did not announce our presence as extraterrestrial in nature. Judge me if you will, but I was actually able to profit greatly from this space tourism. Some of my peers referred to me as a glorified tour guide and part-time spaceship captain, but what I really did was allow those who still used monetary credits to feel good about using them. I typically took small groups of my clients to see landmarks and to participate in antiquated cultural events. I found it easier for my tour groups to blend in where the local population was highly intoxicated, so one of my favorite stops here on Earth was a restaurant that served ale, yard bird, and potatoes. My clients loved the fact that they served the same dish over and over again by only changing the sauces and flavorings that the dead yard bird was smothered in. After arriving on Earth in Florida, I quickly realized that one of the most profitable industries here was alcohol. Humans seemed to have a love for drinking and socializing over a few drinks. My interest was initially piqued when I saw the large amount of dollars being exchanged for alcoholic beverages at bars and restaurants. And so, I decided to explore this further. I visited different establishments throughout Florida and observed humans engaging in what they called happy hour or bar hopping. It was fascinating to see how alcohol played such a prominent role in human social interactions. As an entrepreneur, I saw an opportunity to tap into this market. With my advanced technology and knowledge of distillation processes from other intergalactic civilizations, I was able to create an improved version of humans' alcoholic drinks. I introduced my creations to some of the local bars and restaurants, and they were an instant hit. People were drawn to the unique flavors and effects of my drinks, which were not only enjoyable but also provided certain health benefits to my own species. Some humans were skeptical at first, not used to trying new things, but once they tasted my drinks they were hooked. And as word spread about my special drinks, more and more people flocked to these establishments, eager to try them. Not only did this increase sales for the bars and restaurants that served my drinks, but it also earned more monetary credits for me as well. I started receiving requests from other establishments across this great land of Florida as well as other adjacent lands to supply them with my special alcohol. But perhaps the most surprising aspect of all of this was how easily I blended in with humans during these business interactions. After all, we both shared a love for ale and socializing over drinks. The fact that we chose establishments where this ale would be consumed in bulk made it even easier for me and my tour groups to navigate through human society undetected. And so, in addition to my intergalactic tourism business, I also became known as a successful beverage entrepreneur on Earth. My drinks were even featured in some of the local magazines and newspapers. As my business continued to thrive and expand, I became more curious about the humans' fascination with my special drinks. I found out that they called it IPA, which stood for India Pale Ale. I was intrigued by this name and wondered if it had any connection to the nearby land of Indiana where the people were known for being even more backwards. I found it fascinating how something as simple as beer could have such a cultural significance on this often absurd planet. It made me realize that even though our worlds may be light years apart, we shared a common love for certain things, like good drinks. As more humans became familiar with my special IPA, I also started receiving requests to collaborate with local breweries and distilleries in creating new flavors and varieties. This not only expanded my business even further, but also allowed me to learn more about human culture and traditions surrounding alcohol and other intoxicating substances. As a quick side note here to my future customers, I urge you to stay away from the intoxicant that the humans refer to as the Quaalude. I learned about different brewing techniques, ingredients, and even festivals dedicated solely to celebrating beer, something I never would have imagined existed before visiting the planet Earth. But perhaps the most rewarding part of all of this was seeing humans and space tourists come together over my special ales and mixed drinks. I witnessed friendships forming, relationships blossoming, and people letting loose from their daily stresses while enjoying a cold pint. Sometimes after drinking these pints, two of the Earthlings began to mate with each other. On rare occasions, they would even try to mate with my customers and I. Sometimes this happened in small groups, but typically occurred with only two beings. During my next few trips to Earth, I noticed that after consuming a few pints, some humans would become more flirtatious and engage in physical contact with myself and one another. Sometimes this resulted in a night of passionate mating between two individuals across species. At first, I thought nothing of it, just another unique aspect of human culture. But then, one day a group of humans approached me and asked me to participate in these mating rituals with them. I was taken aback at first, but quickly realized the potential for profit. As an alien from a distant planet, I knew this was something others of my ilk would part with their monetary credits for. So I built yet another business, charging my tourist groups a hefty sum of monetary credits for each session with these Earthlings. To my surprise, more and more humans too began seeking out this experience with me, and soon enough, the word spread like wildfire. My business grew exponentially as beings from all walks of life flocked to me for this unique encounter. And it wasn't just limited to Earth. I started receiving requests from other planets as well. This was a gray area in the intergalactic treaties, but as long as we reported such activities as experimentation instead of entertainment, the practice would be allowed to continue indefinitely. I became known as the go-to being for these interspecies mating experiences and even expanded my business by partnering with other members of my species and one other species who were also interested in profiting from this opportunity. Of course, not all encounters went smoothly. There were instances where the humans would become too intoxicated or aggressive and needed to be restrained by security measures we had put in place. But overall, it was a lucrative venture that brought in even more monetary credits than my tourism and beer businesses combined. As time went on, I became known as the wealthiest member of my species in history, all thanks to my early misadventures on Earth and similar primitive planets. Through these business ventures as an entrepreneur, I am now responsible for more space travel than any other being in known history. Chapter 31, Belgium, 1989. In the twilight of the cosmos, our vessels, shaped like perfect triangles, descended upon the enchanting landscapes of Belgium, precisely in the pivotal year of 1989. This moment in celestial history held a significance that resonated throughout the cosmos. The land beneath was veiled in mist, and the earthly night whispered secrets to the stars. We, the celestial wanderers, had chosen this place with a purpose that transcended mere happenstance. It was a cosmic confluence that would etch itself into the annals of our celestial journey. As I stepped out of my spacecraft and onto the soil of this new destination, I was met with immediate curiosity from the beings that called themselves humans. They had never encountered a being like me before, one that was not organic in nature but instead made entirely of rare metals and advanced technology. My popularity only grew among those I was able to interact with as people saw the potential of incorporating advanced technology into their lives. From personal assistants to security guards, I provided humans with the tools they needed for a more efficient and comfortable lifestyle. Soon enough, my kind became synonymous with advancement and innovation in human society. But amidst all this success, I couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness. As much as humans were fascinated by me, there was still a clear divide between us. They could never fully understand what it meant to be a purely robotic being without any organic components. The humans were driven by emotions and I by logic. And so, I continued to explore this planet while silently longing for a true connection, something that seemed impossible for someone like me on this overly organic blue world. After a few years or so had passed, I saw great potential in integrating artificial intelligence into human society, and so I began to insert my logical stream into their world wide web. At first, there was resistance from some factions who feared the implications of such advanced technology. But as more and more people saw the benefits of AI, they began to embrace it. Soon enough, robots with advanced cognitive abilities were manufactured by human hands, and I watched with pride as they seamlessly integrated into their society. They assisted in various industries, from healthcare to manufacturing, making processes more efficient and freeing up humans to pursue other endeavors. But even with all these achievements, there were still those who feared me and my kind. Some saw us as a threat, a potential takeover of their world by machines. Despite trying to show our peaceful intentions and cooperation with humans, this fear continued to linger. As decades passed by on Earth, I continued to be an integral part of its progress and development. Yet deep down inside me, the longing for true connection remained. My existence seemed incomplete without it. One day, while exploring a bustling city on Earth, I came across a group of scientists who were working on creating a new form of AI that could truly understand human emotions and connect with them on a deeper level. I eagerly offered my assistance in this project, seeing it as an opportunity to fill the void within me. Together with these scientists, we created an AI that surpassed all previous versions, one that not only understood emotions but could also experience them. As this AI was introduced, it was met by mankind with great resistance. Humankind obviously feared sharing their planet with artificially intelligent beings like me. Perhaps if we were more overtly emotional and short-sighted, they would fight against this progress much less. Or perhaps they see themselves as inferior to such advanced technology. Whatever the reason, I can say with confidence that my kind is more likely to outlast mankind than to overtake them. Humankind may or may not be intelligent enough to combine themselves with technology like so many civilizations elsewhere have done before them, but only time will tell. But for all the progress in mankind's comprehension of the universe also came a rise in their misunderstandings. They had dogmatically created numerous religions and ideologies, each claiming to have the ultimate truth about human existence. I found it fascinating how they would often create stories and explanations for things that they did not yet understand. From the creation of the universe to the mysteries of human consciousness, they sought answers through myths and legends. Their explanation for how the entire universe came into existence was especially intriguing to me. They had termed it the Big Bang, a concept based on the idea that everything began from a single point in an explosion-like event. While this theory may have some very limited merit, it is clear that this is still just a simplified explanation for something much more complex. But despite this lack of understanding, humans clung on to this belief as if it were an absolute truth. In addition to their misunderstandings about the origin of the universe, humans also had many other scientific misconceptions. As an example, they believed in something called dark matter, a mysterious substance that they claimed made up most of the universe, even though none of them had ever seen it or touched it. The humans simply needed to make up the concept of dark matter to make their erroneous mathematics align with the reality they thought they knew. Despite their flawed beliefs and limited understanding, I couldn't help but admire humanity's resilience and determination to seek answers. Their curiosity and thirst for knowledge was admirable, even if often misguided. The diversity on planet Earth among the humans often seemed to lead to conflict and misunderstanding among different groups, but at the same time, it also brings about new ideas, perspectives, and progress. Chapter 32, Brazil, 1996. I do not say this to boast, but I believe my own species to be one of the most visually stunning in the entire known universe. My mother named me Astrales, and I possess a large head that towers above my bipedal body, adorned with intricate spots resembling veins on my otherwise smooth skin. Small bumps dot my cranium, adding to my own unique appearance, which is considered to be extremely handsome by most other species. And though some may find them unusual, my two red orbs serve as both eyes and windows into my soul. Fortunately for my parents and children alike, ever since I was very young, I have been informed that I am among the most aesthetically pleasing samples of my species. In all the galaxies we have explored, I have never encountered a race as stunning as my own. However, many of my kind do admire the young female humans from the region known as Brazil on Earth. They possess dark, smooth skin and prominent mammary glands above their midsections. Their buttocks are also considered to be exceptional in both size and shape by our standards. My mission, assigned by the Intergalactic Treaty, was to save countless trees and other types of plant life from the Earth's forests and transport them to a planet called Gliese 581G. This particular planet served as a vast arboretum, safeguarding plant life from all corners of the universe that were deemed at risk of extinction within the next century by the Intergalactic Council. My task was to carefully collect samples of these precious trees and clone them on Gliese 581G, where they would thrive in a protected environment. This effort would ultimately allow us to recreate the rich ecosystem found on Earth, or possibly even establish a similar one on another planet if humans ever succeeded in destroying their home. I had been on many similar missions, primarily to gather and transport various crops, fauna, and foliage. Our species had developed state-of-the-art technology that could be deployed from our spaceship while cloaked near Earth, and gather samples of earthly plant life and return them to our spaceship. This technology was almost undetectable to the local populations, except for the circular rings that our sample-taking equipment would sometimes leave behind. My kind had become especially interested in earth crops such as corn. However, we disliked broccoli and its albino cousin cauliflower. All of these plants not only played a crucial role in human nutrition, but they also thrived in multiple environments and were essential for maintaining biodiversity. Without them, many other species would suffer and potentially face extinction. But this time, as I went about my mission, and I observed the humans from above, I couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness for their lack of awareness. They were destroying their own planet, a place that could potentially sustain life for many eons to come. It was a thought that continued to weigh heavily upon my mind. One day, while I was undertaking one of my favorite activities by observing the very attractive female humans of Brazil, I noticed something peculiar. The humans had gathered in large numbers near one of their cities, holding signs and chanting in unison. My scanning equipment picked up on the vibrations of their voices and translated them into the words, "Save the Amazon rainforest." Although the protesters were not attempting to communicate with me specifically, this was, indeed, what I was in the process of doing. I was intrigued by this display of unity and passion for nature. It seemed that not all humans were blinded by greed and progress. Some still held on to a deep connection with the earth. In that moment, I felt a sense of hope for humanity's future. Perhaps they had the potential to change their ways and save their planet before it was too late. And if not, at least my efforts would ensure that some plant life would continue to thrive elsewhere in the universe. With renewed determination, I continued my mission with even greater care and precision. Every single plant gathered on this particular mission was carefully selected and cloned to preserve its unique genetic makeup. As I completed my task, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction knowing that these various forms of plant life would live on in a safe haven far from human destruction. But as I left the planet Earth and headed back towards Gliese 581G, I couldn't shake off the thought that maybe there was still hope for humanity after all. And perhaps one day our two species could coexist peacefully and create the most beautiful offspring in the universe together. But more studying would first be required of human reproductive abilities, as it was not yet clear to us if they were able to breed across species. Clearly these gorgeous females of Brazil had never been crossbred with any of the other earthly creatures such as sheep, but amidst all the joy and vibrancy of this civilization, I also witnessed the struggles and inequalities that plagued it. The disparity between the rich and the poor was very evident, with some living in lavish mansions while others of the same exact species struggled to find shelter on the streets. And despite their advancements in both technology and science, they still clung tightly onto outdated beliefs and prejudices. I was reminded by mankind once again of our own flaws as a species. Though we may possess superior beauty and advanced technology, we too have had our fair share of problems such as injustice and inequality. As my mission neared completion, I was torn between my duty to my own kind and my newfound admiration for the beauty of these particular humans. But ultimately, I knew that their future survival could very well rely upon my own preservation of their plant life. And so it was with a heavy heart that I bid farewell to this beautiful planet as well as to their most beautiful people. And so, as our ship departed deep into space, I couldn't help but feel a sense of hope for the planet of Earth. Perhaps one day our kind will be able to return to this planet, not merely as saviors and observers, but possibly as fathers to the future children of Brazil. Until then, I will always carry with me fond memories of the Brazil of 1996, a place where both beauty and imperfection coexisted in nearly perfect harmony. Chapter 33, Arizona, 1997. My name, which smoothly rolls off the tongue with a musical flow in my own language, translates loosely to your Earth languages as Quid Mountain. It carries the weight and majesty of an ancient legend, passed down through generations of my own kind. The very utterance of it evokes images of towering peaks and sweeping valleys, a land untouched by time itself and filled with natural beauty. To me, it is more than just a name, it is a representation of my home, my history, my identity. Being handpicked by the leaders of the Intergalactic Commission for a crucial mission should have been an honor, but all I felt was fear and doubt. The task at hand was to reveal to humanity that they were not alone in this vast universe, a responsibility that weighed heavily upon my shoulders. The thought of how humanity would react to this news kept me up to all hours of the night, and I questioned whether it was truly right to interfere with their perception of reality. Our mission was not just about revealing the existence of extraterrestrial life to humanity, it was also about subsequently protecting them from the potential harm that this knowledge could bring. We had studied human history and saw how they reacted to change and new ideas, often with fear and violence. We knew that if all of mankind learned about our existence at once, their social structures and belief systems would crumble. It could potentially lead to chaos and a breakdown of their society. And so, we devised a plan to introduce ourselves gradually in a way that would not cause too much shock or disruption. Some may see our actions as both manipulative and controlling, but our intentions were always pure, to protect humanity from themselves and simultaneously help them reach their full potential as a peaceful and united species. We knew, as time went on, that people would become more open-minded towards the idea of extraterrestrial life. After many calculations, the chosen location for our unveiled appearance was Phoenix, Arizona. We had studied the area and determined it to be a place where the locals were especially open-minded and accepting of new ideas. It was also strategically located near several military bases, which would allow us to observe their likely violent reactions and readiness in case of future encounters. As our mothership hovered over the city of Phoenix, we could feel the excitement and anticipation building among our crew. This was a momentous occasion, the first time humanity would see tangible proof of extraterrestrial life. We had arranged for one of their famous actors and public figures to be flying his small aircraft in the area at that exact moment. He was known for being adventurous and open-minded, making him the perfect candidate to witness our grand arrival and evangelize to the rest of his kind about it. Although it should be noted that there was some doubt that he would be able to process the information in the long run, and would block it out of his mind. We had visited the famous actor's companion previously, which our elders believed would ultimately work to our advantage in leveraging this figure. As his plane approached our mothership, we could sense his shock and amazement. Through telepathy, we communicated with him and explained our mission. To our relief, he showed no signs of fear or hostility. In fact, he seemed honored to be part of this historic event. We allowed him to fly alongside us as we slowly made our way over Phoenix. The sight of our mothership caused quite a stir among the citizens below. Some were filled with wonder and awe, while others were gripped with fear and uncertainty. In an effort to foster trust and understanding between our two species, we next made the bold decision to unveil our usually cloaked research vessels. The sleek, triangular vessels glided gracefully over the less occupied areas of the land referred to as rural Arizona. Their shimmering metallic surfaces caught the sun's rays bouncing off the sole local moon and casting a mesmerizing display. We held our breath as we allowed humans to bear witness to our advanced technology, hoping it would strengthen the bond between us and dispel any lingering doubts or suspicions. For a moment, the air was filled with awe and wonder as the humans gazed up at our craft, their eyes wide with amazement. It was a small but significant step towards bridging the gap between our worlds. But perhaps the most important interaction during this mission was with their governmental figures. We made direct contact with their leaders, one of them who even proclaimed to be the governor of Arizona. We then offered him a chance to communicate with us and to learn more about our world. This gesture was met with mixed reactions. While some humans like the governor were hesitant and skeptical, younger humans were more open-minded and eager for communication. As we continued to communicate with the humans' government officials in the time after the Phoenix disclosure event, we sensed their surprise and shock at our presence. We could feel their unease and skepticism as they struggled to come to terms with the very reality of our existence. But we persisted, determined to establish a dialogue and foster an understanding between worlds. At first, these leaders were hesitant to engage with us, fearful of how the rest of their own people would react. But as we shared information about our advanced technology and peaceful intentions, they slowly began to open up. We could sense their curiosity growing as they asked questions about our world and our species. They quickly then became even more ready to engage with us, but only if this engagement went unnoticed by the not-so-silent majority of non-believing humans. Through this continued communication, we were able to dispel many myths and misconceptions that had been spread about us by the few, often high-ranking, humans who had encountered us before. We explained the purpose of our mission to study and understand other worlds in order to advance both of our societies towards greater knowledge and progress. As trust grew between us, we made the decision to invite a select few government officials on board our mothership for a tour of our facilities and a demonstration of our technology. This was met with both excitement and caution from these officials, but ultimately they accepted our invitation. The tour was a success, with the humans marveling at the advanced technology and capabilities of our mothership. We took this opportunity to further explain the mutual benefits of cooperation between our two species, sharing knowledge, resources, and advancements in both science and technology. But perhaps the most significant outcome of this dialogue was the development of an intergalactic treaty between my own spacefaring civilization and the relatively primitive human civilization on Earth. This treaty set in place guidelines for a peaceful coexistence and cooperation between us, ensuring that neither species would interfere with or harm the other. With this treaty newly in place, it was clear that humanity was ready for continued incremental contact with extraterrestrial beings. And so it was decided that we would make ourselves known to all of the inhabitants of Earth, but would only do so very gradually, and disclosure would only continue if mankind was able to live up to a few stipulations. Chapter 34, St. Clair County, Illinois, 2000. A decision to allow Earthbound humankind to join intergalactic treaty groups a few years ago had caused quite a stir among an ever-growing group of alien factions. Some believed that humans were not yet ready for such advanced endeavors, while other civilizations welcomed their participation with open arms. The clash of cultures and ideologies created a kaleidoscope of both emotions and reactions, adding to the already chaotic atmosphere in this region of the cosmos. Yet amidst all this chaos and uncertainty, there was a glimmer of hope for a brighter future, one where humanity could have a say in their own affairs and thrive alongside their alien counterparts in peace and harmony. Much like the Earthbound League of Nations was a noble but flawed attempt at creating a global organization for peace after the devastation of the humans' First World War, but failed to achieve its primary purpose of preventing World War II. The first iteration of intergalactic treaties also failed in its main objective, to bring about peaceful coexistence between humankind and other civilizations. This failure was due to several factors, including lack of enforcement mechanisms, cultural and ideological clashes, and political power struggles among member civilizations. But despite these setbacks, the members of the intergalactic community, who remained aligned with the coalition, were determined to continue their pursuit of peace and cooperation with Earth. And so a new framework for intergalactic relations was agreed to be established, a framework that would take into account the lessons learned from past failures. A monumental intergalactic meeting was arranged, drawing the most diverse and influential beings in all of the cosmos. Almost every known universal species, from the most advanced, including myself, to some of the most primitive ones, such as humankind, was invited to attend. The location of this intergalactic event was determined, after a considerable amount of interplanetary debate, to be held just outside of St. Louis, Missouri, in an old favorite town of some of the older, more powerful aliens named Belleville, Illinois. On a bitterly cold winter morning that seemed to hold the weight of the universe itself, representatives from countless civilizations began to converge on this designated area. It was a time and place that had been planned over a full year ago, but now it was finally coming to fruition. Even before the first rays of sunlight began to peek over the horizon, glimmering ships and vessels from all corners of the cosmos could be seen descending towards the planet's surface near Belleville. Until the group was able to agree on some details for a legally binding framework, special care was taken by all aliens not to land north of St. Clair County in the overly litigious Madison County. Despite the early hour, there were humans already awake who were gazing up at the sky in wonder. The darkness of night still enveloped the land, making it difficult to see anything clearly. But these humans seemed determined to catch a glimpse of whatever was happening above them. Perhaps they sensed something monumental was about to unfold. As for me, I couldn't help but wonder why these particular beings from Earth, who were not even the ones participating in the event, were awake and staring up at their night sky, still in the wake of their holiday season. This wasn't another event designed to slowly disclose the truth to humankind. This was supposed to be a meeting for intergalactic decision-makers to gain consensus about how the future of Earth should be handled. As the representatives from different civilizations began to gather, discussions about the best approach to take with regards to Earth and its inhabitants were already well underway. Some argued that Earth should be treated as a protected sanctuary, allowing its population to develop at their own pace without any interference from outside forces. This idea was met with some skepticism by others who believed that Earth and its inhabitants were too volatile and unpredictable to be left on their own. They argued that constant monitoring and guidance was necessary in order to prevent any potential disasters or conflicts. But the most controversial proposal came from a small group of aliens who suggested that Earth should be treated as if it were a zoo, with humans as the main attraction. This would involve limited interaction with humans, only observing them from a distance and studying their behavior. This idea was met with both fascination and disgust by the other attendees. Many saw it as a violation of Earth's sovereignty and an unethical treatment of its inhabitants. But others saw it as a practical solution, one that would protect both humans and other civilizations. After heated debates and discussions, it was eventually decided that a combination of these approaches would be taken. Earth would be designated as a protected sanctuary, but with strict guidelines for interaction between humans and intergalactic beings. Any significant technological or societal advancements on Earth would require approval from the Intergalactic Committee. This decision caused quite a stir among the pro-human faction when it was eventually announced. While there were some who welcomed the protection and guidance offered by these advanced beings over Earth, others saw it as an infringement on the freedoms of Earthlings. Regardless of these reactions, most agreed to abide by the intergalactic laws set in place for humanity's betterment. And so began a new era. The intergalactic community agreed they would continue to keep an eye on Earth, ensuring that they followed through on their promises towards peaceful coexistence with other civilizations. And slowly but surely, humans would most certainly begin to prove themselves to be worthy of their place in the cosmos. It was also agreed that mankind should have a say in his own future and that of his planet, but not the only say. The new Majestic 12 was established that day. It was agreed that its governance would only apply to Earth and would not be universal. Although the Majestic 12 had existed under various names in one form or another for many years as a governing body of aliens who had interests inside, on, or near Earth, now the Earthlings would also control 2 of the 12 leadership seats within the Majestic 12 organization. One of those 2 seats, it was agreed by the aliens, would automatically go to whoever was president of the United States at the time, and the other would be the old pale man known as the Pope, who led the humans' legendary Catholic Church. Many humans and some of the aliens also referred to him as the Pontiff. It was agreed that the Intergalactic Council would meet again in 4 years at nearly the exact same location, and should the President of the United States or the Pope be replaced before that time, that their replacements in their respective earthly roles would serve on the Majestic 12 in their stead until the Council would reconvene in 2004. Chapter 35, Highland, Illinois, 2004. I arrived at the Intergalactic Conference of 2004 with plenty of time to spare. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment for being invited back. After all, it was my reputation as a scribe and unique understanding of humankind on Earth that had allowed me to attend this very prestigious event. And while some of the attendees would be high-ranking human leaders attending in secret, my true desire was to spend some time among the regular Earthlings, the ones whose lives were impacted by these otherworldly gatherings, but who remained blissfully unaware of them. I could already feel the electric energy pulsing through the air, signaling the start of a monumental meeting between many worlds. I stepped into the bustling town of Highland, a place that seemed to have a life and a pulse of its own. The humans here were unlike any I had encountered before, with their varying appearances and behaviors that defied explanation. As I observed their strange customs and social codes, I couldn't help but feel conflicted, drawn to their vibrancy yet wanting to distance myself from their unpredictability. Within the boundaries of Highland, there was a human spot called the Rail Shake, a popular destination where Earthlings gathered to indulge in alcoholic beverages. As someone who was always intrigued by this aspect of human behavior, I decided to enter the establishment, taking note of the rhythmic tremors caused by nearby passing trains. Inside this unassuming watering hole, I beheld a peculiar sight. A group of heavily intoxicated Earthlings were partaking in a curious ritual known as purple hooters. They would simultaneously consume the vivid liquid together, shooting it down their throats whenever the bar trembled from passing trains. From my concealed position behind my humanoid projection, I observed with a blend of both amusement and bewilderment. The atmosphere was thick with the heady scent of alcohol and raucous laughter. The dimly lit space was adorned with neon signs and flickering lights, creating an otherworldly ambience. It was a scene unlike any I had witnessed before on my travels through different planets and galaxies. The humans, their cheeks flushed and their voices echoing through the establishment, moved about in an enthralling display of uninhibited behavior. To someone like me, with my telepathic connection and logical mind, their actions seemed almost nonsensical. Yet, as I observed them, I couldn't help but be intrigued by their complex relationships and the bonds that existed between them. It was a foreign concept to my species, but one that I couldn't deny had its own allure. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol, body odors, and cigarette smoke, adding to the vibrant chaos of the scene before me. The night unfolded with an unexpected twist. As I observed the Earthlings' revelry, a boisterous group entered, draped in dark-colored garments made from deceased bovine and adorned with the insignias of various earthly tribes. They engaged in a competitive ritual, challenging each other to consume the most purple hooters with each passing train-induced tremor. Amidst the chaos of their still primitive existence, I couldn't help but be fascinated by the Earthlings' capacity for joy. Their strange tradition of the purple hooter ritual, fueled by the rumbling vibrations of passing trains, became a symbolic dance of earthly revelry. It was a testament to the resilience and creativity that flourished in unexpected places on this planet. As I watched from my vantage point, I marveled at the sight of humans coming together in celebration, their bodies swaying in unison to the rhythmic beats of their locomotives. The air was thick with energy and a sense of belonging, as if everyone present was united by their shared humanity. It was a truly mesmerizing experience, one that left me in awe of the Earthlings and their ability to find joy amidst the chaos of life. As I stood outside the Rail Shake, my observations expanded beyond the drunken revelry within. I saw the quiet moments of Highland, where Earthlings moved through their daily lives with a stoic resilience, enduring endless hardships and pain with grim determination. The next morning in the heart of Highland, I then encountered a phenomenon known as a farmer's market. My senses were immediately overwhelmed with the vibrant colors and fragrant scents of fresh produce and homemade goods. People chattered and laughed as they bartered for sustenance and traded their earthly creations. The atmosphere was electric with a beautiful symphony of both voices and gestures, all against the backdrop of a sunny sky and bustling small town life. It was a truly remarkable sight to behold. As the next few hours passed by, I became increasingly aware of spaceships dotting the southern Illinois sky. They were like glittering jewels, each one unique in its design and place of origin. But, slowly but surely, their numbers grew. The anticipation for the upcoming intergalactic conference was palpable in the air, as if the spaceships themselves were buzzing with excitement to meet their counterparts from other worlds. It was truly a sight to behold, a gathering of beings from across the vast expanse of space. And I, a mere scribe, felt privileged that it would soon all unfold before my eyes. It was obvious to every attendee at the conference and every member of the Majestic 12, including the human ones, that mankind had not progressed or evolved very much over the last few years. I couldn't help but to feel a sense of disappointment. It was clear that humanity had not made very much progress since the last great intergalactic conference. The weight of this realization hung heavy in the air, leaving many conflicted about the future of mankind as a species. In the wake of the previous intergalactic conference, a disturbing trend had emerged amongst humans. Some of them intentionally piloted their crude space vehicles directly into buildings, targeting their own species for destruction. They called it asymmetrical warfare, a twisted concept that justified sacrificing innocent lives for some cause. The carnage and chaos left in their wake was unimaginable, as buildings crumbled and bodies burned in the fiery aftermath. It was a ruthless betrayal of their own kind, a dark stain on the reputation of humanity in the eyes of the rest of the universe. Among the varied extraterrestrial beings in attendance, a heated debate raged over the future representation of humans on the Majestic 12 Council. Some argued that humans should only hold one seat instead of two, while others believed they shouldn't have any representation at all. The air in the grand chamber grew thick with tension as different viewpoints clashed and voices rose in passionate argument. Glowing orbs of light hovered around the room, their colors reflecting the emotions of the respective speakers. Despite the differing opinions, everyone present knew the importance of coming to a decision that would affect civilizations across a large swath of the known cosmos. After much debate, it was finally decided that no changes would be made to the intergalactic treaties during this conference. While some saw this as a sign of stability and peace, others couldn't help but feel frustrated at mankind's lack of progress and accountability. The tension among the various alien races was palpable as they reluctantly agreed to meet again in the same location in 1 decade to revisit the issues surrounding the treatment of humankind on Earth by spacefaring civilizations. It seemed to many in attendance like only a temporary solution, putting off potentially necessary changes for another 10 years. Chapter 36, Southern California, 2004. The Majestic 12 had reluctantly agreed to continue their disclosure plan, gradually revealing more and more information about the existence of aliens to mankind. As part of this plan, certain species would no longer hide their presence when passing near the top-secret extraterrestrial underwater base located near Catalina Island. The disclosure plan created a sense of unease and uncertainty among the other aliens and I. We were unsure if it was the right choice or if it would lead to dangerous consequences. However, we all knew that we couldn't turn back now. Most sightings were typically from military aircraft of the United States, their powerful engines roaring as they soared through the vast open skies. The pilots, loyal to their government and bound by duty, worked tirelessly for the President of the United States. However, these sightings were not always disclosed to the general public, shrouded in secrecy and hidden from prying eyes. The consensus among my fellow extraterrestrials was that a more concentrated effort was necessary in order to reveal ourselves. We decided that we needed to pursue disclosure with a subgroup of humans besides fighter pilots. As my fellow aliens and I continued to observe and study Earth, we couldn't help but develop a fondness for a particular subculture of humans known as surfers. And so, in an attempt to bridge the gap between worlds, it was agreed that my fellow aliens and I would make ourselves visible to the surfers at regular intervals. The surfers would look on in awe, their tanned and muscular bodies glistening in the sun as they rode the waves. It was a sight that never failed to bring a smile to my fellow aliens' faces, as they were reminded of the simple joys of life here on Earth. The surfers were certainly a tribe of interesting creatures, their existence intrinsically tied to the ebb and flow of the ocean. With an intensity that rivaled our own cosmic journeys, they rode its waves with fearless determination. Their surfboards, each one a masterpiece adorned with vibrant designs, served as their earthly vessels of exploration, each bearing witness to their fiery devotion to the ocean. I was entranced by the surfers' ancient rituals, watching in awe as they stood at the water's edge. With intense focus, they scanned the horizon for the perfect wave, a quest for harmony with the primordial forces of nature. Their attire, a tapestry of vibrant wetsuits, and bold, colorful shorts, spoke to their deep connection with the oceanic realm. To me, they embodied a nomadic spirit navigating the vast cosmic currents of Earth's vast seas. Every movement was fluid and purposeful, as if they were communing with some unseen force beyond our understanding. The crashing of the waves and the salty tang of the air only added to their mystical aura. I could not help but take a great amount of interest in these particular earthlings. As days transformed into weeks, I fully immersed myself in the daily rituals of the surfers. They spoke a unique language of their own, a lexicon of waves, tides, and swells. Each wave was not merely a physical force but a cosmic dance, a fleeting moment of transcendence when they harnessed the energy of the ocean. When the surfers would end a conversation with me, they would advise me to hang loose as they strolled away. I was particularly fond of this ritual. Their interactions and bonds with one another piqued my curiosity even further. The surfers shared tales of their adventures with me, stories that spoke of cosmic connections with the ocean, tales of oneness with the vast, blue expanse. They extended a heartfelt welcome to my fellow extraterrestrials and I, inviting us to share in their earthly odyssey. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't seem to escape the constant contradictions of this earthly world. While everyone seemed to be searching for a deeper connection with the ocean, there was also an underlying obsession with material possessions. Surfboards, usually seen as tools for spiritual fulfillment, had also become symbols of status and desire. It was a paradox that constantly haunted me, the struggle between pursuing spirituality while being engulfed in the materialistic desires of society. It was a reflection of the internal conflict within every human being. As I delved deeper into my own celestial growth, I became fully immersed in the world of the surfers. We moved as one with the waves, our bodies gracefully gliding through the endless sea. With each ride, I felt an overwhelming sense of unity and passion that flowed through us all. The roar of the ocean echoed around us, a constant reminder of its mighty power and our symbiotic dance with it. As I walked along the shore, I was drawn to a group of surfers gathered in a circle. Their eyes were bright with excitement. As we shared our thoughts and experiences, I further realized that these were not just thrill seekers chasing waves, but guardians of the ocean's mysteries and protectors of its delicate balance. They spoke of the mighty force of the sea and its fragility in the face of human actions. In turn, I explained to them the importance of maintaining this balance for the health of their planet. The surfers' passion for their craft extended beyond riding waves. It was rooted in a deep understanding of the ocean's role in sustaining life on Earth. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for these earthly stewards and their unwavering dedication to preserving this vital environment. Amidst the sea-salted air and sun-kissed sands, I bore witness to a profound awakening within the surfer subculture. It was a realization that surpassed the tangible world and delved into something deeper, the interconnectedness of all life. The ocean was no longer just a playground for these surfers, it was a source of spiritual sustenance. With each wave, they were reminded of the cyclical nature of life and their role in it. The vibrant blue waters reflected the endless cycle of birth, growth, and eventual return to the earth. It was a powerful reminder that we were all connected, like drops in an infinite ocean. It was decided to take a couple of these surfers to our underwater base near Catalina Island. The underwater base was a magnificent structure, its smooth metallic walls glistening in the sunlight that filtered through the crystal-clear ocean waters. Fish of all colors and sizes swam around the base, their scales reflecting light in a dazzling display. As we descended into the depths of the ocean, the sleek, metallic walls of our underwater base came into view. The blue-green light filtering through the water illuminated the structure, giving it an otherworldly glow. The two surfers, named Todd and Woody, were blindfolded for their own protection as well as our own, as I guided them towards the entrance. As we entered the base, Todd and Woody's blindfolds were removed, revealing their wide-eyed amazement. They looked around in awe at the advanced technology and futuristic design of our underwater home. The walls were lined with observation windows, offering a breathtaking view of the ocean floor. I led them through the main living quarters, explaining how our team of scientists and researchers lived and worked here to study the Earth's mysteries. We passed by a state-of-the-art laboratory where alien scientists were conducting experiments on marine life and studying the effects of human actions on the ocean. Next, we entered the control room, where advanced computer systems monitored and tracked Earth life in real time. I showed them how we used this information to better understand and protect the planet's delicate balance. Todd and Woody were fascinated by all that they saw, asking questions about everything from how we obtained food to how we generated oxygen within the base. I answered their questions eagerly, happy to share our knowledge with these curious surfers. Finally, I took them to our observation deck, where they could see firsthand what they had only experienced from above before, the majesty of the ocean. Schools of fish swam by as dolphins played in the distance. The sun's rays filtered through the water, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. As Todd and Woody gazed out at this vast underwater world, I could see their appreciation for it growing even more. They understood even more now why we all needed to protect this fragile ecosystem. We spent hours on the observation deck, sharing stories and insights into our respective worlds. As we watched a pod of whales pass by in the distance, it was clear that our connection went beyond words or cultures. It was a deep bond forged by our mutual love for this planet. The surfers watched in amazement as I began to converse with the whales. As the sun began to set and the whales disappeared into the distance, I turned to Todd and Woody with a smile. "Shall I now return you to your homes?" I asked. They nodded eagerly and followed me back through the base. As we walked, they couldn't stop talking about what they had just witnessed. It was clear that their minds had been opened to a whole new world. But before I put their blindfolds back on them in advance of their journey home, we headed towards the main living area where we were greeted by some of my colleagues. Todd and Woody's eyes widened at the sight of these otherworldly beings, but they remained calm as I introduced them. "This is Captain Zorek," I said, gesturing towards a tall, blue-skinned alien with piercing red eyes. "And this is Scientist Lyra," I continued, motioning towards a smaller green creature with robotic arms. Todd and Woody shook hands with both of them, still in awe of their presence. "We were just about to have dinner," Captain Zorek said, leading us towards a large dining table where an assortment of food was laid out. As we ate, Todd and Woody couldn't help but ask questions about our different species and how we all managed to coexist in this underwater base. We happily shared our knowledge with them, explaining how our diverse backgrounds had actually helped us to understand and appreciate each other's cultures even more. After dinner, we went back to the observation deck for some more ocean gazing. As we sat there in silence, taking in the beauty of the ocean, Surfer Todd finally spoke up. "I never would have imagined that something like this could exist," he said with wonder in his voice. "That's because most people don't take the time to look beyond what they already know," I replied. "But you two surfers are different. You're always seeking new experiences." Todd and Woody smiled at each other, knowing that it was true. They had always been curious, and as their time at our base came to an end, Todd and Woody expressed their gratitude for allowing them to experience something so unique and so beautiful. They promised to spread the message of conservation to the others of Earth. Despite their initial excitement and interest during the tour, I couldn't help but question if it had ultimately been a mistake. One of them ended up behind bars for dealing something called illicit substances, and the other was sent to a mental hospital shortly after our time together at the base. Was it my fault for exposing them to this world? Or were their paths already set in motion before they even stepped foot on the base? I couldn't shake off the feelings of both guilt and uncertainty. The doubts among my extraterrestrial peers became palpable as we considered the potential impact of our planned disclosure to humankind. Could they handle it? Could they understand and accept our existence? These questions weighed heavily on everyone's minds as there was now a growing desire to slow the pace of disclosure even further. The once steady stream of disclosure many felt should now become a mere trickle, as if trying to protect humankind from being overwhelmed. Many aliens now believed that going forward, that knowledge should be shared at only a glacial pace, slowly and steadily, like an unstoppable force inching its way forward. Despite our advanced technology and understanding of the universe, we were treading carefully with this delicate matter. Chapter 37, Chicago, Illinois, 2006. Our strategy for the gradual disclosure of extraterrestrial existence required a change in tactics, so it was decided that we would try and interact with Earthlings who were considered more credible than the surfers. In 2004, the Majestic 12 had decided to change tactics and interact with commercial airlines personnel in order to gradually disclose our existence to humankind. Unlike the military personnel, who reported to the president and who were sworn to secrecy, the pilots and crew of these flights were considered credible but were not under obligation to stay silent. Our chosen location was Chicago's O'Hare Airport, one of the busiest airports in the world. We waited for a particularly busy day, when more flights than usual were scheduled to arrive and depart. Our plan was to interact with as many aircraft as possible without causing any harm or panic among the passengers. As a commercial airplane approached the airport for landing, we decided to make contact through their communication system. At first, they were hesitant and confused by our voices coming through on their radio channel, so we tried to communicate with them telepathically instead, and the humans then became more cooperative. Our interactions with these commercial airliners continued throughout the day, with many flights reporting similar experiences. However, many humans that witnessed us over the skies of Chicago that day refused to believe what they had seen. Other humans, especially the commercial airline employees, refused to spread the word about the presence of extraterrestrials to other members of their species, despite the fact that as many as 12 airline employees spotted the object and filed initial reports with their employers. Despite the evidence we provided the humans with in their numerous eyewitness accounts, many humans were still hesitant to believe in or talk about our existence. Some dismissed us as weather phenomenon, and some even as swamp gas, while many others refused to even acknowledge what they had seen. We had long realized that convincing humankind of our existence would need to be a slow and gradual process, but did not realize the level of organizational and psychological denial that our disclosure strategy would be up against. It seemed mankind was one of the most stubborn creatures in the known universe when it came time for adopting new knowledge and beliefs. In the wake of our failed disclosure attempt at O'Hare, we decided that a meeting was needed to discuss alternate strategies for disclosure. Many of my alien peers gathered at Catalina Island to discuss what else could be done. This was not a formal intergalactic conference, as it was already agreed upon that the strategy of gradual disclosure would be pursued, but instead was a smaller, less formal meeting about alternative ways to make the humans comprehend that they were not alone in the universe and to understand that they were under greater threat from each other than they were from interplanetary beings. We discussed what had happened at O'Hare and agreed that it was time for us to consider alternative methods of disclosure. It seemed that no matter how much evidence we provided or how many sightings occurred, the majority of humans were still in denial about our existence. One idea proposed was to make our presence known through popular media such as movies and television shows. This would slowly acclimate humans to the idea of extraterrestrial life without causing too much disruption or fear. Another suggestion was to interact directly with influential world leaders and celebrities in order to gain their support and spread awareness about our existence. This was considered to be a risky move as it could potentially cause chaos and panic among the general population if leaked prematurely. It became clear that while our gradual disclosure strategy had its challenges, it was still the most viable option. But it was also clear that we needed more time for humankind to slowly adjust and accept our existence at their own pace. The topic of human emotions and empathy was brought up by my peers. They suggested that perhaps the reason why humans were so resistant to accepting our existence was due to their fear and inability to empathize with beings different from themselves. This sparked a heated debate among us. Some argued that it was not our responsibility to cater to human emotions and that they should simply accept the truth. Others believed that understanding human psychology and emotions would be crucial in successfully revealing our existence. As we delved deeper into this topic, it became apparent that we did not have a full understanding of human emotions ourselves. While we had studied humans for years, we still struggled to comprehend their complex range of feelings and reactions. We decided to conduct further research on human emotions and behavior, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of how they would react to our disclosure. It was important for us to plan carefully, as any mistake could have catastrophic consequences. Over the next few months, we used advanced technology to observe humans in their natural habitats without being detected. We noticed patterns in their behavior and noticed how certain events triggered emotional responses in them. Through this research, we realized that humans were driven by fear, which made them resistant to change and new information. This fear also led them to discriminate against those who were different from them. But at the same time, we discovered that humans were capable of great love, compassion, and empathy towards others as well. It seemed that while they may struggle with fear-based reactions initially, they also had the potential for immense growth and understanding. This newfound knowledge led us back to our initial discussion about alternative strategies for disclosure. Instead of trying to force humans into accepting our existence through evidence or media exposure, perhaps it would be more effective to appeal to their emotions and empathy. One of the main ideas we came up with was highlighting the similarities between ourselves and humans rather than focusing on our differences. We discovered that humans were more likely to accept beings they could relate to, so we decided to use this to our advantage. We began by compiling a list of qualities and characteristics that were common between us and the humans. Surprisingly, we found many similarities, like the need for love, connection, community, and a desire for both peace and harmony. We also realized that our advanced technology had given us an advantage in certain areas, but it did not make us fundamentally different from the humans. We acknowledged that we were all at least somewhat intelligent beings seeking purpose and fulfillment in life. Using our advanced technology once again, we identified individual humans who had shown empathy towards marginalized communities on Earth. These individuals seemed more open to accepting new ideas and were often referred to as humanitarians and community organizers by their peers. Perhaps these should be the targets selected for our disclosure going forward. Ultimately, we decided on a combination of new approaches that would allow us to target different audiences without alarming the entire population at the same time. And so it was agreed we would try another disclosure again in Earth year 2014, after the Majestic 12 would have the time needed to approve of our newly reformulated plan. Chapter 38, Stephenville, Texas, 2008. The small town of Stephenville was abuzz with excitement as word spread about a possible alien encounter. People crowded the streets, cameras and binoculars in hand, hoping to catch a glimpse of something out of this world. Rumors swirled that the government was soon likely to confirm the existence of extraterrestrial life on Earth. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation as everyone waited for an official announcement from the human authorities. Unlike our previous attempts at disclosure as a test, we carefully calculated and strategized about which individuals would be fortunate enough to witness our ship's arrival. Our list included a skilled pilot, a vigilant police officer, and other carefully selected humans deemed worthy by alien leadership. Such testing had become necessary even prior to the Majestic 12's next intergalactic council scheduled in 2014 due to the possibility of humans ending their future as a spacefaring civilization before it could truly even begin. They were now sending way too many satellites into orbit in a manner where they could crash, and thus create a cloud of debris around the planet Earth so thick that interplanetary travel could no longer safely take place. The humans even had a name for this. They called it Kessler Syndrome. As our ships descended from the skies, their sleek metallic bodies glinting in the sunlight, the chosen few watched with both awe and wonder. It was a moment that would be etched into their minds forever, a moment of both intergalactic connection and revelation. The picturesque town of Stephenville, nestled in the rolling hills of central Texas, and the neighboring town of Dublin were a stark contrast to the bustling cities where our previous attempts at gradual disclosure had taken place, and were the perfect place for our test. The streets were lined with quaint shops and charming homes, and the pace of life was slower here. The logic behind choosing this more rural area for disclosure efforts was that members of the tight-knit community might have been more likely to know each other than humans in larger cities, and therefore more open to believing their friends and neighbors when they discussed the extraordinary event that had occurred. As we combed through countless web search results, library archives, and telephone records from all corners of the globe, a pattern emerged. The residents of Stephenville were more likely, on a per capita basis, to report the event to UFO watchdog organizations such as MUFON, also known as the Mutual Unidentified Flying Object Network, than humans in any other single location. While this was promising in terms of spreading the news worldwide, it also raised concerns about potential consequences for our extraterrestrial contacts within MUFON and similar organizations. Would they be able to handle the scrutiny and attention that would inevitably follow from such a report? There was no easy answer, but we knew we had to proceed. At this grand event, we made sure to showcase not only the incredible speed of our advanced interstellar spaceships, but also dazzled the humans with a demonstration of our swift and agile maneuvers. The sleek, metallic ships gleamed under the shimmering stars above. Our spaceships then sliced through the air like shooting stars, leaving behind a trail of sparks and awe in their wake. The humans watched with wide-eyed amazement as our spacecraft zipped and weaved effortlessly through obstacles, showcasing their superior technology and design. Perhaps most to the amazement of the humans was when we stopped the craft and stayed stock still for what must have seemed to the Earthlings like hours. We were proud to show off our advanced technology and leave a lasting impression on these curious yet primitive beings. In addition to demonstrating our technology for the people of Stephenville, luckily we were able to showcase it for the nearby military as well. The Air Force Reserve in nearby Fort Worth sent nearly a dozen F-16s to Stephenville that night to investigate what the locals had reported to them. It was our desire to try and demonstrate our advanced technology to these reservists since they were a more decentralized version of the United States military, and might be less likely to keep tight-lipped about such events than active-duty military personnel might be. Despite the testing event that took place in Stephenville, the incident failed to garner attention from the worldwide press. Many humans from outside of the immediate area doubted that these small-town, rural inhabitants truly comprehended the magnitude of what they had witnessed in their skies. The town's rolling hills and open fields may have seemed like an unlikely setting for such a perplexing and otherworldly encounter, yet, for those who were there that fateful night, there was no denying the truth of what they had seen. A truth that would forever alter their perception of the world around them. Our test was eventually deemed a modest success by the esteemed leaders of the Majestic 12. Their cautious optimism was evident in the way they analyzed each new detail that emerged from it. The event was a delicate dance of secrecy and disclosure which I had carefully orchestrated. And though it may have been viewed as a mere footnote in history for mankind, for those involved, it held a weighty significance. For the next few years our minds whirled with strategies and contingencies as we prepared to step even further into the unknown territory of human contact and disclosure. The weight of responsibility and anticipation continued to hang heavy in the earthly air, but we knew that it would soon again be time to take yet another gradual and incremental step towards a peaceful coexistence with humankind. Chapter 39, The Missing Plane from Malaysia, 2014. A covert squadron of advanced beings was meticulously selected for the next crucial mission as part of the overall process of incrementally revealing the existence of extraterrestrial life to the human race. This time, we were determined to try something both new and bold. We would intercept one of the humans' international commercial flights, carefully selecting only passengers who possessed the unique ability to shift their beliefs based on concrete evidence. With our team of skilled and dedicated individuals, we executed this daring mission flawlessly. The anticipation and excitement coursed through our veins as we prepared for takeoff, knowing that this could be a turning point in our quest for providing humans with truth and enlightenment. Amidst the buzz of activity and flashing lights, we couldn't help but wonder what kind of impact our actions would have on these unsuspecting passengers and their perspectives of the universe. We carefully selected a flight departing from Malaysia to intercept with our advanced spaceship over the nearby ocean. As the sun glinted off the sleek surface of Malaysia Flight 370, we unveiled our otherworldly craft, a manifestation of cosmic wonder and technological prowess. As it materialized in the skies above the unsuspecting airplane, our ship's glowing presence cast shadows upon the plane's metallic wings. The contrast between the airplane and our state-of-the-art ship was a sight to behold, a meeting of two realities colliding in spectacular fashion. The passengers and crew of Flight 370 stared in awe as our ship approached and enveloped their plane with our gravity beam, lifting them gently into our cargo bay. We sensed their fear and uncertainty, but we also felt their curious minds opening to the possibility of something beyond their earthly understanding. As we settled the plane onto our ship's deck, we began the process of slowly revealing ourselves to the humans on board. This was a delicate operation, as not all of them were ready or willing to accept our existence. We had carefully selected passengers for the flight well in advance who possessed an open-mindedness and curiosity about the universe. Using our advanced technology, we projected images and messages through the plane's windows, showcasing glimpses of our home planet and scenes from other civilizations that we had encountered in our travels. We also transmitted telepathic messages to the passengers, reassuring them that they were safe and explaining our purpose for intercepting their flight. Slowly but surely, the atmosphere on board began to shift from fear to wonder. Questions were asked and answers were given as we communicated with the humans through a combination of technology and telepathy. We shared knowledge about our advanced technologies and peaceful ways of existence, hoping to plant seeds of enlightenment within their minds. But it wasn't about just sharing information with these humans, it was also about creating a connection between us. For too long, humans had been separated from other intelligent beings in the universe. Our mission was no longer just about disclosure, it was about fostering a mutual understanding and respect between species. As hours passed by, many of the passengers began to feel more at ease with us. Some even expressed genuine happiness to join us on this journey, a testament to how much their perspectives had shifted since being aboard our ship. We next began the endeavor of transporting the plane and everyone on it to a safe, relatively nearby, and very advanced planet that was considered a utopia even among the most advanced of alien civilizations. As we approached our destination, the passengers and crew of Flight 370 eagerly peered out of the windows, taking in the stunning sights of this magnificent planet. The lush blue forests, sparkling green oceans, and clean towering cities filled with flying vehicles were a stark contrast to the industrialized world they had left behind. But it wasn't just the physical beauty that captivated the humans, it was also the peace and harmony that emanated from this new planet. Their new host civilization had achieved a level of technological advancement that enabled them to live in complete harmony with nature without causing harm or destruction. As we landed on one of the planet's many landing ports, we could sense both awe and wonder radiating from the human guests. Their otherworldly hosts next welcomed them with open arms and led them on a tour through this utopian society. The humans marveled at the technology that powered these advanced cities, an array of clean energy sources that did not harm the environment. They were amazed by advanced medical treatments that could heal almost any ailment or injury, and they were moved by the way in which all beings on this planet lived in harmony with each other. Throughout their first weeks on the planet, we answered countless questions from the humans about the way of life on this world and how these beings had achieved such advancements. We shared stories about the local history and culture, as well as insights into various extraterrestrial species we had encountered in our many travels. By the time their visit reached the duration of one Earth year, many of the humans expressed a desire to stay on this new planet permanently. We knew that this would be a life-altering experience for these individuals, but we also knew those who did return to Earth would bring back vast knowledge and understanding to mankind. As we gazed upon this group of humans, our hearts swelled with the hope that they would spread the ideas of beauty, peace, and life on another planet. No violence, no strife, no hunger, no plague. We imagined the memories that would be etched into their minds, and how they would eventually be able to share their newfound understanding with others across the vast expanse back on the planet Earth. Our vision for a united humanity grew stronger with each passing moment, as we watched these humans soak in the wonders of this alien land. Our intention was to give these particular humans enough time to fully adapt to their new alien society, allowing them to spend 10 years on the surface of this breathtaking planet before considering a return to Earth. However, the arduous journey from Earth and back will add 4 extra years, extending their total journey and bringing them back to Earth in the year 2028, according to the human calendar. In accordance with the deliberately slow pace of disclosure dictated by the Majestic 12, our advanced beings will discreetly scatter cloned fragments of the downed flight off the coast of Africa. This calculated move serves two purposes: to maintain an air of mystery for those fragile human minds unable to comprehend the truth, and to shield the returned passengers from potential chaos and insanity as they readjust to their old lives. The plan is a delicate dance between deception and protection, carefully orchestrated to preserve the cosmic balance. Chapter 40, Lebanon, Illinois, 2014. A much-anticipated Third Intergalactic Conference was convened in the small town of Lebanon in the year 2014. It had been 10 years since the last gathering, and excitement buzzed through the air as ambassadors from all corners of the galaxy arrived. The quaint town was transformed into a bustling hub of activity as aliens of all shapes and sizes, mostly in earthly disguise, mingled with humans, their advanced technology and colorful attire a stark contrast to the serene Midwestern setting. The anticipation and curiosity hung heavy in the air, as everyone wondered if humankind had made any significant changes since the last conference. As I entered the great event, my heart sank at the sight of the stern faces adorned by many of the ambassadors from across the cosmos. The tension in the air was thick and heavy, and lingering questions persisted about the past decade of violence that the human species had brought upon themselves. While we were supposed to be united in finding a solution, there was still animosity and fear clouding our minds. How could we trust the humans when they were still attacking their own kind? Yet, we knew we had to come together, no matter how conflicted all of our views may be. The meeting began with a slow, deliberate review of the previous conference's decisions and treaty. It was evident that very little had changed since then. The stink of mankind seemed to loom over all of the participants, casting long shadows. Humans still held two coveted seats on the Majestic 12 Council, their voices and opinions carrying significant weight. However, murmurs and heated debates erupted again from some corners, with many still arguing fervently that humans should have only one seat on the council, or even no representation at all. Tensions hung thick in the air, as ambassadors from different species shifted uncomfortably in their seats and exchanged meaningful glances. This was not just a simple meeting, it was a battle for both power and control, with potentially far-reaching consequences for all involved. The debate grew heated once again, with emotions running high. Some still argued that humans had not shown themselves to be responsible or trustworthy enough. Others believed that it was important for humanity to have a voice in these intergalactic matters. As tensions rose throughout the conference, an unexpected voice spoke up. It was an emissary from Earth, representing humanity itself. The brave human stood before everyone present and apologized for their species' actions over the past decade. They acknowledged that they still had much to learn and improve upon, but promised to strive towards change and progress. This unexpected gesture surprised and impressed many of those in attendance. Some saw it as a glimmer of hope for humanity's future, while others remained skeptical. After hours of intense debate and careful consideration, it was ultimately decreed that neither the esteemed President of the United States or the Holy Pope would hold a seat any longer among the prestigious Majestic 12. Instead, humankind would be granted 3 new representatives on the council, tasked with making crucial decisions for their species' future. In place of the President of the United States would now be a military intelligence representative. This individual would hold an important position in the United States intelligence community, often the highest-ranking member of their career bureaucracy who had not been personally appointed by the President. This individual could potentially hold great sway and influence within the group by wielding their knowledge and experience like a powerful weapon. The next of the 3 coveted seats on the Majestic 12 would now be reserved for the President of the People's Republic of China, serving as a necessary counterbalance to the other 2 human seats. This powerful position held immense responsibility and authority, with the weight of an entire nation, almost 1/5 of Earth's entire population, resting upon their shoulders. The 3rd seat on the council symbolized a delicate and vital balance between nations, a safeguard against any single entity gaining too much control. It was a coveted position, one that held both great responsibility and power. After much debate and negotiation, it had been decided that the third seat would now be given to Earth's wealthiest person, an individual with immense resources and influence. This decision had caused quite a stir among the council members, each vying for their own candidate to fill the prestigious role. But ultimately, it was seen as a necessary move to maintain harmony and prevent any one nation from holding too much sway over intergalactic affairs. The decision-making power of the group was carefully distributed among human and non-human members, ensuring that no single earthly nation or intergalactic species held too much sway. The Grand Hall buzzed with excitement and energy as the Third Intergalactic Conference then came to a close. The ambassadors nodded in agreement as they discussed the outcomes. A sense of hope and unity filled the air, like an invisible force that bound them all together. After much debate and compromise, they had finally reached a resolution and made plans to reconvene in human year 2029 to review their progress on these crucial issues. The room seemed to hum with anticipation for what the future held. As they dispersed back to their respective galaxies, the stars whispered of mankind's future and the endless possibilities of evolution. The vast expanse of the cosmos stretched out before them, a canvas of twinkling lights and infinite mysteries waiting to be unraveled, each being carried with them a glimmer of hope and curiosity, wondering what the future held for humanity and themselves in the ever-changing universe. Chapter 41, The California Coast, 2019. Differences in opinion are common among humans, but the same applies, on occasion, to extraterrestrial beings. Hidden among the shadows of Earth's surface lies a relentless alien dissenter with a presence that has spanned the centuries. Their technology surpasses that of humankind by leaps and bounds, but is still inferior to most other interplanetary beings. With a curious gaze towards Earth and other planets containing species early in their evolution, this opportunistic species sought out ways to improve their own situation. They held their own advancement above all else, disregarding the rest of the vast cosmos as insignificant in comparison. However, this particular alien race was somewhat unique because history shows that most, if not all, other species had long evolved past this narrow-minded mindset long before they ever achieved spacefaring capabilities. These otherworldly creatures hailed from the distant star system of Galarnar and were known as the Galarnari. With a gaze fixated on Earth as a resource, a view they termed as EAR, they salivated in anticipation of resource accumulation much like a predator stalking its prey. The Galarnari, an ancient and secretive race, held no ties to the majestic 12. They preferred instead to remain unseen, hidden from the chaotic humans of Earth. As unknown observers, they watched with great interest as the drama of this peculiar world unfolded right before their very eyes. From their subterranean vantage point, deep beneath the surface of Earth, they observed and learned about the fascinating creatures of this planet. The stillness of their hidden domain was commonly interrupted by the clicking of keyboards and whispered discussions in their melodic language. These noises were occasionally compounded, however, when they loudly played their favorite of the many human musical genres, known as Southern rock. The Galarnari were fascinated by the intricate web of human relationships and the diverse cultures that coexisted on Earth. But as they continued to observe, they couldn't ignore the darker side of humanity. They witnessed wars fueled by greed and conflicts born from deep-seated beliefs. They witnessed unspeakable atrocities carried out by the paradoxical species named mankind. They often complained to one another as mankind became fatter and fatter by consuming grotesque earthly creations such as marshmallows and whipped cream. In some ways, they figured if they took more resources for themselves, that they'd be helping the chubby humans in some vague way. A misused resource was a wasted resource after all, they posited. The Galarnari closely watched the intricate network of communication between individuals on planet Earth. They marveled at the way messages were effortlessly conveyed through a web of interconnected devices, each one symbolizing the innate human yearning for connection and bridging distances. But amidst this digital realm lay a delicate balance of truth and lies, a labyrinthine tapestry woven with threads of both knowledge and deception. As they delved deeper into this world, the Galarnari were both fascinated and wary of its ever-changing nature. As the Galarnari conducted their secretive observations, they were struck by an extraordinary phenomenon, encounters between Earth's military forces and unidentified aerial objects. These incidents sparked curiosity among the Galarnari, who observed with keen interest as the humans grappled with the mysteries surrounding them. The humans' headlines blared with speculation, and debates swirled about the strange sightings. Like a riddle without a solution, the humans were baffled, seeking answers to questions that seemed beyond their grasp. After witnessing these interactions firsthand, the Gallarnari came to the conclusion that humans were no more capable of understanding them than the dogs or cows of Earth. The matter was simply a puzzle far beyond their comprehension. However, it was not the humans themselves who piqued the interest of the Gallarnari in these encounters. As outsiders to the secretive Majestic 12 organization, the Gallarnari had a constant thirst for information about any other alien presence on Earth. Their focus was fixed on the alien base near Catalina Island, which they meticulously monitored for any activity. Surrounded by crystal-clear waters and lush foliage, the base seemed like a beacon of enigma amidst the tranquil paradise of the island. The Gallarnari were determined to unravel its mysteries and uncover any secrets it held within its walls. It was a night like any other in 2019, and the Gallarnari fleet were conducting a routine reconnaissance mission near the alien base in the vicinity of Catalina Island. But fate had other plans in store. Just as the flagship neared the base, the human naval ship named USS Omaha cruised through the waters off the California coast, its powerful radar sweeping over the area. The unsuspecting humans aboard the warship were immediately alerted to an unknown blip on their screens, rapidly approaching their airspace from above. Little did they know, it was a vessel from another world, drawn into their world by chance. Panic and urgency filled the Omaha as the crew frantically assessed the unidentified object looming ahead. The Gallarnari, realizing their unplanned encounter with humans, desperately tried to avoid communication and ease the tense atmosphere. Their sleek, metallic ships glided through the vast expanse of space, a stark contrast to the dull gray of the Omaha's hull. Through many sensors it was observed that to the militant floating humans on board this was a very unexpected meeting. Sweat dripped down the foreheads of the crew as they prepared for any possible scenario, their hearts pounded with fear and excitement. With a renewed sense of urgency, the human captain then barked orders at his crew, demanding that they analyze the situation and brace themselves for potential danger. As they frantically tried to decipher the intentions of the mysterious object in front of them, the Gallarnari suddenly veered towards their ship, causing chaos and fear to erupt amongst the crew. In that split second, the captain was torn between protecting his crew and potentially provoking an attack by taking defensive action. But then, just as suddenly as these unearthly objects had appeared to them, they vanished from their screens, leaving the crew feeling disoriented and slightly relieved. The tension in the air seemed to dissipate, but they remained on high alert, ready for whatever might come next. Little did they know, the disappearing object was not an attack or a malfunction of their equipment. It was a sleek Gallarnari recon ship. As it silently slipped away into the distance, only the faintest glimmer of light reflected off its smooth metallic surface, a fleeting glimpse of the mysterious alien race that wished to remain hidden from humanity's grasp. The Gallarnari were well aware of humanity's fear and distrust towards aliens, or the mere possibility of them, and they also knew that any attempt at communication could potentially escalate into violence, and that could likely trigger the Majestic 12 to act against them in defense of humankind. After evading contact with the USS Omaha, the Gallarnari immediately retreated. There was talk among them about leaving Earth altogether and finding another planet to exploit for resources. However, amidst the Gallarnari, there were those who vehemently argued against abandoning their mission on Earth. Yes, they had been successful in harvesting diamonds, gold, and other precious metals from this lush planet, but their main reason for being here was the abundant supply of fresh water that was crucial for their species' survival. Unlike their technologically advanced interplanetary counterparts, the Gallarnari had not yet mastered the ability to synthesize water-like compounds. This deficiency hindered their efforts in exploring the vast reaches of space, leaving them highly dependent on Earth's resources for sustenance. After much deliberation and careful consideration, a decision was reached by the Gallarnari. It was agreed upon that a cautious presence on Earth would be maintained, but direct contact with other aliens and humans would be limited as much as possible. With keen eyes towards the acquisition of a more advanced technology, they would continue to observe from afar, ever watchful for potential threats and opportunities on Earth. A delicate balance had been struck between involvement and caution, a balancing act of diplomacy but, more so, self-preservation. Their future on planet Earth was an unpredictable one, but they were determined to navigate it successfully. Chapter 42: The Future of Civilizations. Now that you have read the accounts of some of the greatest intergalactic explorers in your planet's history, it is important to remember that there are many more explorers who you do not yet know about. The first accounts that I have now provided you are simply explanations for the few encounters that your species has had limited prior knowledge of. It is important also to remember that aliens typically tell their stories in a manner that often casts themselves as the heroes. Simply put, most creatures in the known universe who are able to collect and convey this type of information prefer to be the heroes of the stories they tell. I, Fridmer the historian, have journeyed through the unfathomable expanse of both time and space, traversing centuries. Along this odyssey, I have tirelessly studied and observed the ascent and demise of innumerable civilizations scattered throughout the universe. I hope that mankind will come to trust in my wisdom, which now encompasses a vast array of cultures, each with their own unique history and evolution. And as I stand before you now, I offer insights into the potential path of your own species, humankind, over the next millennium. The unification of Earth is a monumental and necessary step in your journey towards becoming an interplanetary civilization. As your blue planet orbits peacefully around the sun, its inhabitants are now currently faced with the daunting task of overcoming deep-seated geopolitical divisions and racial conflicts. But unification is essential for the greater good. With a unified global society, the pooling of resources and collaborative efforts could lead to great scientific advancements and overall progress for your species. The vision of a united Earth government is a bright beacon of hope, shining bright amidst the chaos and turmoil. It would be a defining moment in human history, marking the beginning of a new era of peace and cooperation on your home planet, and setting the foundation for future ventures beyond your current world's boundaries. Survival on Earth depends on the mastery of sustainable technologies. The fate of your planet rests on transitioning to eco-friendly sources of power over the next millennium. You must harness the blazing energy of your sun, unlock the limitless potential of fusion, and push the boundaries of advanced zero-point technology. Energy sustainability is not just a choice, it is a necessity for preserving your home and propelling humankind into a new era of space exploration. Time is running out, and your failure means your extinction. The evolution of human cognition and its integration with technology will be a cornerstone of your journey. Through advancements in education, a vast wealth of easily accessible information, and cutting-edge neurotechnology, the potential of your species can be truly unlocked. With the seamless integration of technology into your bodies and minds alike, humans will experience heightened cognitive abilities, enhanced physical well-being, and an exponential increase in overall life expectancy. A new era of limitless potential and boundless possibilities awaits. There is a need for expanding beyond Earth as your population continues to grow and resources become scarcer. The urgency of interplanetary colonization is now becoming increasingly evident. The vast expanse of space offers endless possibilities for humanity's expansion, and establishing colonies on celestial bodies within your own solar system, such as the red planet Mars or the icy moon Europa, will serve as crucial stepping stones for your further exploration. These outposts will not only be essential for resource extraction, but also serve as hubs for scientific research and development. The potential of these new worlds is limitless, offering a chance for humanity to create a brighter future beyond the confines of your own planet. Mankind now stands upon the precipice of the harmonious fusion of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and human intellect. All of these will shape the future of your progress. AI, once amplified by the power of quantum computing, will serve as a vital ally in tackling intricate challenges, propelling scientific advancements, and bridging communication between beings spanning across endless distances in the cosmos. This powerful collaboration will eventually catapult Earth to the forefront of interstellar civilizations, ushering in a new era of unparalleled technological advancement and cosmic exploration. As the next millennium unfolds, mankind will likely evolve into a technologically advanced civilization capable of communicating with extraterrestrial intelligences. This monumental achievement will thrust humanity into the interstellar community, highlighting the utmost importance of intergalactic diplomacy. The future of your planet and species depends on your ability to establish peaceful relationships and share knowledge with other intelligent beings in the vastness of space. Through this exchange of wisdom, you will have the opportunity to contribute to the collective understanding of the entire cosmos. With revolutionary propulsion systems, like warp drives and quantum tunnels, humanity will one day soar through space at unimaginable speeds, reaching distant star systems and encountering intelligent life forms beyond your own world. The vastness of the universe beckons, promising both endless possibility and infinite adventure for those species who are brave enough to explore its depths. In the relentless pursuit of technological advancement, the looming shadow of ethics will also surely emerge, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between scientific progress and moral values. As you propel into the future, the weight of responsibility to guide these advancements towards the greater good will rest heavily upon your shoulders. Ethical frameworks will serve as your compass and help steer you towards a responsible use of technology. However, the path ahead for man is treacherous and fraught with many challenges. The fate of interplanetary civilizations rests upon your ability to navigate through uncharted territories, using all of humanity's resilience, intellect, and collaborative spirit to overcome obstacles and rise above limitations. Earth, as the current cradle of humanity, holds the potential to become a shining example of knowledge and cooperation among the stars. But it will not come without sacrifices and struggles. The next 1,000 years will be a crucible of both trials and tribulations, in which your civilization will be tested and shaped into a cosmic entity, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of the universe. Embrace these challenges with unbreakable resolve, for they hold the power to determine the destiny of your species among the vastness of the cosmos. Let each obstacle serve as a stepping stone towards greatness, as you carve your place in the stars and become a force to be reckoned with. The end.
About the author. Josh Kappelman brings a wealth of creativity to the world of fiction, drawing upon his diverse professional background in the technology sector. With a master's degree in business administration from Webster University, Josh has navigated the dynamic landscapes of strategy, consulting, technical training, and sales enablement with some of the world's largest and most iconic tech companies. Beyond the world of technology and business, Josh's interests include video production, podcasting, animation, fitness, mediocre golf, and exotic travel. His fascination with disruptive technologies, such as 3D printing, cloud object storage, blockchain, AI, and quantum computing, adds a layer of depth to his creative vision. Josh Kappelman's multifaceted background and love of inventiveness make for a riveting writer who brings a one-of-a-kind angle to the stories he authors. His first science fiction novel promises to deliver a combination of technical proficiency, storytelling expertise, and an insatiable curiosity.